All right, we're on the air. We're ready to go. Let me just shut off my audio on my camera. All right, tonight should be really interesting. And let me just raise my mic just a little bit because I can't mess with my board too much. Otherwise, it's going to interfere with the live show. So I can only play with my mic. I cannot play with the board for the show. It's set for producing. So what you hear is what you're going to get. We have a live show on kgraradio.com at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, but I'm carrying the audio here. So hello to Matt and Corey, Carmen, Mauricio, and Nancy. That's in YouTube chat right now. And Ben is really an interesting individual. Um, he's a targeted, what they call a targeted individual, a TI. And he's been doing research on this. And he just wrote a new book, TI versus AI, I believe it is. Let me not misquote that. Let me bring it up. And he's going to be on for 2 hours. Let me just go check out this quickly so I don't give out the wrong information, obviously. Because he sent me his book, which is unbelievable. And it is TI versus AI, targeted individual versus artificial intelligence. And he's going to get into some really fascinating topics regarding mind control, MK Ultra, some other areas of possibly getting implants put into us to therefore be able to use frequencies to manipulate and control a person. They may not know it. They may think they know, but there's no real proof of it. So he's going to come on at 10 o'clock on Starborn, and I may bring him on here earlier so he can give you guys a little background on it. I could talk to this guy forever. I mean, I was so interested in what he had to say, and I actually wrote up a bunch of questions from myself for the show tonight. So let me just make sure with the hosts that it's okay to do this. And I've got to put my keyboard on a flat surface so I don't make so much noise. Okay, so so I don't want to overwhelm Ben since he's going to be talking for 2 hours. You'll hear the background stuff that goes on before we go on the air as usual because on KGRA I'm able to play ads. I can control when the mic is live or not. It's a little production kind of a thing. So what you will hear is not what the people on KGRA will be able to hear, and that's the off-air chatter between Michael Melton and Julia Weiss, which are the hosts, the guest, Ben Davis, and myself. So you will get to hear that a little bit, and I'm going to let them all know that that's going to be the case. So tonight, after midnight, I'm going to see how long I can go tonight. It is clearing up. It's going to take some time. It may take an hour or two, but it is going to eventually clear. There is these clouds, but they should be moving out in a couple of hours. So that's what I'm hoping for. And maybe we'll see some meteor shower activity. Like I said, the Lyrid meteor shower. So I'll have to focus on Vega later on during the show. I'm going to have to go in and out and change the battery. Like you guys all know that. So like I said, Ben and I had an off-air conversation earlier. And I was just fascinated on what he wrote in his book. The book is extensive, and I have to say it's very well written. It's one of those things you're going to have to read a couple of times to fully understand and comprehend exactly what it is, the information that he's releasing. He talks about the patents, and he said, which I don't want to misquote him, he told me that out of all these patents that the government has, he mentions a few in the book, um, but he's saying there are literally hundreds of thousands of patents, and it's so interesting. Like I said, it's better. Um, Here's a clue. He wrote this. Here is a clue for your interviews. Use the patent link to scroll down to the drawings, and then you will see the images, and they can turn them or print them if needed to be a better detailed view. So I am going to put that link in chat right now, the one he sent me. He said, out of the abstracts of the 4 patents, he says there are literally over 100,000. And he only mentions a few. He said there's literally over 100,000. And I'm going to see if I can find the link that he sent me so I can put it in chat. So I'm scrolling on my Skype here to see if I can find where he sent me that link. Because like I said, he and I were going back and forth for quite a bit of time, which I really enjoy engaging with the guest as a producer and getting a little background and understanding. This way, if I have a question, I can do a little research on my own and do it. So let me see what he sent me here. That's even if it opens up. This is one of those things. Okay, here it is. I found it. It's kind of a scary proposition, but I'm going to put it in. And hello to James, Rockstar, Arnie, everybody else in YouTube chat, Star. Okay. And I just put the link in YouTube chat, so you'll be able to see that. And that's what he sent me. And he said it's for the listeners to check out. So I do have his permission to share that at least. And I will bring Ben on in maybe a few minutes before the show, because like I said, I don't want to overwhelm him. Even though I can tell he's got a lot to say. And actually, I think this is the first time he's publicly speaking about this since the book was released. Let me just message him and give him the link to my Skywatch. So we're going to be on for quite a bit, and maybe I'll have him on after the show. If anybody has questions in YouTube chat, they can ask away. Just post the questions in caps so I can see them easier if you guys are going to write some questions. That's pretty much what we do in KGRA as well in the chat room. All right, let me send him that. Okay, so he's getting ready. He's getting his coffee. Again, the guest tonight will be Ben Davis. The show starts in approximately 1 hour. And you will hear now this is an interesting part. When I'm producing, even at times when I'm playing the commercial so I can hear where I'm at, and when I'm doing the intro for them, even the host and the guests don't hear that. Only I hear that. So you'll hear me count down the host from 3, 2, 1, go. They don't hear the intro music. Only I do. And that's because it's very difficult while the intro's playing for me to speak over it. So it's just better for me to not play that and let them be able to hear me clearly when it's time. And I'll say, okay, intro has begun. You'll see how I do when I do these producing of the show. But yeah, Ben is going to be fascinating and talking about TI versus AI. And you'll get a better understanding when he explains it because, like I said, this is complex. And this is one of those things you're really going to have to listen to. And the archive of this show will be available at kgraradioarchives.com when it's put up, probably by the end of the week. After I finish editing the show, of course, I'll send the copy to Ben and the hosts as well. So really, it's going to be fascinating to hear about mind control, the uses, the people that are TIs, which are targeted individuals, how they may suspect that they may be under some type of mind control, but they just don't have the definitive evidence that something is going on. And a lot of people may confuse that as paranoia, some type of delusionary process where they think they're being observed, but that may not be the case. And even those that are to the point of a mental breakdown and maybe classified as having mental illness. And I have to say, this personally affects me because I had a brother who suffered from uh, manic. He was a schizophrenic, and he used to tell me that the government was watching and all kinds of stuff. And after talking to Ben, I have to say it made me realize you never know. And he was classified, with a mental illness, but you just don't know if people are actually having these experiences, and people look at them as crazy, and they're actually undergoing some type of surveillance. And what the end goal is, and I have to say, we'll leave that for Ben to explain, because I definitely do not want to steal his thunder, because I really don't know what his conclusions are without jumping off the bridge myself and guessing. Because I think that eventually it's about experimentation on individuals to see how far they can push, control, manipulate. And you know how it is today with the spyware, cyber warfare. I know Ben wants to touch on weather modification and space program and super soldiers, MK Ultra, my labs. We're gonna touch on everything tonight. Now, of course, and I think there he is. And Ben is in the YouTube chat room. So there he is. That's awesome. Ben is in chat, folks. There he is. So we're hoping that we're going to have clear skies by 10, hopefully just in time when the show begins. And again, you can go to kgraradio.com to hear this show, but obviously the audio will be heard here as well. But all the other great shows, Richard Dolan, Micah Hanks, Phenomenon Radio, I mean, the list goes on. And of course, the Starborn Connection tonight with hosts Michael Melton and Julia Weiss. And like I said, Ben has written this book, TI versus AI. So it's targeted individuals versus artificial intelligence. And I have to say, I got a glimpse of this, and I couldn't stop reading it. And it was one of those things, and I consider myself somewhat intelligent. I mean, I do have a capacity to comprehend and grasp what I'm reading or hearing. I had to go over this a couple of times because the information that he's providing so in depth, and it's in such detail, and it really gives you an understanding about what this program could be comprised of, what are the tools that are used to control individuals, how individuals who may, like I said, think they might be being observed or monitored or watched, but they have no definitive proof, and they're driven to the brink of insanity. I was reading in his book that he gave an example, like if you go out in the front of your house, and I think it happened to him, you go out into the front of your house and you find a styrofoam cup, an empty cup of coffee, or on top of your car, and you know you didn't do it, but how did it get there? That means somebody was there. And it's interesting because I've had instances in the past where I mentioned on the Skywatch that a few years ago, my neighbor, it was New Year's Eve, my neighbor was coming over. I had invited her with her kids. And she runs into two guys in camouflage. Their car was parked in the road that nobody uses. It's an old road it's an old access road to get to our properties. And they come out the car, and she's saying, well, what are you doing here? And they responded, we're looking for someone. And I'm wondering, okay, now what the heck is this about? And there's been instances when I'm on with my friends on Skype, where the Skype call, we hear other voices, or We get disrupted with some weird sounds. And you guys that have followed this channel know this because you've experienced it with us. And remember, the people, this could happen from birth. And everything that you know or see, observe, even the news media, you don't know if these anchors are plants being controlled to control them on how they divulge on the news. You know, I think a lot of people would agree that the media is controlled, it's censored by government agencies. They can only go as far and a line, a boundary to what they report. Again, you know that mainstream media is partisan. It's either right, left, barely, centered, but it's usually to the right or to the left. And I would definitely will not get into the political aspect of it all. But then we also hear about the deep state and how people within the government, with the leaks and everything else, are trying to undermine maybe an administration's agenda. It's a compromising thing. So I think this is going to be fascinating to listen to Ben. And Michael Melton just said I have his permission to stream this live on YouTube, so we're a go for the show to be heard on YouTube, so all of you will get to enjoy that. And I will probably bring Ben on, because like I said, he's going to be on for 2 hours, so I'm not going to overwhelm Ben by bringing him on my YouTube thing. Maybe if he has time, he could do it afterwards, or maybe I'll do it a few minutes before I bring the host on, and he could give you guys a little preview, a summary, and that's difficult because, like I said, this book is really there's so many points to make. He really did a great job in the research. I mean, he'll get more into that himself. I do not want to speak for him because, like I said, it's fascinating. And I was reading this. I couldn't stop. I could have asked him 100 questions. It would have took me a few hours to read everything that was there because, like I said, it's complex. It's detailed, well done. And I believe this is the first time that he's really going to be speaking about this. So it's 9:06. The show airs at 10. Again, you'll hear the behind-the-scenes, off-air conversations between the hosts and Ben and myself that the KJRA listeners do not hear. And hello to Dave Schock. Good to see Dave back. And Dave, it's going to be an interesting night. You don't want to miss Ben Davis as the guest tonight on Starborn. It'll start in an hour. So that's Dave Schock. He is the person that is part of the CubeSat project team that's going to be launching at the sometime this year, in the latter half probably, to observe for any kind of UFO activity using the CubeSats. And I don't want to steal Dave's thunder, but he might have something really big to talk about next year. And I will let Dave speak about that. Let's just say it's something that Keith and Paul observe all the time. That's just a hint. And don't forget to check out P&K Space Imaging on YouTube, who do absolutely the best lunar observation on YouTube. There is just no comparison to anyone else that's doing it. I think that they do the best. And speaking of them, they will be coming the week before Pine Bush, and we'll be live streaming from my house. The P&K Space Imaging team will be here, and we'll be streaming live from my home, and maybe I'll do behind the scenes with my camera to see what they do out there. So that will be pretty cool. Also, really looking forward to having Mark D'Antonio stay the evening here, the night of the Pine Bush conference, fair, festival, whatever you want to call it. And again, we will be doing a live stream of the moon with Keith's channel, and I will be doing the party, the Bill Fest, live in my front yard. And there'll be an open mic you'll hear Mark Antonio come up. We're gonna have like a fire pit going with a round table around it, a bunch of chairs, and we're all gonna have a conversation out there. So it's gonna be really cool. And then I have a surprise guest, which I don't even want to talk about yet. But that won't be on Saturday. It'll be another day, and I don't want to be premature and announce it yet, but it could be spectacular. Let's just say. So it's all about tonight and Ben Davis, and checking that out. I'll put that link that he sent me of the patents in YouTube chat. Oops, that's my thing that I sent to Ben. So let me go grab that link of the patents that he sent me. He did say that the listeners should check it out and look at the illustrations. So there it is. So we're looking to go late tonight. Hopefully it's going to clear up. The radar indicates that it should. Once these clouds pass by, I'll raise the gain on the camera so we can see the stars a little bit better. Right now it's still cloudy, so I do not want to raise the gain yet, because then it'll just be a blotch of reddish hue. So we'll bring Ben. Ben, whenever you want to come on, I know you're in YouTube chat, maybe 15 minutes before the show starts, just to give the YouTube listeners a little synopsis, summary of TI versus AI and the whole mind control subject, and give them a little background on that before the show actually begins. But because I know you will be speaking about that in an introductory kind of a way when we do start the show. So it's that's your call if you want to do it beforehand, or we just wait for the show. And then after the show is done, if you still have that coffee going, Ben, you can always come here and hang out with the Skywatch crew, because I know the Skypers will be joining me. And please, if anybody is listening, do not call me till after midnight, because I will be on live KGRA with Michael, Julia, and Ben. So please do not call me until after the show is completed. So it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna be really interesting. What else is going on? Like I said, the Lyrids tonight, even though the activity was predominantly this morning, but it is a 2-night peak kind of a thing. So we can get a nice amount of meteor activity, maybe 20 an hour after midnight. And I've definitely got to go outside and adjust the camera. So what I'm going to do right before showtime, I'm going to jump out there, switch over the battery, get a fresh battery in the camera. This way it doesn't happen during the show where I got to run out, and that would not be good, because I want to hear everything that Ben has to say. I don't want to miss not a thing, because I know things are rapidly going to go by and I need to hear every freaking word. So in order to stay in the loop, so to speak. Oh, and also, as Ben and I were speaking about off the air, I don't know if many people are aware of this, but they're doing a nuclear drill, a test drill, in New York City. I think it's in Jersey though. It's in the metropolitan area. It's called I think it's Gotham Shield, and it's going to happen the 24th. But it's not being publicized in the media. But go look it up, Gotham Shield, April 24th. It's bizarre, and you're not hearing about it, but they're definitely, and it's like a preparation for some type of event. Who knows? It could also be something to do with FEMA, getting some type of preparation as well, which I'm sure Ben will also be discussing during the show. And hello to Chris in the UK, Tana, Zombie, and everybody else in YouTube chat. So again, tonight should be really interesting. I'm really looking forward to hearing Ben. And I'm just getting a message from the hosts, so we're good to go. I do need to check the broadcast to make sure the shows are streaming, and they are. All's good on that side. So we're set to start exactly at 10 p.m., how I have everything all set up. Commercials, actually 10 o'clock and 8 seconds to be precise. I am such a stickler for time. I'm one of those individuals that if you tell them to be there at 10, they're there at 9:45. That's just the way I am. I am a stickler for being on time. Um, so I am going to, and like I said, this is the book. I'm gonna bring it up a second because I'm just gonna briefly, if Ben allows me, so I'm gonna wait for Ben. I'm just gonna read a little bit out of the book. So I need to find the PDF. Let me do that now. Okay, I saved it. I cannot wait to read the whole thing. I tell you that. No doubt about it. Okay, here it is. It's first I want to see if Ben allows me to just read a couple of paragraphs from it so you guys can get a little introductory thing from the book. And I highly recommend this. Okay, he said go. All right, so again, the title, which way did my PDF go? I'm doing serious multitasking here. Again, it's TI versus AI, Targeted Individual versus Artificial Intelligence by Ben. So I am going to read. I'm just trying to see exactly what I should read. Because he's got the patents. Okay, the introduction. Okay, this is good. I'll read the introduction. The contents of this book are facts compiled from mind control recovery podcasts. These podcasts were transcribed as is from 9 separate sessions during conference calls to educate those who have been targeted individuals, which is the acronym TI, under the Central Intelligence Agency's, CIA, of course, very secretive program. At this moment, from a very stunning breaking news story, a news conference was held in regards to disclosing artificial intelligence currently in operation. And this technology is using nanotechnology that has been propagated into the human being through the use of chemtrails. Oh, I cannot wait to talk about that, Ben. The United States Air Force used their vast amount of airplanes for spraying chemicals, which nanotechnology is hidden within the payload. What you are about to read describes exactly how this technology works. When I first started doing research regarding chemtrails, which led to the nanotechnology possibilities, I only wrote about the research that I gathered. Now it has been confirmed and validated. Once you have read the entire transcribed podcast and then follow it with Dr. Robert Duncan's YouTube video, which explains in detail the cataclysmic creation that is now being declared a fact in the science community that the military-industrial complex now has in their possession. And you know how much we speak about the military complex here. After 41 years of believing that extraterrestrials from another world who took me to the future, 50 years into the future, only to realize that I was an experiment conducted by the United States Army. See, this is another thing that I definitely am going to touch on, that a lot of people, these abductees that have claims of having implants and then their minds, they can't remember. Well, what if these people are brought into a MyLabs facility and their mind, their memory is wiped out of the procedure that's being done to them, and they do have implants? And he'll get into that more about people who believe they have implants, but they just don't have the hard evidence. Okay, so let me just do that again. After 41 years of believing that extraterrestrials from another world who took me to the future, 50 years into the future, only to realize that I was an experiment conducted by the United States Army, I was given a choice. 1, to stay in the United States Army as a soldier and become expendable, or 2, take on a mission in a clandestine role to save Earth and humanity from extinction. This book I was to publish became a reality. I hereby declare, with the powers given to me, to engage the artificial intelligence before the AI wipes us out. So that's what Ben says. Having said that, I now introduce you to the greatest threat to humanity on the planet Earth. And this is what I cannot wait. This TI versus AI and mind control and how widespread it is, and even through the uses, and I'm sure everybody knows that too, our TVs. You heard recently about, hold on a second. I don't, let me just, Michael's messaging me. Okay. You heard recently, excuse me, that the smart TV with Samsung, they can watch you, they can hear you, all types of devices. And Ben is going to get a little bit into that as well, about the frequencies that are used to connect. It's very complex, and we're talking about implants for neurological sake to. And I was reading a lot of this, and I don't want to give away my questions yet, but it's all there, and it's the patents. He lists the patents, and I will definitely read just one that I found fascinating, because that's the one. Now I got to find my. Okay, here we go. This is the one that really got me on one of the patents that he puts in the book. I'm looking for it right now. The brain-machine interface device. A distributed real-time wireless neural interface, including a reader and an array of distinct recording devices. The reader outputs and receives radio frequency signals. The array of distinct recording devices include a wireless section and a sensor section. The wireless section includes an RF power converter, an antenna, a regulator, and a modulator. The RF power converter converts radio frequency signals into power signals. The antenna receives the radio frequency signals output by the reader and provides the radio frequency signals to the RF power converter, wherein the RF power converter converts such radio frequency signals to power signals. The regulator receives the power signals and regulates such power signals to provide stable power signals. So that controls it, that stabilizes it. The modulator receives the power signals and is in communication with the antenna for utilizing the antenna to communicate with the reader. The sensor section receives the stable power signals. The sensor section is adapted to detect neural activity and provide output signals containing information indicative of such neural activity to the modulator of the wireless section, whereby the modulator communicates the information in the output signals to the reader. And the thing that really got me is this part, because we hear so much about alien implants and people speculate as that could be the source. Insertion of a medical device through non-orthogonal, I may be mispronouncing that, and orthogonal trajectories within the cranium and methods of using. Abstract. And I'm not going to read too much because I'm not giving away Ben's whole book here. You gotta have to go get it. And it's extensive. The invention compromises of an elongated device adapted for insertion, including self-insertion, which I gotta find out more about that, through the body, especially the skull. The device has at least one effector or sensor and is configured to permit implantation of multiple functioning components through a single entry site into the skull by directing the components at different angles. The device may be used to provide electrical, magnetic, and other stimulation therapy to a patient's brain. Now, I'm going to stop there because I was reading on, and it's called electronic mind control, and he'll touch on that during the show because I definitely got a question about that too. Okay. The lengths of the effectors, sensors, and other components may completely traverse skull thickness at a diagonal angle to barely protrude through the brain's cortex. The components may directly contact the brain's cortex, but from there, their signals can be directed to targets deeper within the brain. Effector lengths are directly proportional to the battery size and ability to store charge. Therefore, longer angled electrode effectors, not limited by skull thickness, permit longer lasting batteries, which expand treatment options. I mean, I can go on, but I'm not because you're gonna have to tune in, and definitely, if you want this, like I said, you want to talk about research, you want to talk about how he got into every minute detail, and he's got the patents there if you want to research that, and he puts the links on the page where you can find them in the book. He has it right there on the top before the abstract begins. So this is going to be, like I said, I'm just, to be honest, I want to ask questions, but I really just want to sink in and sit down, relax, and enjoy listening to what he has to say. But I'm at the edge of my seat. And it's rare for me to be honest, to have that feeling, because a lot of the things that he says, I have to say, I agree. And that's just my opinion. And some of the topics that we were discussing, and he's gonna, like I said, I do not want to divulge and get into too much because you have to stick around, I guess, for the show, and you'll be here watching the Skywatch. But it's going to be interesting, and it's going to be 2 55-minute segments. There's only going to be a break at the top of the hour, so this way that doesn't disrupt the hosts or Ben's flow, because that's one of the things I always say when I produce a show. It's a great thing to go to a break because everybody needs to drink a water or to use the restroom, etc. But at the same time, in that 3-minute break, you could lose exactly where you were in the conversation, and to pick it up, sometimes that can throw the whole thing. So that's why, like, for me, I prefer to go commercial free because it allows the flow to continue. So, I know that was a lot to take in, what I just read. That's why, like, for me, I had to go over his stuff, not once, not even twice, just to absorb it all. I was actually reading it. I wanted to get a real understanding of the implications involved, of what he was saying as far as the uses of these implants. And also, I'm curious about non-implants, how that would work. And we know about our phones and how the phones can definitely spy on us, know where we are. We're living in that kind of environment now. If it's Orwellian, it really is. It's 1984 all the way. And like he said, there's over 100,000 of these patents. And you can only imagine what's out there that we don't know about. And how many times do we say that on here, as far as cover-ups and everything else? And you see these whistleblowers come out seldomly. And maybe the mind control aspect has something to do with that as well, which Ben, I'm sure, will speak about. There's just so much to talk about. So we got about a half hour before the show begins, and I hope everybody stays tuned in to listen. And again, we all know that Mom is, what is it, Mom? I'm not live yet on the air, but I will be soon. So that do not disturb sign's going up on that door real soon.
I thought you were on the air.
Not yet.
What time is starting?
Half hour.
Oh my God, to what time?
Midnight.
Jeez.
And then the Skywatch. And Mom says hello to everybody, by the way. She's preparing for the big Bill Fest, too, when we have it in May.
Oh, the door's open. You're not going out no more.
You can lock that door to the patio. So, going on tonight, just to recap.
It's very cold outside.
Just to recap.
Stop smoking.
Just to recap, you're hearing Mom in the background nagging me, looking out for my best interests, and
Smoking.
yeah.
Hola.
They say hello.
Hi there.
Anyway, to recap, we're going to have Starborn connection from 10 to midnight Eastern time. So in a half hour or so, it'll start. And also, hopefully, these clouds will clear out and we'll get some type of Lyrid meteor shower activity.
Stop smoking.
And we'll see how long it goes tonight. But these clouds are hanging tough. So what I'm going to do right now is actually check this radar. And I've got to get the links up for posting in KGRA chat for Ben, the Google patent one. Let's check out the radar. See what's going on. Hopefully this is going to clear out. Weather's still chilly up here too. It's supposed to get nice by the end of the week. Okay, regional satellite. That's what I want. Let's see where we are. Oh, wow. I will say, let's put this in motion. I'm definitely going to get a clear break in about a half hour. But then there's still one more little band of clouds after that. And then we should be good to go. I will say we'll definitely clear up by 11. So another 90 minutes. It should definitely clear up. So that's a good thing. And let me say hello to everybody in YouTube chat. Yep, Dave, you got that right. So let's say hello, everybody. Tatana, Sunbird, Arnie, Chris in the UK, Dave Shock in Arizona. And Dave will be joining us sometime in the near future, maybe after midnight, for the Skywatch. James Brock, Kerry, Nancy, Rockstar Zombie. And, of course, Carmen and Mauricio. Okay, so let me get some soda, get something to drink, and get settled in. And maybe I should bug my mom to go get me some soda. Nah, I won't do that. I am going to have to change that battery because we don't want to have that. And I'll have my friends join me. Maybe Ben will join us after midnight for a little bit. And he'll take some questions from chat. Also, I'll bring some of my friends in on Skype if they have anything they want to ask to Ben after listening to the show. So I really think people get ready. Take your notes. Ben's ready. He is definitely ready. He calls them the Sundowner crew. And believe me, Ben, there are times where we stay up literally till 6 a.m. I've streamed at times for 12-hour segments over a whole night. And the crew knows that. And we got a great mod army in there too. So hello to Eric Zamora. Let me just finish this. And I got to just take a sneak peek, even though I don't want to. My New York Rangers are playing hockey right now. I've got to find the score out, even though they started at 8 o'clock. Should be second period by now. Oh, boy. What's the score? Tie game, 1-1. Second period. 8:52 left in the second. Oh, man. So, you know, tonight, with a playoff game, Rangers are up 3-2. You know I'm hyped up for this. If the Rangers are playing. Ron, I hope you're feeling better. Just sit back, listen, watch, because we have a really, really interesting guest tonight. He's in chat. Ben Davis. Benjamin Davis is in chat. He's the guest tonight. The topic should be really mind control, but his book, TI versus AI, targeted individual versus artificial intelligence. We're going to touch on that. And like I said, I really highly recommend this book. I couldn't, like I said, I couldn't stop. And I was trying to cram and try to squeeze all the information I could in, but there's so much. And then he gets into the podcasts. I mean, the abstracts are all there. There's, like you said, there's just a few there out of the literally over 100,000. And some of this stuff, I'm telling you, it's kind of scary. Because remember, he went through this. Um, he's a person that has experienced this, and if you read the book, you'll see more about that. Um, it's over 41 years. I mean, and where does this go? I mean, how far does this AI go as far as it's controlling and manipulative? And forget about social media and fake news. What's that all about? Are those TIs? Are those people being used to spread, to pit one against another? For what means? We see it all the time. There's just so many questions. I have like so many running in my head. I couldn't stop, but I had to because it's I'm just the third guy in the cog. Yep, he included a weather modification program in the book. Oh, and he also has his first book, which I do need to go to Amazon and grab some links of those for the show and for YouTube chat. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, let's see what we get. Okay. I'm not seeing it. Benjamin, maybe you can give me some links. Let me see. I'm looking for it now. So maybe you can help me out with that if you've got any links for the books, Ben, because I'm looking. Incident at Fort Polk. All right, so Ben, the Pink Mile incident. Okay, let me look that up. This is going to be a serious multitasking night, I could tell. So Ben, we'll have Ben on after midnight. I'm looking for it now. Okay, let's see. Michael's ready. I'm not yet. It's about time. Incident at Fort Polk. Okay. Looking it up now. There it is. Got it. I'm going to have to get this one. Oh, I definitely going to have to get this one. And the book, just to give you a little synopsis, on March 14th, 1976, several soldiers stationed at Fort Polk, Louisiana, were involved with an alien abduction and encounter that led to a military cover-ups from an incident that these men were chosen by benevolent ETs to do. Army intel investigations took place after these soldiers were empowered with telepathic powers to reacquire a direct energy weapon to prevent extinction of the human species 50 years into the future. After 40 years of silence, the real story unfolds to expose the truth about what really happened and what is still planned by the military-industrial complex over the next 10 years. It's about time for full disclosure, or extinction will not be stopped. I agree with that. This story is told by the author, who was chosen by the ETs to be the one to lead the mission and steal the DEW, direct energy weapon, from the Army R&D sector for further diagnostic and production use intended to exterminate the human race. And, we all see this writing on the wall, how if we don't control what we're doing, we're going to self-destruct and we're going to end up destroying ourselves. The writing's on the wall. So let me get this link for chat and definitely for the show. I'm glad he brought this up because now I can put this in the other chat room too. So let's put that. This is a definite book I got to get. It's right up my alley. And I think a lot of the people that are here. Okay, so now I'm going to get the host on. So everybody enjoyed the show. Enjoy the Skywatch. I will go out quickly right now just to change the battery so I don't have to do it while the show is going on. So I will be right back. So a little dead air time. Maybe I'll put one of my songs on. Maybe not because I got to get on Skype really fast. So I'll be right back. What did I do with the charger? Oh, don't tell me I have a black screen now. There we go. All right, swap batteries. Okay. Here we go. Good evening, Michael.
Hey, Bill. What's happening?
Nothing much. I just gave the YouTubers a little preview of what to expect to hear on the show.
Nice.
Ben actually was in chat for a couple of minutes.
Oh, awesome.
So he's all set to go. Michael, I think this is going to be a fascinating show.
Oh my God, are you kidding? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, he was on the show before, and he talked about the incident at Fort Polk.
Yep.
And he's one of our VIPs, so I'm looking forward to it. I really didn't get a chance to read the whole damn thing. I just had to skim through it.
But, I was saying that before. It's so into detail, and there's so much information there.
I know.
It's one of those things you got to like go over a couple of times just to get a grasp of exactly what you're reading, because it's complex.
It's amazing. I'm telling you.
Oh my! I'm gonna let you guys rock, but once in a while I've got to pine in.
No. I want you to get those questions in because I read through them. They're pretty good, man. They're good questions.
Yeah, it's good. I think again. 55, 2:55s. No break. Bottom of the hour. If it's okay with you and Julia.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, Ben said he's good to go with that.
Okay.
So yeah, he's set to go. He's got his coffee ready. He's ready to go.
Hey, I just finished mine.
Any updates on Ilona?
I was going to do something tonight. I have a whole new thing, April 16th, 2017. However, it is really kind of like broken apart and strange kind of things. They go from prehistoric animals to examining large stones and stuff like that. I have to sit down and organize it before I can present it, and I'm going to tell the people that I had something going. But this is really, I mean, if I read this, wouldn't make much sense unless I sit down and go over it. Yep. She also sent it to me in Czech, so.
Oh my, that's heavy interpretation.
That's definitely not going to happen.
By the way, just so you know, and we got to let Julia know, all the off-air commentary is being heard on YouTube.
Ah, okay. Yeah, make sure.
Yep. Yeah. So everything is on the air right now, live on the YouTube channel.
Awesome.
So,
hello, everybody on YouTube.
Yep. And we have
welcome.
34 watching right now. And tonight's the Lyrid Media Shower.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So I got my camera up in the sky, ready to go. But the activity doesn't really pick up till after midnight. So I'll get out there after the show and
Well, this is a good preview then. Yeah.
oh yeah, and like right now, it's just starting to clear up in my area.
Wow.
I'm starting to see stars on my screen.
Yeah. This will give them the woo mentality for tonight.
You know,
Watching.
not for
Maybe
nothing, Michael. Some of this topic, this discussion, it's kind of scary.
it's really creepy. It really is. And I've read about targeted individuals and psychotronic interference with people's lives before, and it really it gives you the cold chills. Some of it. You know, what the hell do they want to do it for? And I've always thought that Manchurian candidates have taken care of all of the even John Kennedy Jr. His plane went down. I believe that was done. He was kind of like via mind control forced to put that plane down.
Michael, I was in Montauk. I was on vacation when that happened,
Oh,
and I'm gonna tell you, he flew right. He flew along the Long Island shore, and he crashed before he reached his goal. And
yeah.
and I gotta say, it was foggy that night, but I don't think that you could scratch that up as an accident due to the fog. I mean,
Yeah, or inexperience.
yeah, I don't see that. And another thing too is the Montauk project when they were experimenting with mind control.
Oh my God, yeah.
And all these connections, MK Ultra. This is going to be really fascinating. And you saw a couple of the questions I wrote up about
Oh yeah.
the ET thing. So there is a lot. He wants to talk also about, which I added a question, chemtrails and the connection to possible.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah.
And weather modification.
Yeah, that's a form of it. I'm telling you, any kind of process they can use to manipulate our emotions, feelings, thoughts, desires, whatever. It's really horrible.
Yep. So what I'm going to do is bring Julia on now, and let me see what our countdown is to the show.
I have 46.
Yeah, I got to check KGRA. I've got and it's the multitasking thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Julia,
Yeah.
Hey, Julia.
Oh,
are you ready for tonight?
I sure am.
Oh my God, this is going to be some show, and it's going to be one of those shows, like I say in the introduction that I'm going to give. You're going to walk away with a different perspective tonight.
Oh
And,
wow, yeah, something different.
Well, you're gonna wonder. You're gonna wonder what the hell is going on.
And believe it
I
or
was just listening to Simon Parks on Curry Cassidy's interview.
Oh man, how is that?
It's actually really, really good. I don't believe everything as normal, but it's very interesting perspective he has.
I want to get Carrie on the shore on the show too.
Yeah.
just so you guys know, I shouldn't even say this because oh, by the way, Julia, we are live on YouTube on my channel.
Oh, great. Okay.
Okay, and even the stuff off the air is going to be broadcast, so be careful.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to be a good girl.
I might as well say, because a lot of people already know, Travis Walton may be staying at my home for the Pine Bush UFO Festival.
Yeah.
Yeah, he stayed at my house when they're friends of ours,
Yeah.
Audrey, and so they drop by on the way to Maine and sometimes sleep here because it's easier.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, Travis is, and Audrey,
I think they went to
they're a
Sedona.
couple. They've been
Yeah.
together for a while now. They're
Yes.
both our dear friends.
Yes. Now, is there any possibility that eventually we can get Travis on?
I'd love to get Travis on. Yeah.
Because I'd love
I
to.
think we had him once when we were.
We were on
Did we have him once 3 years
Blog
ago?
Talk. We were on Blog Talk. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We can have
Yeah.
him on again.
Yeah, that would be awesome if Travis can come on again.
Yeah. The first open I have is May 27th.
Oh, speaking of that, I will not be producing the 13th or the 20th
Okay.
because I've got things to do related to Pine Bush here going on.
Well, that's good because Ryan Sprague is going to be pre-recorded, right? This
Oh,
Thursday,
that's right. When is the date for that?
May 20th. It's going to be broadcast.
Well, what's the date we do the pre-record?
This Thursday.
At what
I
time?
thought you said it was Sunday.
No, Thursday, April 27th at 10 a.m.
Oh, I won't be able. I have to work.
Okay, then
I thought it was Sunday.
that's okay. I'll have to change that. I had it set up for the 27th.
Yeah, see if you can contact Ryan to make it, so that Julia and you are.
Sure.
Because I'm available pretty much any time, as long as I'm not producing a live show.
I mean,
in the evening.
I can do it later that day, like maybe 1:00, our time.
Yeah, we're
I
having.
just can't do it. I worked at 12:30.
It's really screwy. We're having movers come that afternoon, bringing furniture in.
Well, just
And
touch base with him.
That sucks.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
just
I'll get in touch with Ryan. Maybe we can do it, the day before or something, or maybe Friday or something,
exactly.
or later in the afternoon or whatever. We'll
All
see.
right. Is it?
I'll work it out. I promise you.
Okay.
Should I bring in Ben?
Why not? Yeah,
Okay.
we can get his perspective, what he wants to talk about, and all that kind of stuff. How he wants to, put it in order and all that good.
He's
stuff.
fascinating. Oh my God, is he fascinating? I'll tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I couldn't stop. Hey Ben, you're on with Michael and Julia.
Oh, how you doing?
Hey Ben, how are you?
Can you hear me pretty good?
Yeah,
You're
we
clear.
can hear you. Hi,
Very
Ben.
clear,
It's
huh?
Julia.
Oh, that's good. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Go ahead, y'all.
Let me see. Oh no, I just wanted to know, how you wanted to approach, presenting the information. We had some questions formulated, but
Right.
unfortunately, I I only had a chance to skim through it. So
Right. Okay, I
but
get that.
but I'm kind of familiar with targeted individuals and all that psychotronic torture and stuff like that, which is very, very frightening. So I guess we'll just go by the seat of the pants and have a good time and get that information out there.
Okay. Yeah, I was in your other chat room, and the links that I provided to you are like the ones that I think the audience would like to hear, other than what they want to hear. That's part of the book. That's the last chapter of the podcast. And a lot leads up to that. Some of the questions you sent me were pretty heavy and in depth, and so I took notes on those. I would like to start out with mentioning my first book and mentioning to some people, because I'll forget at the end of the show, that have enjoyed my work. Some of them is my publisher, mother, and my mother, who is almost 90 years old.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, yeah, she's blessed. And then I think we should just go directly from book one and how it led me to book three. Book two is a personal journey that is somewhat tied in, but I'm going to do that at a later date. It's not as important as this one is, because this is what I took a mission to do going on 41 years now.
Yeah.
Too. And I think I finally got it all together. And what you said earlier was how all this is pertaining to the secret space program, the Pegasus project. I mean, there's so many people talking about all these things, and the big question is this: is it even real? Think about that. And then you have all these talk radio shows. I'm not cutting any radio show down, but they all want to see proof. Well, now I got it.
Excellent. Excellent.
Excellent.
Michael and Julia, do you want me to send you any questions from chat into the Skype?
Yeah.
Okay,
absolutely.
from the chat room. Okay. All right, so we have about, let me check my little clock on my
8 minutes.
broadcaster. Yep. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. About 6.5, actually.
So any quick bathroom runs or anything
Yeah,
like
exactly. Now is the time.
Yeah.
And we're doing the 55s. Break only at top of the hour.
Okay. All right. I'll
Sounds
be back.
Okay.
All right.
Michael, you know
I
something?
just went.
You know something, Michael? I'm going to resend you the questions, because if you want, you can ask them on the air. This way I don't confuse you and Julia because it could be a little dicey at times
Yeah, but I don't mind if you ask them.
because there's quite a bit there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to overwhelm. So
You're not gonna overwhelm anything, my friend. You're part of the show.
all right, because there's a lot there. I mean, and he's I could talk to Ben for like hours because it's like one of those things he touches on so many different areas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh my, it's incredible. 41 years,
Yeah.
of undergoing something, through this.
Oh yeah, God, it's incredible. When I read about that stuff, I get chills. I really do because these people have the ability to reach into your psyche and manipulate that. You don't even know what's going on.
Even before this was born.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm telling you, I'm a psychologist and I practiced in the Veterans Administration and a couple of chronic mental health wards. And I swear to you, I had one guy, I'm not going to say his name, but I can never forget it. He said to me, and let me see if I can get this right, I'm a nitwit. And I said, no, don't call yourself a nitwit. You're a good guy. Look at you. You're doing really well in therapy. And he said, no, you don't understand. I'm a naval intelligence telecommunicator with internal telephone. Oh. And that blew me right out of the chair. That was incredible.
He tells the truth for sure.
Yeah. And from that point on, I said, this man is not crazy. He has been tortured.
Yeah.
And I just got to ask you a question, Ben. When is this TI versus AI going to be released?
It's been released.
Oh, it has?
Only on Neely Worldwide Publishing, direct from the publisher.
Okay.
It's going to be ebook first, and then it takes a week or so to get the paperback and the hardback out.
Gotcha.
And of course, and I've explained in the PDF I sent you what happened to me to get this book out. I was heavily targeted. And in the past 6 months since I came out with the Pink Mile, the number one thing that they target people with is property and money. And I make good money. And, man, they have manipulated all that. God, I'm talking faint wires that took a week instead of instant, stuff like that.
Wow.
They can't get into me because I've learned a way around that. We'll get into that later on. And we talked about briefly or chatted about that briefly about the EMP. I have a temporary fourth prototype wrist wrap that I use super magnets to create an EMP in your bloodstream.
Oh, interesting.
And it disconnects me. But after Dr. Robert Duncan came out with, once they've got your resonance signature mapped out, it's they can get to people around me.
Wow.
But they can't get to me. They can't tell me what to do.
That's amazing.
It's intense. Julie, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. We have 2.5 minutes before we hit the air. Michael, you know the routine. I'll count you down from 3. I'll be listening to the intro, and then when it's ready, I'll count you down from 3.
Absolutely.
And have a great show, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
I have to go for 2 seconds. I want to put my socks on. Getting cold.
Oh, yeah, it's getting chilly. It's been chilly the last few days.
Damn, that's pretty good if she can put her socks on in 2 seconds.
When you're cold, you do things really quick.
You know it.
All right, less than 2 minutes. Let me make sure I'm recording the show. Yep.
Okay.
We're recording. We're good to go. Oh, and Julia, by the way, I spoke with Drew. They're going to make sure that they update the archives so that I can send Susie the link. Because she didn't want the actual file. She wants the link to the archives, and so I've got that under control as far as getting everything.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, about 90 seconds.
Okay. Oh heck! Well, look looking at my computer. I have Travis's phone number stuck to it on a sticky note. Yeah.
Yeah, they're driving down from Maine, and then they'll eventually stop here, and just for the night. This way they can relax. And I'm gonna make the steaks for Travis and seafood for Audrey.
Well, tell Audrey I said hello and give her my love.
I definitely will. That's May. I don't want to say the date, but it's sometime in May.
Yeah.
All right, stand by. We have 30 seconds before your intro begins.
Weather events, Amber Alerts, or other emergencies in your area. With critical information from local sources you know and trust, you can be in the know, wherever you are. For more information, visit ready.gov/alerts. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the KGRA Digital Broadcasting Station, Salt Lake City, Utah, Van Buren, Arkansas.
And now,
Intro has begun, so stand by.
Already.
This is the Starborn Connection.
Oops, I better turn that down.
I shut everything off.
Join your hosts, Michael Austin Melton and Julie.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, everyone across the United States and around the world. You are listening to the Starborn Connection radio show right here on KGRA, your connection to anything and everything UFO, paranormal, anything you want in the quote-unquote weird sciences that we love. Tonight, we've got a great show lined up for you. I was going to, and I don't know whether I said it in the advertisement, but I was going to present some more information from Ilona and Ivana Podraska from Ollie the Alien that they channel. But in reading it, it is so... how can I say, it is so intertwined and difficult to read from the sheet that I have to sit down and go over it and make sure that I'm saying what it's supposed to say. So I will get that to you either next week or the week after, depending on how things work out here in the personal life. Anyway, our show tonight's great. We have a tremendous guest. Julia, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Wonderful. Good to have you here. Bill, how are you?
Doing great.
Bill
it's a pleasure to be
Skywatcher,
here.
our producer.
And we're also live on YouTube, so everybody that's listening and on YouTube and watching, looking forward to having a great show tonight with the guest, Ben Davis.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's get into it now. Now, they say the government mind control is real. Over the past few decades, we have learned about MK-Ultra, Project Monarch, LSD research in the late 50s and early 60s, and conspiracy theorists insist that Martin Luther King, John F. Kennedy, and Bobby Kennedy were assassinated by Manchurian candidates. I share in that belief. Moving closer to our subject matter tonight, let's take a look at individuals who are manipulated and tortured by means of electronic harassment, psychotronic torture, or electromagnetic torture, which are just different names for the same form of mind control or surveillance techniques used to transmit sounds and thoughts into people's heads, affect people's bodies, and harass people. Individuals who claim to experience this call themselves targeted individuals, and many have joined support and advocacy groups, in order to bring this info into public awareness. Wikipedia says that these intrusive processes include hearing voices in their heads, calling them by name, often mocking them or others around them, as well as physical sensations like burning. They have also described being under physical surveillance by one or more people. Now, many of these people act and function otherwise normally, and included among them are people who are successful in their careers and lives otherwise, as is our guest tonight. But they're finding these experiences confusing, upsetting, and sometimes shameful, but entirely real. Tonight we'll be talking to an individual we've come to trust. He's an official member of the Starborn Connection VIPs, having been on our show already, talking about the incident at Fort Polk. For a hint, he has written a book about targeted individuals and artificial intelligence, which is a very interesting title. Targeted individuals versus artificial intelligence. Sorry about that. Very fascinating title. It's in the form of an expose filled with supported facts you will not believe, but they are indeed to be believed, and you will log off of the KGRA website with a whole new perspective, and it will be fueled tonight by our guest, Mr. Ben Davis. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Ben. He is an author and a writer. He studied creative writing, earning a BFA, a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree from Full Sail University. Ben, in his own words, says, at 62 and still living in this world that has become a daily chore to exist upon, one has to be wary of what you don't know or what you don't want to know. Once you discover how corrupt this planet has become, you may want to ask me how to survive the end game. Ben was also in the United States Army and worked as a combat engineer. He was stationed at Fort Polk, Louisiana, served in the 5th Infantry Division, 1st Brigade, 7th Combat Engineer Battalion. He graduated training on March 28, 1975. Happens to be the day the Vietnam War officially ended. A few years back, Ben discovered that he may have been part of a top-secret project that changed his life forever. Acquiring his Army personnel records, he discovered he was discharged as under other than honorable conditions. Ben was then convinced without a doubt that he was part of a top-secret project the Army decided to cover up. And that was the subject of his first book, The Incident at Fort Polk. He made his story public on November 30th, 2011, on The Kevin Smith Show. Now, Ben is seeking the truth in order to recover his honor and dignity that was purposely destroyed by Army secrets our nation is unaware of to this day. He was given a task to write a book that would stop the wars and the military's quest to rule the world 50 years after the incident took place. And according to Ben, he tells us that time is upon us now. Ben, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. That was a very good introduction.
Well, thank you, sir. I've got A's in all my English classes. But anyway.
Okay. Well,
of course, someone else wrote the introduction, though.
Yeah. That's it took me years to put it all together. In fact, the first time I even heard about Facebook was probably 2004 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
And I had been on MySpace, which was really the first, social network kind of thing. And then all of a sudden Facebook took over. I still have MySpace, but I don't know how they survive. I think they're all intertwined. To be very
I haven't been on MySpace in, I think, over a decade. Wow.
Well, let me get this out before I forget by the end of the show. I want to say hi to Doris Neely, who's the mom of the publisher, Neely Worldwide Publishing, who helped me try to get this book out sooner than later. And I was heavily targeted electronically to prevent that. And I wrote it in the book a little bit exactly how that happened. And basically this book is facts, not fiction, not supposition or anything else, but it's directly from the Google Patents section. And I mean, even after I had gotten most of the content that I felt was needed, then I started seeing changes. It was immediate. The links that I provided for tonight's show is just a scratch of the surface. And I wrote in the book it was like 500 or 600 or something patents, but now it's up to 100 or something thousand.
Wow.
It's exponentially growing. And also, a couple of weeks ago, I was with Michael Vera on the L&M Radio Network. They do a live, show too, and they had a guest, Dr. Michael Sala, and he's
Michael Sala. Know him well.
Yeah. And I texted in as a chat member a question that has something to do with the patents because I have yet to see anybody put this out. And his response was to the question, are patents part of the Trump disclosure, so to speak? And he had said that Trump has already secretly signed a memorandum to disclose certain patents that are going to lead to disclosure. What that is, nobody knows. But this was right after I had sent it all to the publisher. That now these links that I provided for your chat room people to look as we talk became exponential. It went from 500 or 600 to hundreds of thousands,
Wow.
and the web pages are different now, and the dates even changed. So there's a lot of supposition as to exactly what we're allowed to see and what we're going to see.
Now, Ben, for those people who aren't in the chat room but who are listening around the world, can you, at the end of the show, can you give the URLs to those sites?
Well, I could just say it right now.
Oh, sure. Okay.
If you go to Google Patents and type in keywords, mind control, remote wireless communication, biological application programming interface, those three keywords will bring you up hundreds, if not thousands, of pages of patents, all related. And if you're not a patent researcher, you're going to be befuddled. Really. It's mind-boggling how they have now changed that older format, which I have in my book. I'm talking about overnight.
Wow.
From what Dr. Salah had said. And now I'm like, wow. Maybe I should rewrite this, but no, I'm not. I'm going to leave it as is because
that's good.
I've been 41 years in the following of gathering all this information, and I never really figured it out until this past year or so that I have been targeted. Now, what is a targeted individual? That's somebody that is purposely harassed, attacked in every format that you can imagine, whether it's wireless or physical. And it's because the people are already wired around the entire planet. How many is unknown? I would say more in the more populous areas, the major cities. And what we see from the mainstream media is all fake. And President Trump, of course, is not one of the old cabal, old warlord or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
And that's where we're going from there.
Yeah, I think it's impressive that people are misunderstanding him. He is not a politician, therefore, his approach is completely different. And I think the people in Washington are kind of like, slapping themselves, saying, "What the hell's going on here?" And so it's a good thing, I think, if he exposes that stuff.
Yep.
Now, the book. Okay. Targeted Individuals versus Artificial Intelligence. What does that title cover?
It covers pretty much my surmise of what a targeted individual is. And I've been studying this for years. And when I went to college, back to college, and I've got several areas that I've been educated in, even since high school. Architecture for 2 years, web design for 2 years, programming C++ for 2 years, and now I'm on a Mac, which is difficult. And so the processing part of gathering information, what I learned in college at Full Sail University, is creative writing for entertainment. That's the genre. And when I was about done, I had 3 or 4 classes left. My wife came down with breast cancer, and of course, end result was double mastectomy, and it's difficult to try to understand why I was being attacked by somebody that I've married and loved. Of course, it was second marriage a long time ago from the first one, but it's then you go into the pharmaceuticals and the American Medical Association. And then you got, the FDA, Food and Drug Administration. Mm-hmm. And what I came to conclusion in that book was we're all being poisoned, so to speak, by 3 basic chemicals in every prescription that you see on television, mainstream media news ads. It's all about drugs. I don't care what it is. It's still this: arsenic, cyanide, and sodium cyanide. And then I got through all that, and then I realized what the mainstream media is all about. It's all about entertainment. They're entertaining us, no matter what it is. And then it led to the research that I ran across was from the podcast that I was given permission to transcribe and publish, and of course I've done that. And it's very exact. And what you see in each chapter leads up to chapter 8, which is he became a target himself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a really very important chapter, because you will see examples of what and how this invisible, remote, wireless communication does to you, which is everybody that you see on breaking news now. You know, you got the shooter in Orlando Pulse Club almost a year ago, the day I published my first book. And, you know, it's Gay Day, and it's a gay club. Did it really happen? That's the question.
Yeah. The big thing is that the school shooting up in New England. I forget what the name of it was, but there's big doubts about that, because they found the same few people at several other, major shootings that have been broadcast. So, there's this feeling that there might be actors involved there, which means
crisis actors. Yeah. And that's just a prime example of what you don't see. It's hurting you. And these people are so caught up into the social media of what this is all about. So, for example, the first link I gave y'all was the physical neural network liquid state machine utilizing nanotechnology. And of course, this was patented in 2002. And it said that the chemtrail started about 98.
Mm-hmm.
And one of your questions earlier was about, well, do you get these from shots? Well, it's possible. It might be the main chips, the nano size. I'm talking about atom size. It's so massively put out in images of this. If your people in the chat room are looking at it, click on the link and scroll down below the abstract, and you'll see 29 images. And you can twist them and turn them any way you want to look. You can print them. And it's so simple that only an architect can understand that, or better yet, an engineer is the person that an architect does this for.
Right.
Now, I'm a little of both. So I do kind of try to understand it, but then you have the abstract. In one sentence, it's like 12 lines. How can you speak that? Well, let me give you an example. Here's the abstract. A physical neural network is disclosed, which comprises a liquid state machine. The physical neural network is configured from molecular connections located within a dielectric solvent between presynaptic and postsynaptic electrodes thereof, such that the molecular connections are strengthened or weakened according to an application of an electric field or a frequency thereof, to provide physical neural network connections thereof. I got to take a breath.
I can tell.
A supervised learning mechanism is associated with a liquid state machine, whereby connections, strengths of the molecular connections are determined by presynaptic and postsynaptic activity, respectively associated with the presynaptic and postsynaptic electrodes, wherein the liquid state machine comprises a dynamic fading memory mechanism. Now, what does that mean? That's the abstract.
Wow.
It's beyond most normal people's understanding.
I must be normal.
I have no idea either what you just said.
I know,
It's incredible.
but I'm just telling it like it is, and it's there. When you buy the book, and the ebook especially, you can just click on the links, and it'll take you to the Google Patents page that'll show you all these diagrams. And in fact, I'll click on one right now, and I'll show you what I see.
Now, I got a question for you, Ben. You mentioned earlier, I'm sorry, Julia, that how were these candidates chosen? You said that it's pretty much widespread throughout the globe. Are they using people that may be considered expendable as for an experimentation process? And what about those that are specifically targeted and maybe in the fields of, say, the media or some other manipulative platform that they can be used as a means to whatever agenda that they're trying to get to?
Yeah, great question.
Yeah, let me go to this patent. It's called the Social Network Driven Indexing System for instantly clustering people with concurrent focus on same topic into on-topic chat rooms and or for generating on-topic search results tailored to user preferences regarding topic. That's Facebook. That's any chat room, including YouTube or MySpace or any social media, tweet, Twitter, and the abstract for that. Man, if I can hold this breath long enough, hang on one sec. Okay. A machine implemented, see, it all says machine, right? A machine implemented social networking system builds up and repeatedly refreshes a hierarchy tree containing topic nodes. New nodes are added as new topics emerge in online public forums. Each topic node can link to an on-topic real-time chat room whose occupants are currently discussing the topic of the node. Another breath. A chat room can be pointed to by more than one node if the room is discussing multiple topics. Rooms can migrate from node to node as room topic dynamically changes. A system user who explicitly or inferentially wishes to be invited into a chat room, which is on topic with what the user is currently focused upon, can do so by use of a node-seeking automated process. Another breath. The process, I know, it's really hard to understand. The process operates in the background and seeks out nodes of the hierarchy tree that currently have topics appearing to be the same as or similar to what topics the user appears to have in mind. Content browsing experience of the user is enhanced by addition of an invitations displaying subsystem that automatically invites him or her to co-compatible chat rooms, currently discussing topics the user appears to have in mind. It says right there, in mind.
Wow.
One more sentence. One of the many topics that a user may inferentially have in mind is that of being at a given location as reported by the user's GPS and wondering what best to do at that location and time. That's mind-boggling.
That is mind-boggling. Does that mean that even people who aren't involved in the chat room at one moment can be made join the chat room and manipulate information?
Well, what it does is if you see the part about the node, now ask yourself this: what is a node? In the computer world, it's a canister.
Right.
It's where data is stored or metadata is stored. And what they've done is they've mapped out your brain electrically, electromagnetically, and this is just the beginning of profiling a person under topics and subtopics, and it automatically generates new topics to keep it going. In other words, it's a distraction.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Keeps people involved when, kind of like off guard.
So are they using these programs to target people specifically for, let's say, the EMF, electromagnetic, like where they get headaches? Is this where they're finding people?
some of the research that I've done, it's really, really very difficult to understand because you really have to be daggum near genius to figure this out. It's the autopoietic network system endowed with distributed artificial intelligence for the supply of high volume, high speed, multimedia, telesthesia telemetry, telekinesis, telepresence, telemanagement, telecommunications, and data processing services.
Whew, man.
I mean, they're talking about they can read your mind.
That's just about every way to get in there, too.
And they can make things happen. I mean, telekinesis is I'm supposed to be able to make you bend over and drop your keys. And I've talked about that before. I have been able to do that. I can't read your mind, but the machine is telling me wirelessly, remotely, or from a satellite to begin with, what is going to happen to you in the future. So they kept me on my path for 41 years, pretty much.
That is, it's unbelievable. Wow. Now, how can one, how can one tell, for example, if someone thinks that they might be, how can one tell that there's something strange going on like that within their minds or within their brains?
The first thing you have to do is recognize the fact that you are wired right off the bat. Everybody is. And if you don't read what I have in the book to prove that, you're just going to doubt it. You're going to be a skepticist. You're going to doubt things. And then all of a sudden they'll pull the gaslighting on you. God, where did I just put my lighter down? I smoked cigarettes and, man, God, you're looking around for 10 minutes and all of a sudden it's right where you left it. 99.9% of the time, it's right where you left it. Wow. That's gaslighting, yeah. They talk about that in podcasts.
That's kind of frightening because that happens to me a lot.
It happens to me too.
I think all of us.
I thought it was just, they call it brain forts.
Well, let me tell you about the time travel part. Okay. I used to be a smoker a long time ago. I smoked for 30 years. I'm 62 now. So 12 years ago, I had problems of being targeted. And it had a lot to do with an invention that I was working on during dial-up speed. It was audio, video streaming of a foosball game. And I ran it right through the dial-up internet to my home, which I used as a server at the time. I had gotten highly technical, so to speak. And it was called fooscams.com. And then out of nowhere, a lot of people came into my life. My sister got huge amounts of money for renovating and updating the Daytona Beach area apartments, which were run down by, transients or runaways, things like that. And the properties became depleted. And so my sister's family got involved. And sure enough, all of a sudden, all these people came out of it. And they were, skilled tradesmen, and I hired a whole heck of a lot of them. It was like $21 million worth of, money, bank money.
Yeah, wow.
And it got to the point where I was so distracted and so, diverted, so to speak, that I couldn't put my finger on it. And at the same time, I was doing the research and trying to keep up with this patent, and all of a sudden, I got taken down. This is part of the program that I'm writing about, is the takedown program. It's run by the artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
And I got taken down, and the patent was never filed. The idea was stolen. I was given a Yahoo gaming server with administrative privileges and access, and I worked on it for 3 years, and I finally went live with it. That's when all this stuff crashed down on me. It was after 9/11. And so it's just funny, but I left my cell phone at home the day that happened, and I had to drive all the way back from Titusville, about 40 minutes, and this house in the middle of the woods next to the apartments that I was staying in. It's one of my sister's new acquirements, and I saw over 24 white cars with black, windows on them, and I went, "What the heck's going on?"
Wow.
They had an emergency meeting, and I suspected, something going on all along, and sure enough, I caught them off guard because they didn't know where I was at without my phone.
Jeez.
That's how much they've improved since then.
Wow.
The wireless communications are all over the place, except for in deep, dense woods and, federal lands and stuff like that.
All right. I just want to remind everybody, if you're tuning in now, you're listening to the Starborn Connection radio show, and we're live right on KGRA, DB, Internet Radio, Alternative Talk, the connection for everything UFO and paranormal. So let's get back to the show.
I actually have a question for Ben, quick. Ben,
Sure.
A lot of people might say they're being paranoid. Maybe they're actually, there's an awareness that they're actually under some type of surveillance, or like you mentioned in the book, you might find a cup of coffee outside your door on top of your car, like somebody was there, but you didn't see them. And,
Right.
and then maybe being misdiagnosed of having mental illness to the point where now they're totally been broken down, only to find out that this has all been part of a mind control experiment. So how does one separate that?
That's heavy. When I realized finally through the data asylum website that the clues were out in the open, that perhaps the creators of such patents did sign up for this stuff, and they had to get it out without damaging themselves or violating a disclosure agreement and further damaging themselves.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, it's a crime to do something like that. And our government has so much, made a law against everything that we're no longer free at all. I mean, if you become a convicted felon, which is a third degree, could be anything from, what do you call it, a domestic problem. They could go to third degree. And even a domestic problem or a DUI, you're a convicted felon, you can't vote. And of course, Trump won the election for the president of the United States, and it's so obvious that everything that they're trying to say against him and bring him down, it's not real. I mean, do we really know the actual vote count? Well, did y'all know how many people actually signed up and applied to be in the running for the president of the United States last election?
Right.
Take a wild guess.
I know of 3 who were not, really publicly known. How many do you think there were?
There was over 1,100.
Wow.
And of course, they set up the laws where you got to produce $5 million to be on the ticket.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all control. It's all about control. Now, is this artificial intelligence real? Of course it is. Are we all being controlled? Of course we are.
I guess in one way or another we are, because, the simple fact that we watch the news and watch TV.
Yeah.
That's one way that, control can be introduced.
That's true. But how do you stop that? That's the big question.
I was just going to ask that.
Yeah. Turning off the tube.
Well, that's one way. But, and I've said before in other disclosures that I saw the Vault 7 powers, so to speak, back in 1993 when I went to my 20-year high school reunion. I saw it in a federal car from a guy that I went to school with in junior high school. And we used to smoke weed together, and I was going to bring one up and burn one with it. Oh, what do you do, Joe? Oh, I'm a federal agent. Oh, and went back in my pocket. Yeah. And we lit, show and tell. He showed it to me, cranked up his car, AC at about 60 degrees, pushed in the fax machine in the glove box, pulled out a laptop. I didn't even never saw one before, in 93. They weren't even out yet.
Right.
And he pulls up a map, graphic of the, the Northern Hemisphere. He was in control of all the drug trafficking into America from the equator up. And he showed me 3 planes in operation. The military was running, and he even pulled up a dialogue box that showed, there was $700 and some odd $1,000 in cash. It was 350 kilos of cocaine on it, 250 pounds of weed. And then the numbers started spilling out. What's it doing? It's counting the money in the airplane, dude.
Wow.
And I said, wow. And he gets rid of the map and shows it's all of a sudden it's focusing in a live feed from the airplane, the back of the head of the pilot and the co-pilot, and where it was headed, Fort Knox, Kentucky.
Wow. Unreal.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So how long has it been in the public? Well, I would say roughly around 9/11. That was supposed to have been the first false flag takedown of the people, and it went awry. There are benevolent ETs that are helping.
Yeah, I was wondering where the ET connection was, because I know it's there. They're either complicit or they're on our side, one or the other.
Well, let's just say a third of the human species has got some kind of ET. And 2 out of 3 people have DNA in them that are extraterrestrial.
What
Interesting.
What about the blood? The blood types?
The blood type it's the Rh negative, which is probably the Dracos, the Greys. But there's different kinds of Greys. There's just so many of them. And even if that's real, you got to wonder, why did they even implicate MK Ultra to begin with? Well, if you go back to what was it, the Majestic 12, the MJ12 project, and I researched a lot of that, and the guy that wrote the story about that was called the Matrix Documents by Valdemar Valerian. Of course, that's a fake name, and of course he was offered regional director of MUFON, and he went to England when he just said, I can't do this anymore, telling lies. And of course, I was interviewed by MUFON in 1999, and I was even told my daughter was an implanted embryo.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I predicted it to happen 18 years before it happened. That's because I was shown the future. I was allowed to remember certain things. And during this span of time, now 41 years, that I would see signs and I would recognize certain things that would awaken the memory. So is it BT or is it military? I have yet decided that, but I do know this. We are all wired right now as I'm talking to you.
I got a quick question. Is there any relation to abductees that claim to have implants, and then at the same time they seem to have some type of telepathic communication or connection to these extraterrestrials? Is it possible that then after they go through that experience, they're then taken to, say, a secret laboratory or my labs to analyze these implants and the methods that were conducted on these abductees? And then at that point, their minds are wiped out of the memory in order to learn about the technology.
An interesting question, yeah.
That was a long one. I can just basically say this. I personally don't recall anything like that, but I do have memories of being on a spacecraft, of being older, and it's possible I could have already had a life on another timeline as part of a secret space program or a secret army, which is what I'm alleging to here in this book, and re-implanted, back in time. It was like an instant to me. And when I was debriefed, so to speak, is when I was interviewed in book 1 by the ABC agencies and told certain things. There's 4 hours I do not remember. And, and do we have that technology? Probably. I mean, I'll give you an example. Back in the 90s, and I live in Daytona Beach, it's not even an hour away from the Kennedy Space Center. I had a friend of mine who was CIA-trained assassin. he was in Vietnam until 1981. Of course, the war ended in 75.
Right.
And his job was to keep drugs coming to America. So a lot of it has to do with the drugs. And on top of that, the nanobots, I had symptoms once a year, every year, when he and I, his name was Slammer, he and I recognized at the same time, it was like around Halloween time. I always had these things popping out of my arm. And then one day it got caught in my hair. I got hairy arms. And he said, hold on, he got some tape, and we went inside and looked under his Toys R Us microscope. What it was, it blew me right out of the water. What I saw, and that's when I ran into this website about the data asylum and how to do the red wine test. I actually bought an expensive, photo, video capture software in it, microscope, and I did my own test, and it blew me right out of the water. It made me sick to my stomach for a week. Because I know what's inside of us, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Ben, I have a question from the chat room I want to get to you.
Sure.
Libertas wants to know, what entities of the government are participating in the programs you were referring to?
Well, I can't really put a finger on them because I've never been able to see them. I just feel them. And even then, is it mind control? Are they pushing the nodes in my brain because that's what they want to hear? And that's the final chapter in the book. It's called "This is What You Want to Hear," and it'll explain it as exact as you can get to any questions. I mean, there's so many. Claim over 900 in our galaxy. There's like 30 or 80 something here on the surface or under the surface, and I mean, it's so vast of a topic that it's called a distraction. Are they even real? Well, I seem to think they are. Or I wouldn't have gone through book one thinking that, well, if I tell a story about Ben Davis and what happened to me all these years and all these crazy things happening to me, and it boils down to now I found out what the truth is. Will disclosure happen? They are probably going to start out slowly. That's what I think.
Probably, yeah, I agree with you. In part, I think disclosure has already taken place, especially among, our crowd, people who, have either experience or have been heavily, involved in this field, I guess I can say. But one thing I wanted to ask, coming to my mind is the story of Frank Olson, the guy, I think he was a CIA operative who was under mind control, and I think he was going to blow the whole thing. He was going to talk about it, and they kind of forced him to act like he had a mental disorder. He was in a mental hospital, and then he wound up jumping out. I think it was the 19th floor window. What's the fatality power here? Can they actually make you do things like that?
Well, I've always said to myself that I'm immune to that. Certain people probably get to that point where, for example, John T. Vasquez, he wrote the book Incident at Fort Benning. And he had another witness by the name of Command Sergeant Major James Norton. And he had been to a doctor a week before he horribly died. I mean, everything failed. He even had stage 4 leukemia, everything. So I don't doubt anything that our old cabal or old military has done. And I do believe that there was a secret military under the military. I mean, being a combat engineer and trained in every field possibilities and stuff like that, I've seen enough and I've done enough. And I'll tell you this, there is no other possible way to not have one, because every military offensive has a plan A, a plan B, all the way to Z. And that's fact. It's in every conflict they've ever had. Now, how can they get around the Constitution? Well, you can't buy them out. They've been bought out since forever. Obama fired like almost 200 of the top, brass that they have. And if you look at what Trump's going through right now, he's got the best they had on his staff. So don't you think that what he's done recently, everybody, including the mainstream media, are saying, he did this, he did that. That is exactly what I wrote about from the podcast that I got permission to, and it explains it in black and white what is exactly going on. They're all mind controlled, but there's also a way to not be mind controlled. And we can talk about that on the next hour.
Okay. I have a couple more questions from the chat room. Person named Susan wants to know, you stated 2/3 of the population has alien DNA, but her question is that 2/3 of the population does not have Rh negative blood factors.
Well, I can only say what I have been. I have secret communications with others that I won't go public with, and of course, if we're going to beat this thing, there's a lot of things I can't disclose. And whether they want to keep on attacking me, they can. I mean, they've tried all they have, and I feel it. My dog lets me know that. She'll climb up on top of me when my wife goes to work in the morning and snuggle. She's never done that 7 years, ever. And she hears things. She can smell things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I believe it.
Maybe it's another dimension. But I'm not an expert in the blood types. It's just the people that I acquire information from, a little bit of intel shows me these things. And of course, they're believable because, it's what you want to hear. It's not what I want to see.
Now, Libertas also asks, are you aware of other people from or in the military that are going through what you are?
Yes. I have a daughter. She's in the Air Force. Now, last Christmas she came here with her second grandbaby of mine. I got to meet him. They had, a blast. She was on maternity leave, or Christmas leave. And when she went back, she showed me the chip in her arm. And then she came back for vacation just a month ago. And it's been removed. And she couldn't wait to get out. And now she tells me, I'm going to make it a career, Dad. And I said, why is that? He says, I have this feeling. I said, well, then here's your feeling. Here's your feeling. And I told her, well, you remember when you told me when you were like a freshman, you wanted to join the ROTC program and you wanted to go to Air Force Academy, it's the smartest college on the planet and so on. Yeah. And I kind of, she knew about my past and she knew about this and that, and the other. And she said, well, Dad, if you can't beat them, join them. And I said, I agree with her. So this time I said, well, are there really any jobs out here? Has Trump really corrected anything yet? Is there going to be, let's make America great again? And I said, well, you know what? If you can't beat them, join them. That's what I told her.
Interesting. Wow.
Wow.
Well, look at it this way. She's an MP. That's all they had to offer. That's all they've been offering. Unless you're a combat engineer and very intelligent. You're going to get one of those, IEDs blown up in your face, if any other thing. But out here in the public world, if you quit the military, at 6 years, she's already almost a third into the pension plan. And cops are going to be the first target if the SHTF hits, And I says, you're better off being there because there's nothing out here.
Now,
and I agree with it.
Ben, if one is to believe that, say, MK Ultra, the experiments that happened that ended supposedly in the 70s, if they were continuing the project, what do you think the purpose would be? Are they trying to, say, create a super soldier or use them as TIs in a spy capacity? What do you
You
think?
know, it's I get your answer on this one. It's and I read it earlier. Um, the mind control is to control the populace, and how deep that goes all the way up the ladder to Congress. It even goes as far back as World War II, before the end of World War II, and Operation Paperclip, where we set up all along for the Germans to come over here and take over America. That's possible. The time travel, was that possible? That's possible. There's so much at stake here that the entire human species will one day no longer be able to function because this machine is turning human against human. It is race war. It is gay. I mean, for Christ's sake, I was a track star. I admired, what's his name? Bruce Jenner?
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on. How mind control can you get? I mean, he was my idol. I was a track star. And now I'm going, who the heck are you? And that's where I'm at. And where you go, as far as anybody else is concerned, you have anti-Trump, you got Republicans against Democrats, you got libertarians, you got leftists, rightists, in between the middleists, anything you want to call it. and then we got to go back one more step. You have to go back to what the medical society is doing to everybody. You know what I said earlier? We're all being poisoned to dumb the brain down so we cannot respond. So this nanotechnology gets built up. It's not like you see in Hollywood, well, I'm going to turn into a zombie and, it's not going to be like that. It takes decades to set up, you're talking about nano size, atom size network. And I'll pull up a patent that'll show you how that works later on.
Wow. Now, fake news is all tied into this too, as well as the possibility that news anchors might also be plants and everything that goes on in mainstream media to propagate some type of discourse so that people can take sides and we can have this divisiveness that's going on, specifically in our country right now.
Yeah. Well, let me give you an example here. All right. Do you remember the movie by John Carpenter called They Live?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. It's a classic. It starts out, with a small group of scientists in the background discovered quite by accident signals being sent. Then it breaks up a little bit, that artificially induced. These are the clues. AI, artificially induced state of consciousness. They were talking about this in 1988. And then further on, when he discovers the glasses, you see more things are coming out. The poor and the underclass are growing. They are keeping us at bay as long as they are not discovered. I mean, all these little clues they knew about in the 80s. So then to be normal, and he puts the glasses on, you see these signs everywhere. They're different kind of glasses. It filters the frequency to keep you dumbed down, to keep you asleep. You're looking at a picture of Come to Caribbean and it says marry and reproduce. Or a men's apparel sign says no independent thought, closeout sale, says consume. And then he goes by all these links of signs that are everywhere on the buildings. You got work 8 hours, sleep 8 hours, play 8 hours, conform, submit, stay asleep, watch TV, obey, sleep. And then it goes on to even say more. Before he realizes, man, these are aliens right in front of me. God, you're an ugly sucker, right? And then he's at a magazine stand. And in the magazines, when he puts the glasses on, it says, doubt humanity, obey authority, follow, no ideas, honor apathy, follow, surrender, stay asleep, no independent thought, watch TV. I mean, John Carpenter knew something.
That's
And
pretty, yeah.
And this is what led to me to the Data Asylum website. If everybody goes to dataasylum.com and clicks on what he's trying to say, that's in book 1. And it's like in the colored version, when he is looking at it, you'll see in the background a golf magazine, Let It Teach You. And then there's Edgar Cayce on ESP. And then there's another book that says Bermuda Triangle. And then Two of a Kind, Austin Strangler. So money is your God. I mean, all these clues just add up, and they keep adding up. In part 2, I'll tell you some more about what we can see right now on television that gives you these keywords.
Ben, another question I have is, some people say that we are existing in a matrix, in an artificial environment, and basically, reality is such that it's being created for us. Does that have anything to do with the mind control situation?
Kind of hard to say. I would like to believe that I'm in a real world, but it's being manipulated through the mind control. And the artificial intelligence has not learned enough yet. In other words, Skynet has not been launched. It takes a lot more time.
So eventually, we will all be kind of like these mindless robots, or just people that are doing things that they're told to do, or is that not a good description?
Well, if you go to the author of Singularity, he'll explain it more. Or even so, Wes Penry papers. I've read all of his stuff.
Wes Penry, yeah.
Yeah, he's got like 5,000 pages of it. It's all put together. I don't agree with everything he says, but he's got the most out there. He won't do a live interview or anything like that. And he got the same information that I got separately, but from the same sources. All this information is out there. You just got to look for it. And you don't have to believe me because it's fact. And this is what this book is all about. It will show you. You just got to be smart enough to say, "Oh, this guy's a quack."
Well, no, I can't say that because you're presenting, 40 plus years of research that you've done.
All right.
I have been, kind of like myself, suspect of a lot of things out there in terms of, the mind control thing or, the matrix idea or whatever. There has to be, something going on for that to be, a popular subject matter, that a lot of people are starting to talk about. And even connecting it to, the UFOs and ETs that we love so dearly.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm still not convinced of the Matrix. I'm still not convinced of all of the mind control, but I can see the targeted individual is easy to control, including the cops. I mean, look at all the stuff you see on TV. I mean, people catch it on phones. They post it. This cop killed somebody. This, that, and the other. And they're innocent people. That's what I'm here for. I'm to awaken all you people and say, hey, look, don't believe me? Fine. You're going to be one of them.
Yeah, it seems like the cops are controlled because I never saw such beatings up for no reason at all. And I never saw that in all my years.
Have you ever considered the fact the IQ level a cop has to have? It's 80, dear, just above dummy.
Wow.
That's the minimum requirement.
Well, on that note, guys, we're going to have to go and sell some stuff to keep the station on the air.
Sure.
So
I gotta get some more coffee.
There you go. So we're going to go to a break. I want to remind everybody, and if you're just tuning in, you're listening to the Starborn Connection radio show, and we are live right here on KGRA. The contact for anything paranormal, UFO, abduction, you name it, we have the info. So we'll see you on the other side. Hang in there.
Clear.
All right.
Did you guys hear that audio just now?
What would you say?
No.
Oh, good. Thank God. Because I went to click on the Neely book, the publishing site, because Daryl Neely Sr. is in the chat room at KGRA, and he put the link. And I went to click on the link, and audio came bleeding through. And I'm
No.
like, oh
he had-
my.
Yeah, I didn't hear it.
Good.
He has the author page, and all of his website has L&M Radio Network streaming through it. So all you have to do is click the mute button on it.
Yeah.
You got to find out the embedded player in it or something like that.
It's Neely, Neely, worldwidepublishing.com. So Neely, worldwidepublishing.com for those that are interested in getting Ben's books. And I definitely will be visiting that site for your earlier books. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. All right. I will be right back, guys.
Okay,
Me
we
too.
have 2 minutes.
All right.
I think towards the end of the show, I have a quick meditation that I just learned, and it's real quick. It's like maybe a minute, and it's a protection from everything. All this stuff, negative entities. It's just an Archangel Michael protection. It's real fast, but I've been doing it every morning, and I feel great.
Cool. And you know what? There's people that are listening on KGRA and on the YouTube channel, so that's going to be great for everybody to hear that. Because you know what? I think meditation is important just to get a sense of a person's self and their surroundings and find peace within themselves. So I think meditation.
Yeah, I mean, it's like not a subject like I want to think about all the time, because then you're part of that. You have to get, rise above that. So you have your sovereignty. You have to get your sovereignty and your power back. And I'm sure Ben can help us how to do that. But I really want to put that meditation in.
Now, when you guys come back on the air, Michael, Julia, and Ben, I am going to go outside to change the battery on my camera so it doesn't die. So I will be here, but I'm going to run outside after I get you guys back on the air.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, I'm glad I had my mic muted. I got my shirt caught on my windscreen here.
Oh, my.
It made a pop noise. That, it would have. Jeez.
All right. We
I have to wear headphones because my wife, she works 6 days a week, and she's out by 9 o'clock. But it's a lot easier for her to sleep when you don't have any noise in the background.
Yeah, that's true.
We have 30 seconds. Both chats are really enjoying the show, by the way, everyone.
Fantastic.
Great.
And, these are a lot of topics that people always wonder about. And
yeah. No, you're not kidding. I mean, it's creepy. I'm telling you.
All right, we have 10 seconds, so stand by, everyone. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back to the Starborn Connection Radio Show right here on KGRA. We're here this evening with Ben Davis, who is talking about some pretty deep and scary stuff. And Julia, I think were you ready to ask a question?
Well, I wanted to contribute. I didn't know if I would do it. I was thinking of doing it at the end of the show, but I wanted to, because it's such a heavy subject, and I don't want to spread fear or anything like that, but I had a very short, maybe 1 or 2 minute protection prayer meditation that people can do in the morning and at night to protect themselves from this kind of stuff, as well as bad entities, but it could also protect them from the negative electricity, EMS, because people have to understand despite what's going on, if you believe it or not, we're very powerful individuals, and we have a sovereign right to create our own reality and our own heaven on earth, and not to be manipulated. So that's what I've been working on the past 7 or 8 months with Susie Byler. So I just wanted to do that 1 minute meditation that people can do if they're afraid of this, or they think they might be part of it. But remember that you're a sovereign human being and you have power. And you can do it through meditation, and meditating on your soul. Your what do you call it? You breathe in your soul. We did an episode on soul breathing with Max and Susie. So, can I do the meditation real fast? It's a minute.
Now, do you mind, Ben?
I don't mind. Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Take it away.
Okay. So you do the soul breathing. So you imagine your soul in a ball, and then you breathe through your abdomen, and you try to get, I think, 7 counts. And then you hold it. That's called the God space. You want to hold it for maybe 5 counts, and then breathe out through your mouth about 7 counts. And that's how you do it about a couple times till you really relax. And then you imagine the white light coming from the center of the universe, from source, beautiful white light, hitting your crown chakra and then going all through your body. And it also anchors you to the center of the earth. So you want to imagine maybe, and it can be any color you want, where your ankles are, maybe beams of light that anchor to the core of the earth, so you're grounded. And you're also imagining this huge ball, it's like an egg shape around your whole body. And it's white light, and it's emanating through your whole body. And then you call on Archangel Michael and his silver sword. He has a blue sword, but I guess he also has a silver one. And he comes with the silver sword, and you see him walking around you and and tapping with his silver sword. So you have a silver shield. It turns, you have the white light, and then on top of the white light, you have a layer of silver armor, like a silver shield above that. And then you call in Archangel Zekiel, and he brings in the violet flame, or the violet flame of Saint Germain. And you imagine that violet flame coming in from your crown chakra and engulfing on top of the silver shield. So you've got your white light in an egg shape around your body. Around that is a layer, the silver armor. And then after that, you imagine a flame, the violet flame, and you ask for protection from all your angels and your guides throughout the day. And you can do this in the morning and at night. It could be 50 seconds, a minute. And then, of course, in your meditations, I tend to verbalize my intentions and manifestations. And I really have great days. I mean, I'm usually pretty positive. I do wake up extremely depressed sometimes, and I get out of it right away because I do this. So that can help you. You really want to start, gaining your power and sovereignty back, because we own this earth, and all this other stuff, it's going to go away. I definitely believe we're ascending, but it's strong now because it knows it's lost, these organizations. I don't know, Ben, if you understand that. Like, they know they're losing, so it's more intense now. Uh-huh. I see it with a lot of personal friends. A lot of people are getting attacked from all this stuff. But, definitely I use that as protection. So go ahead, Ben. Sorry.
That's okay.
I get carried away with my stuff.
Yeah. Well, I studied the Mind Control Recovery podcast vehemently. And I got the clue from the Data Asylum website. And then I started writing down the names of the Hollywood flicks that weren't really great, movies. They were B-grade or so, made out of the United States. And it's not in control of Hollywood. And I'm not trying to be singling out people, but who owns Hollywood?
Yeah, right. That's always been a question.
Always been a question, and you could call it what you want, religion based or military or both, and you can go down any road with that. And so, for example, recently Steven Spielberg backed a series called Extent.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and it was on CBS. And after
It was a great show.
2 seasons, yeah, they dropped it. But if you read between the lines and the way it's explained, you can see and actually agree with what I'm trying to say is the clues are out there. They just don't want to get the people in trouble that are behind all this. And Halle Berry is an activist, and she's had problems throughout her life, and she had a launching of her, career in the early 2000s, and then you go to Netflix. Netflix has every kind of sci-fi you can ever think of. In fact, they had one called Humans. Those are the artificial intelligence in android bodies. Of course, they got oil and not blood, but the clues are still there. You're always there. For example, back to the They Live. I mean, when Roddy Piper saw all these words, and then he goes into a shop, and they're half of them are saying, "Oh, there he is. He's got glasses on," and then he gets attacked outside by 2 cops, which were alien, and he beats them up because that's what he did in the day, and Mr. Wrestler. And then he grabs a gun, he goes into a bank. There's a clue, the bank, and half of them in there are ETs, and he shoots the ETs up, but leaves the humans alone. There's a clue right there.
Mm.
And so he goes outside, and there's a drone sitting up there. When did they come out with drones? I mean, holy cow! Carpenter had some very good intel. So, and all these secret space program, the whole thing is this: you gotta follow the money.
Always, yeah.
You have to ask the question: where is the Social Security money at? Well, they kind of figured you'd be dead by age 62. I can now retire. I'm not going to get crap for the rest of my life, and I can still work full time. Well, I'm getting too old to do that, and I do very physical work. I'm talking the last job I did was 145 days in a row, hanging 54-inch vinyl wall covering in hotels. It's good money. It's $2-3 grand a week. And where is that money? Well, have you ever asked yourself, every time I get a paycheck, it's gone before I even get it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, something went wrong with the car. I got double billed for some reason. Don't you get it? I mean, I went to an auto place, and the guy, family, so to speak, he fixed, I have a 2-year-old van with 60,000 mile warranty. It hit 62,000 miles, and check engine light comes on.
Oh, yeah, I've had that
I
happen.
have the Cadillac. The same thing happened to me $3,000 later.
That's not gaslighting. That's actual fact. So don't you think they know that they can program a computer to do that, or the AI can attack that remotely? Well, can they? Well, I would say yes, because the brain of a vehicle today is wireless, right straight from the satellite. They can make you turn your car and crash. Or, for example, like this. I'm driving down I-10, left Houston. It's pouring down rain. There's 4 lanes of traffic headed eastbound. I'm on the inside lane, which is where the retainer wall is. And then the guy in the lane next to me and 2 cars up starts spinning sideways because somebody in front of him was going sideways. And they're going in every direction. What do? Well, super soldier kicks in. And I get over into the emergency lane next to the wall, and here's a pickup truck. And I said, "Don't move," and it didn't move. And the guy had his door open. He was just sitting there. And when I drove past, I looked in the side mirror, and boom, it fell off the wall. Really. These kinds of things happen to me all the time. And it is what it is.
Now, Ben, one thing that I wanted to ask, I read, and I forget when I read this, but I did read it about, mind control of children. Is that a fact? Do they actually, innocent children, do they mind control them?
Well, in my first book, I inserted an article from Finland, doctors that wrote this in 1999. It's called implants. And it even stated that they had been putting implants into human babies when they're born in the United States, starting off with the mind control program in 1947.
Wow. Yeah.
Now here's an example.
And now you're wondering about the technology too. How can they do that?
Oh, of course, yeah. Also, why I'm not perceptible to them is I was born in a house, not in a hospital, in 1955. The hospital was not open. Now, when we give birth to a child, the excitement, the pain, and the agony, and all that stuff, they take the baby and they hand it to the nursing staff to clean it up. While you get stitched up, and the husband's going, "Oh my God, I saw my first baby born." I remember that, and I kept my eye on the nursing staff because my baby looked like a wet mullet going around and around. Man, she was looking right at me and couldn't see, but she knew that was me. And then my sister comes in, and she's got tears in her eyes. That's the best birthday present you could have given me. Same birthday, by the way, my poor sister. And I moved my eyes from watching my child being born.
Wow.
And ever since, I've never been able to show her how to do anything, tell her how to do anything. I know how to do it, Daddy. I'll get a bicycle with training wheels. I don't need those. When are you going to let go? I'm standing 30 feet behind her. I take her to the skating rink. I could do this, Daddy, and she never fell down ever. I mean, things like that. And what really got to me was when she was of age, third grade, I think. She was becoming more and more aware, and it was a new school. We had moved or relocated, and so teacher-parent day came about, and they're going to show off what they do. And the first thing I noticed, my ears pricked up really heavily, my hair on my arm stood up, is I noticed a camera in the room. 2 weeks after school had started, I had introduced a teacher to my daughter. And so this teacher was real nervous. It was obvious. She couldn't, not shut up. And she says, "Oh, Mr. Davis, I just wanted to let you know that we were awarded a grant from the federal government to monitor our class. And they chose your daughter to teach the class in third grade."
Oh my God.
And I didn't say anything except, okay, that's cool. And I knew right away that I've been being watched all along. And of course, she's always been a straight A student. I could never, ever have a problem getting her up and ready for school. I can do that. I can feed myself, Daddy. Holy cow. I mean, she was there every single day, her whole life, including all the way through, her senior year. She went to Daytona Beach State College, got her AA degree almost. I think she was a couple of classes short, but, she went into the Air Force directly since then. Now, those years that were lacking, she's always, I don't know if you call it underachiever or overachiever. I forget how that works. But y'all were talking about earlier how they can label you as schizophrenic.
Yep.
It goes with the DSM 3, 4, and 5 manuals now.
I have it on the bookshelf. Yep.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I do too. And they can actually label you if you say or do the wrong thing. And I have to be very, very careful on how I promote my life because I'm being targeted still. Just to get this book out was a massive operation. I had to unplug the internet hardline. I had to shut off the Wi-Fi just to get it done because I would transcribe 4 hours of a podcast, save the file as Word document, and I would wake up the next morning and I was back to square one.
You know something?
Daryl
Neely, the person, your publisher, he said that this book, because he mentioned this in the chat room just now, a few minutes ago, he said he went through a lot of issues with this book problems with his computer.
Wow.
Yeah, he had all kinds of things happening to him getting this book prepared for release.
I believe it.
Yes.
Oh yeah, even today.
Yeah. Now I got a question, a little different here on a different topic. What about weather modification? Is there any evidence that maybe chemtrails may be linked to this the release of nanotechnology?
I put that in the book. It's it's right after the podcast, and it's called. Hey a minute, I'm scrolling through it right now. It's called. Let's see what chat. That's 8. Well, I got a long way to go. Okay. Page 122. Air Command and Staff College, Air University. Operational defenses through weather control in 2030. By Michael C. Boger, Major, United States Air Force. A research support report submitted to the faculty in partial fulfillment of the graduation requirements. Advisor, Major Paul J. Hoffman, Maxwell Air Force Base, Alabama, April 2009. This was declassified. Now, in the original book, Incident at Fort Polk, it was entitled something else. And in this reinsert of the content, it says what I've just said, operational defenses through weather control in 2030. But the original one said weather modification program. It was white carpet. And that file disappeared from my computer. It's only, yeah. And so here we go with that timeline thing I was telling you about earlier. The weather modification program does state, word for word, it's inserted in the book, and I reinserted it into this book because this time I got it all out there. It's all in here. And it says, the future of nanotechnology will enable creation of stratus cloud formations to defeat DEW and optically targeted attacks on United States assets. The solution to the weather control problem involves networked miniature balloons feeding and receiving data from a 4-dimensional variation computer model through a sensor and actor network. The network of diamond wall balloons enters the area to be changed and then both measures and affects localized temperature and vapor content. This system effectively shortens the control loop of an atmospheric system to the point it can be managed. The capabilities in the diamond wall balloons are based on the future of nanotechnology. This was in 2009. So the table of contents, and I'll show where it's at. It says, I give you nanotechnology.
Wow.
And so they actually put it in there.
What about FEMA's role? Because earlier we spoke about
FEMA.
Right, Hurricane Matthew, and maybe it was a vehicle for FEMA to train. And is it possible that they're preparing for an event that is yet to occur that may also be a false flag event?
Okay, let me be very candid here. I have some intel, and I think we spoke for this before the show, that I have to keep some of this, out of the public because it's not over yet. Hurricane Matthew was never a Category 3 or 4 hurricane. And that tells you right off the bat the mainstream media is obviously lying. Now, I posted on my Facebook page the Weather Underground app. It shows live, updates. It's within a minute or two. The GPS location and I weathered out the storm. I live in a home in Daytona Beach. It's gated security, golf course community. It's over 5,000 homes, and I got like a 30-foot tall roof. And my father went through, before he died, he went through Andrew down in Miami, and he told me, son,
I went through that too.
You did, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We lived in Florida, 1992. We had just arrived there from New Mexico, I started my education at Nova Southeastern.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so we were there. That was our greeting.
Oh, man, what a greeting that was. My father went down there to look after his older brother, who had a mild stroke, and, of course, was, wait, health insurance doesn't cover certain parts, ha ha. That makes sure you're broke. And, he was bedridden at home. And so he went down there to take care of him. He said, son, it took 6 weeks to get the lights back on in North Miami.
Yeah.
That was 135-mile-an-hour winds there. And so he put the fear of God in me when Matthew was coming up the coast and nice and slowly. And my wife is a dietitian. She was ordered to stay at the facility or get fired. And here I'm at home and just wrote the book. I was at the end of the book, The Pink Mile. And I was scared to death. The lights went out just after midnight. And it was howling. And all I could think of was this huge roof come crashing down on me and the dog. I stuck around. I stuck it out. Where else am I going to go? It's the same thing that happened with that Hurricane Floyd that did a right turn, Clyde, and evacuated everybody away from the East Coast as far west as they could go. I was in that. 12 hours to go 2.5 hour drive.
Yep.
And so sticking this out and recording the data on my phone, I would send it to Facebook and all that until the cell towers went out. And then out comes the generator and all this and that and the other. Well, I kept going, man, it sounds scary. It feels scary. You are scared. You're in the dark. You have, candles going and whatever batteries. I mean, the batteries are gone before I even got to the store to get them. They didn't prepare for that. And the whole time, all I saw was 59-mile-an-hour winds. Right from that. The news channel, before the power went out, says Matthew is going north-northeast. It's just off the coast of New Smyrna and then Daytona. Well, I say no, it didn't, because the underground weather app showed me it did a left turn, Clyde, come right on top of us right here in Daytona Beach. And I got a picture of that on my Facebook page. The edge of the hurricane actually hit us. And that's the strongest part. It never hit hurricane category 1, not once. Now, that doesn't mean certain bands didn't have higher gusts and so forth. But also in this weather operation white carpet shows the devices that they have to create this nano-sized particles that they're creating and making not only wind and rain, but lightning. And they actually have like drones that are tethered to, they call them hurricane hunters. They're lying to us because the next morning, all went well. The lights came back on about 19 hours later. And I get a phone call from an old roofer of mine. He says, Ben, what are you doing? I said, I'm raking up the yard. It wasn't much of a storm. He says, I'll be danged. What do you mean? I'm getting a phone call every 5 minutes from insurance carrier that we're already signed up with, and to go put roof overs, quick temporary tarps over roofs. And are you in? I said, how much? And, he gave me a good sum. And I said, yeah. I dropped the rake. Said, I'll be right there. And I worked for 5 days. I did 17 roof overs. And I was out of shape. I had a contract coming up in another week. I really didn't need the money, but you know what I saw? Only the mobile home parks of senior citizens that got hit for 35 miles up and down the East Coast. And I talked about this with somebody else that I do intel with, and this person showed me satellite access to what they did. It's Earth Defense Forces, and they lifted up the hurricane from, I think it was like Bermuda, all the way until it hit North Carolina. Now, here's what FEMA does. FEMA will not put out any money unless there's a direct hit. And what did they do? They had 5 states, all in conjunction. They had the National Guard activated. They all had it ready to go. A nice, organized evacuation because of the storm surge that they said.
Right.
Well, I got a friend of mine in New Smyrna Beach. 2 feet will flood his pool. It never had a storm surge. The mainstream media lied about that too. So that's what I know, hands-on, about the weather modification program. They can make this thing do anything it wants.
Yeah.
Now, what's in it other than weather warfare? Well, we need to disclose that.
Well, I mean, weather modification, they used that in the Vietnam War. I mean, they would bring these tremendous downpours over, the trails that the Vietnamese soldiers were using. And sometimes they'd even bring it down over their own soldiers. They used that then. I think they used it during the Gulf War. Mm-hmm. And by that time, by the Gulf War came around, it was more or less perfected. But they can, I believe you, they can do just about anything with the weather that they want to.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. The white carpet part of weather warfare says directed energy is fast becoming the popular weapon of the future. Mm-hmm. Along these lines, optical intelligence is still and will remain to be a critical method of targeting. See, there's that word, targeting weapons. Yep. It is a military word. You'll hear that on television. You'll hear it in the news, the mainstream media news. You'll hear it in TV shows. All these words, these keywords, are trying to tell the people, wake up and read between the lines. We need to establish an organized, official inquiry about what our government is spending our taxed money on. I mean, go back 60, 70 years. Where did it all go? And what is it on? And you were paying for all this stuff to kill each other?
Sure, I hear you, man. So what about a lot of people throw the word Illuminati around. Is that who is behind the government, or is it just purely the government's interest in controlling our people, the people?
It's so massively deceptional to even believe in anything anymore, including religion. For example, I had to borrow money to go back to college, and I owe a lot of money. And here we go being targeted again. Mm-hmm. I filed jointly with my wife. She makes X amount a year. She pays her taxes. I lost money last year. I lost $35,000. That's because I haven't been paid yet. I wonder why that happens. Right. And so because of the FAFSA thing and because the last several years I haven't been able to keep up with the payments, they intercept the money and keep about $6,000 of my wife's money. So in the law, it says she's now an injured spouse. I have to claim Form 86, whatever, and she has to apply for her money out of our combined taxes. And if that isn't being targeted, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
And the people that owe me money, well, it's a hit or miss in the construction world because most of them are Mexicans. I'm not trying to be, anti-biased or anything. I'm just telling you like it is. Trump knows. He owns hotels. In the hospitality renovation industry, it's billions of dollars just in America. And worldwide, God knows how much they're really doing over there. They're blowing them up, but,
Yeah.
Somebody, after all this mass migration, has to refinance all of it. Those are the people we're looking at is the banks. That's what I see.
Yeah. Unbelievable and fascinating and scary.
And especially Trump's against all of them, really. But don't you think he would have some kind of help?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the people he's got on his staff, they're trying to get him out because, this and that and the other. I mean, is it even real? Did Hillary actually get the popular vote? I doubt it. I doubt it seriously.
Now, do you have any information, or have you come across any information in your research about the process called subliminal seduction, where the government and or advertising affiliates hide messages inside commercials, inside pictures in newspapers and stuff like that, that kind of keep our minds focused on sex and pleasure instead of dealing with reality. Have you read anything about that?
I probably ran across it in some of these patents. The system for producing artificial telepathy, and especially in the social network-driven indexing system patent. Mm-hmm. That's massive. I mean, it's so depth that I'm scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and I'm not even a quarter of the way down yet, and it's still growing. I mean, you got to be a genius to figure half this stuff out. And I mean, I'm not trying to say I am, but I'm smart enough to know that what I do read, educationally speaking, is right there in black and white. And if it's going to take more than just me and you and the rest of the world to gang up and beat this system, then we need to inquire on the system and explain where the heck all our money went, not because some terrorist did this or that.
Yeah, like you said, and like what is very true, follow the money. You have to keep your eye on that.
Yeah, it is. Quite a bit.
Ben, I got a question. We hear a lot recently about cyber warfare. And I'm thinking, instead of just using what we know as, say, a Trojan or some type of virus, is it possible, and like I said, I'm just speculating, that they can use an AI-based program to infiltrate and act as a cyber warfare technique to do what they need to do? In other words, it would know when to avoid or to penetrate to get through the systems, a defense system, just almost like a self-aware AI type of attack.
Let me give you a more accurate explanation here.
Okay.
The nanotechnology that are in the patents goes after the brain's 5 senses. That's your resident signature. Your sight, your sound, your smells, your taste, and what you feel. And that other patent already included telepathy, telekinesis, and all that stuff. So those are the other 6 senses, right? Well, just imagine this. You're spending all this money for security programs, MacKeeper for one. I found out was why I was being hacked so easily. They piggybacked on it. And I let them know that, and I got refunded my entire year for it. And they're going to work with me once this book goes. I'm going to mail them my external hard drive. I've learned through the years, after 2 lightning strikes on this home, 3 computers blown to pieces, that everything from proving that I actually created Skype and this and that is gone. But I do have backup. It's not anywhere in my house. It's not anywhere online. And they're gonna go through with a fine-tooth comb. Can I trust them? It depends. Now, just imagine this: they can actually see what I explained about your facial expressions, where your eyes are looking at the web page in this patent, that they can determine what to suggest in a topic or a subtopic or a reply to those things. It's Sam talking to Sally, and Jill talking to Jack, and they put them in different nodes of your brain. Now, they can actually see your password. So why are you spending all this money? It's to keep us broke. So they don't have to come up with all the money to figure it out. The Vault 7 thing, that's the truth. That is definitely true. I saw it in 1993. You heard that in the earlier hour. So what is safe? Really? So, they know what you're doing. Just thinking about it.
So is it possible that, say, a person that's sitting in a basement in North Korea utilizing a computer, they can somehow transmit through a frequency and manipulate their senses, just simply being on, say, a laptop that's being used as a resource or a tool to get to them and to control their minds?
Like I said, if you look at book one, where I came up with the numbers of just a little over $6 trillion. Oh, excuse me, $6 trillion that was missing from the Pentagon. Remember they announced that summer last year?
Mm-hmm.
I'd already written about it in my book. It was 6.3 trillion what I came up with. And where is that model? We need to audit it. And anytime Trump tries to do something, they are counterattacked by the powers that be, the money. It's all going to come to head. Eventually, the banks are going to, collapse. So I don't want to start let's go to the bank, because you can't get any money from the bank. You can't get more than $5,000. I know. I get $10,000 checks a week, and they tried to take my money over the weekend.
Jeez.
That's Wells Fargo for you. Yeah, I thought y'all fired them suckers. And see, I get smart. I'm smarter than them, because I take a screenshot of my online bank account and I get the supervisor on the phone. I said, look, that $7,000 that I'm in the hole, you better put the $10,000 back you borrowed to make money off of me, because I got a picture of it. Give me your email address, and I will send you the screenshot I got of my Saturday bank account that was cleared, that I deposited the day before. They put me on hold. 8 minutes later, they came back. Your money's right back, and the evidence is gone.
So one has to fight back viciously in order to battle against this stuff.
I mean, it's vicious. It's so vicious. Even my publisher said, you have no idea how hard it was to get this book out, and it's out.
See,
they can't stop me now.
Ben, you know what? I'm also thinking of the flip side of this and how this could be used in a positive means, when I think Big Farm has a lot to do with this too, because a lot of this nanotechnology, it can be used for medical practice. It can help individuals overcome maybe a debilitating disease or some type of other neurological disorder. And I think it's all tied in. I mean, they could be using this in so many medical applications, but it's all about the industrial military complex.
That there are some good things out there that are for the benefit of human. So they're working on both directions. And here we go with compartmentalization. They've been working on the medical side all along. And for example, Johnny Depp movie, what was it, Transcendence, made it look good, but there was a bad side to that. And that's what Kurzweil had wrote in the book Singularity. And they expect it to happen by the year 2029. And I say all along, for 41 years, it's 2026. And I'm going to see 2026, even though I've said all along, when I write this book, I'm going to be out of the equation. Well, does that mean they're going to kill me? Oh, heck no. I'm just not going to be part of any more research, because I've introduced what it takes to stop this threat. Because if we don't stop this threat, one day we're all just going to they're going to pull a switch, and man, what am I doing out here in the ocean, drowning myself for?
Right.
Look at Gotham Shield. What's going on the 24th here in New Jersey, in the New York City area, with the nuclear. It's and the mainstream media is not covering it. They're not even mentioning it.
Well, no, I've heard nothing about. What is that?
Yeah, what is it?
You want to tell them, Ben?
Well, it's part of the old world order, the old cabal, trying to stir up more mess for Trump to interfere with, and it could be anything. I mean, it's the same thing with Matthew. I mean, they tried to round us up then, and there goes FEMA, put us in the FEMA camps, and we have benevolent help, and I'm part of that. I really am. I just sent you a link to a website that I put together about a couple of weeks ago, and it's from a web program that I had to do in college. I did it 5 years ago. And you can share that with the people in chat if you want. And this to get in contact with me. It's not it's not even built yet, but it's something I built 5 years ago, knowing that it was going to be there. And so it's for anybody that is a targeted individual or thinks they are. I suggest you read the book first and book one. And I will provide more links to actual evidence furthermore after this show, because it's just going to grow.
What?
And it's going to be for free. I don't want to charge money for anything. That I believe, like Wes Pender says, this information should be out there.
Yeah.
But I still got to pay $46,000 pass loan off.
Michael and Julia.
And of course, my publishers have helped me. He deserves as much targeting that he's had just to get my book out to be compensated.
For Michael and Julia, the Gotham Shield is a mock drill based on a nuclear attack in the New York City metropolitan area.
Wow.
On April 24th.
Are they doing it now because of all the threats from North Korea?
Well, yeah, now that's very interesting, all of that stuff that's going on.
I heard there was something in New Orleans and San Francisco that the electricity did go out in those cities yesterday.
Yes, supposedly. But then again, this is what Ben is saying. What can you trust what's out there in the media unless you're at the actual location to verify it yourself? I mean, we hear so many stories, and that also involves, what we hear a lot of the fake news, propaganda, etc. So it's all tied.
Well, there were people on Facebook that were writing in that they lost electricity. There was one woman, she was a nurse at a hospital, and the backup generators came out, and I think they were forewarned there might have been something, and she got a hint that it had something to do with, she also had to stay at the hospital, and I think she was forewarned that it was a drill for losing electricity, EMF attack, or nuclear attack. I don't know, it's pretty scary.
It is.
Very
So
wild.
what can we do, Ben, to negate all this, or not be a part of it? Is there
The first thing you have to recognize is the fact that what I'm telling you is nothing but the truth, the whole truth. And if you do feel that you're being attacked, you got to ignore it. Plus, if it's negative, just go the other way. You don't want to fight. You don't want to resist. You don't want to be what they want you to do. That's what the artificial intelligence is trying to do. They're allowing us to go online tonight and talk about it. They want us to tell people that it's there.
But Ben, you mentioned, I think we spoke about this earlier, Michael, Julia, yourself, and I, that there could be preventive measures a person can take. Like you were speaking about this band, a magnetic band.
Right.
That you were wearing.
Oh yeah, okay. It's simply put, in 2013, when I first found out about accidentally discovering how you can disrupt the nanotechnology inside of us, I heard another guy who has a website called morgellonscure.com. And this guy is actual stage 3 out of 5 severe lesions and fibers growing out of his arm, and the doctor says, "You're just imagining that." Ha ha ha!
Isn't that crazy? God, isn't that sad?
I mean, look. I've got a friend who somebody led to me to Facebook, and she's really far gone. She actually had a blood being taken when she went to see the last doctor, and it was like gray sludge. And the nurse went running out of the office, and they escorted her out of the building.
Wow.
And so this guy, he accidentally discovered an interruption of the nanotechnology. It operates off the Wi-Fi. It operates off the Bluetooth. It operates right through your television, your smart meter, your smartphone, your I don't want to say it because I'll get sued. Your health devices.
Right.
And it gets its power from, I would say, the Tesla secret power that's hidden within the frequency. And it's actually radiation. It's acquiring the radiation through your body from the frequencies so it can replicate and whatever you breathe in the air from the hidden payloads that they're not going to ever admit to. I mean, it's so visibly out there that even Congress has filed a law that you can't sue the government anymore. I mean, for anything. So it's definitely a no-win situation. So when I listened to this guy talk about this accidental discovery, I said, wow, that's cool. So I was thinking, what makes an EMP? Well, being an engineer and architect, and I'm a pretty knowledgeable kind of guy, I looked up two attracting supermagnets. They close together is an electromagnetic pulse. If you pull them apart, the field in between the north and south poles, and if they're really super strong magnets, and you put them on opposite sides of your wrist, north and south facing each other, and you wrap yourself with a wrist wrap. And I've gone through 4 prototypes. Instead of just wrapping it with a stretchable wrist wrap, I decided to go get a Ace pre-made tennis elbow made out of fake leather and Velcro. And so I got smart, and I super glued or gorilla glued bought my own Velcro at Walmart and attached them inside, threw away the little bubble thing they sell with it, and I put them on my wrist, both of them. So when I first did this, I said, wow, why should I just do the wrist? Let me get all 4 extremities. I know I was definitely infested with these things. The time that my late friend looked at these nanobots that come out of my skin. I knew for a fact that I was highly saturated. I have been all my life. And then, so I did 4. My wife comes home early. Hey, you want to go to the flea market? Sure, I'll go with you. I'm driving in my van, a brand new van I got, and it wasn't even 2 months old. And I'm pulling into the parking lot, and I start getting really hot. Ears got hot. The ringing in my ear just went exponential. And she says, are you all right? Oh, no. I'm having a hard time breathing. You want to go to the ER? Oh, no. Let's just go in and walk around a little bit. I just need to stretch my legs. And I snatched all these things off of me and left them on the floorboard of the van. And 5 minutes later, I'm still sweating bullets. And she, are you okay? I said, no, I don't think I am. I think I need to go home. She says, okay, well, let's go. I'll get home. And I put on the wrist device, blood pressure, device. And I checked it. It said 117 over 59. That's pretty normal. But my heart rate was 195 beats a minute.
Wow.
That's impossible.
That is really fast.
Well, I was killing a whole bunch of them. That's what I think. And they were freaking out, and they were trying to relay back to the cell tower. Hey, we need some help. We're getting killed. So after an hour and 13 minutes of 3.5 beats a second, it just stopped. It quit. I got my breath back. Well, that was on a Saturday. So 2 days later, I already had a set-up appointment with my doctor, who is paid for by the AMA and all that stuff, and the lies they give you and the poisons they prescribe you and all that. And sure enough, he says, the blood work he gave me 2 weeks ago came in, and I'm going to give you an A-. I said, what does that mean? I says, you're in great health. You got the body of about a 30-year-old. Really? Then I handed him the device. I said, what does that say? He backed up a little bit, looked at it. Holy cow, your heart should have popped in 5 minutes. I said, I know. How did you survive that? So I'm in great physical shape, you just said. Really? That's how physical the job that I do as a career is. I mean, I sweat a lot. I drink a lot of water. And of course, I didn't do enough research, smart as I'm supposed to be, to to research magnet therapy. That's all it took. And after reading the side effects, I went, "Daggum, boy, how stupid I really am." So, I've experimented with it for almost 4 years now, and I now have a device that I can just strap on real quick, and I wear them for 20 minutes a day. So that disconnects the network. Now, Dr. Robert Duncan says, well, once your brain and your body's mapped out with your resonant signature, he doesn't think anything else can stop the communication. Well, I disagree. I do believe that I could disrupt them telling me what to do, but everybody around me, they're not wearing these things. So they can tell them what to do because they can see you. They know where I'm at. They're GPS, by the way. I mean, they could go from a satellite, and it gets there. Well, I think I've covered about everything I can.
You have. Listen, we have a few minutes left. I want you to let people know once again where they can find your book, and if you're going to be doing anything else, how they can get in contact with you so that we can get some interest flowing here.
Okay. My publisher is Neely Worldwide Publishing. You can Google their name, and you'll find the authors tab. And my name is Ben Davis Jr. And you can also go to targeted-individual-force/welcome.html. But if you just put in the .com, it'll come up to that. And this is the website that I'm going to build upon for any targeted individuals. Now, to jump into this book, I think, in fact, I would advise everyone to go get book one because it explains in detail what I was, what I went through, who I'm connected with politically in Florida. And that's one thing I didn't cover. So,
and that's Incident at Fort Polk, right?
Incident at Fort Polk,
right.
Yes.
Okay. And that's kind of part one. This is part two.
Right. And you can also Google, the title of the book at Amazon or Barnes & Noble. But I would suggest that you would get it quicker through Neely Worldwide Publishing.
Excellent. I also wanted to let people know that there is a really good website that you can access to learn about not only all of the stuff that Ben's talking about, but a lot of the other stuff that's questionable that's going on in this world today. It's called Educate Yourself, and the URL is edukate-yourself.org, and it just educate-yourself.org. And it just covers everything. So if you really want to get into this and develop some sort of knowledge base, Educate Yourself is a great site for that. Do you know that site, Ben?
I haven't been to it. I've been studying so hard. I'm done with my research. I've got the book out. All we need to do is tell everybody in the world, y'all need to read this.
Yeah.
Wake up. It's not just telling you to wake up or ascension and all that stuff. It's all about what you don't see will kill you.
Yeah. Wow. Ben, thank you for being with us tonight. And I'm going to have you on again in the future. I'm sure you're not going to stop writing. I have a feeling that there's going to be more coming out from you. So keep us posted because we'd like to get you back and talk a little bit more about this stuff. And wow.
Yeah, I have to see how far this goes and where it goes and how it goes. I have it written already. I spent my whole life doing this, and it's just a matter of putting it together in the right perspective.
Wow, yeah. I bet, man. 40 years of research.
It's a lot. Actually, it's longer than that. Yeah, I started at age 6.
All right, man. It has been wonderful having you here. And like I said, we're going to get you back on because I'm sure there's a lot more that we need to hear. So everybody out there, you heard it. You heard it right from Ben. I want you to get the book, read the book, get part 2, read part 2, educate yourself. because knowledge is power. So have a good night, everybody.
Good
Have a
night,
good week.
everybody. Good night,
And
Ben.
we
Bye.
will
Thank you.
Before we go, we're going to have a gentleman by the name of Charles Stansberg on the show. And I'll tell you guys a little bit about him through the week on Facebook and Twitter. So hang in there, guys. God bless. Let's have a good week. Take care.
Good night.
Good night.
Clear.
All right.
Wow. That was intense.
It was.
Yeah, it was.
Oh my
Nice stuff,
God.
Ben. Very, very, very interesting stuff. I had a couple of other things, but that I wanted to ask you, but I will email you with those questions. Just some stuff about neurolinguistic programming and ritual abuse and all that stuff, whether it's connected.
Well,
So
yeah, I didn't want to say this because anybody that mentions the word pedophile,
yeah, right.
they get taken out.
That's a no-no word, right?
That's a no. It's in the book. I didn't want to say that. They'll find out. This was part of the program of the takedown program. They get people on record, the congressman or whatever, Wiener dude and all that stuff. They got something on them, all of them, including Hillary, including Bill, including Obama, all of them. They're all crooks.
and that is true.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's more than you think. And
Well,
go ahead.
ladies and gentlemen, I was just going to say, guys, I'm going to log off here because I'm
going to log
really
off. I'm
tired.
sleepy time. Bye, everybody.
I'll be in touch, Ben. Okay.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Take
All right.
care.
Good night.
Bill. Good night, Bill and Julia. Good night.
Good night.
I see you're already gone. All right.
Bye. Whew. So now I got to make sure KGRA is streaming. That was intense. Okay, looks like all is clear. Mic is off. So now I can concentrate on the Skywatch. So that was Ben Davis. That was a fascinating show. And that 2 hours went by really fast. I mean, I could ask a million questions. So I don't want to bother Ben, but if Ben shows up in the chat room and if he wants to come on, but 2 hours is quite the extensive time to be on, especially when there's only one break. So I'm hoping these clouds break up, and I hope you enjoyed the show. And on the radar, it shows that these clouds are going to be moving by. I mean, the radar looks fine. It doesn't look fine in the sky right now. And there's Ben. Ben's back. That was incredible. I have to say that was fascinating. So if anybody, Ben's in the YouTube chat right now. If anybody has questions for Ben, and I don't know if Ben wants to come back and take questions from the chat room, but if anybody's got questions for Ben, he's in that chat room, in the YouTube chat room. So come on in and ask anything that, as long as Ben is hanging out and he's willing to stay for a few, ask away. I mean, he's there. He'll take questions. I mean, I'm sure everybody was listening and had probably a lot of questions. I know Ron in chat had like 6 questions ready for Ben. And I tried to get as many as I could out, but the 2 hours flies. And like I said, that is a show that I cannot wait to get to the archives, because I'm sure that show is going to get a lot of hits. And I'm definitely going to replay it Monday. Once I edit it, I'll probably replay it sometime during the day on Monday on kgraradio.com. Tomorrow I'll edit it, clean it up, and then put it available for streaming. So, Ben, I will let you know now. I will try to air that replay at about 1 o'clock Eastern time. I'll plot it out so you can hear me and you know now. So if you want to tell anyone, they can go to kgraradio.com and they can listen to it. Go to TuneIn, Spreaker. There's so many different outlets, but you can also listen to it at kgraradio.com. And I'm going to try to remember to play once I edit it again, and I'll replay it at 1 o'clock Monday afternoon, since I have KGRA for the next 10 days, since Race is at the MUFON Symposium in Las Vegas. I hope he's having a great time. He's there. He got there today. He'll be there for the next week. A lot going on out in Vegas. A lot of the KGRA staff is there. So that's going to be my role. I'll be really busy with the network for the next 10 days, starting on Friday. So today's day 2 of 10. I've got to produce Richard Dolan. I've got Micah Hanks. Got the plate is full for me. Then I've got to get Jimmy Church on the network and a morning show. So it's almost a round the clock thing that I got to pay attention to what's going on, the streaming on the network. So Ben is taking questions right now in the YouTube chat. So if anybody's watching or listening, and if you were listening to the show when Benjamin Davis was on, he's in the YouTube chat. So if you're able to come into chat and ask away, he's there. I'm not sure if he wants to come on with me on Skype and just finish any finishing thoughts. He's been on for 2 hours, so I know what it's like to speak for 2 hours. It can be exhausting, but again, fascinating. I mean, that was I can't say enough about that. It was one of the best shows I've heard and participated in. So I know the link, I posted it earlier, and I was afraid to actually click on it because sound came through my audio for the Neely book publishing site. So I'm going to see if I can find it because I had to take it off my thing here. Let's see if I can. Maybe Ben can help me with that. Ben, if you can put the link for the Neely Publishing in YouTube chat, that would be helpful. This way people can check it out. Because I have to get book 1. Because the way book 2 is, I have to know how this all started. I've got to start from the beginning. And I was reading that, what was on Amazon, and I'm going to go back there right now just to give people an idea of what it says as a summary. Let's see if it comes up really quick. There it is. All right, so it's about time, incident at Fort Polk, by Ben, and I'll read a little bit of it. On March 14th, 1976, several soldiers stationed at Fort Polk, Louisiana, were involved with an alien abduction and encounter that led to military cover-ups from an incident that these men were chosen by these benevolent ETs to do. Army intel investigations took place after these soldiers were empowered with telepathic powers to reacquire a directed energy weapon, acronym DEW, to prevent extinction of the human species 50 years into the future. After 40 years of silence, the real story unfolds to expose the truth about what really happened and what is still planned by the military-industrial complex over the next 10 years. It's about time for full disclosure, or extinction will not be stopped. This story is told by the author who was chosen by the ETs to be the one to lead the mission and steal the DEW, which is the directed energy weapon, from the Army R&D sector, which is R&D is research and development, from further diagnostic and production use intended to exterminate the human race. And we have to also think about, and I always wonder, and it's so top secret, what the X-37B is all about up there. And I have to say, the object I think, this is my opinion, the object I caught in 2014, the one that's curving and stops and illuminates and shoots into space like warp speed, I believe that to be a craft. I cannot say definitively it's of ET origin because it's just not a clear enough image and it's so high in altitude, but it could be a top secret military space program drone because it can't be manned because the gravitational forces, the G forces that I saw this object do would probably kill the pilots. So I definitely, this is a definite book. Matter of fact, I think it's time to, I'll do it in a little while. I'm definitely going to order this book. So yeah, it's about time. Incident at Fort Polk by Ben Davis Jr. You could find it on Amazon, and I'll actually get the link here so I can put it in YouTube chat, which I'm doing now. Yep, Ron, you read my mind. You read my mind. I definitely put the link in chat. And there is P&K Space Imaging. Keith is hanging out. Ben, P&K, that's Keith. Keith, I spoke about this earlier. Keith and Paul do live streaming of the moon, the planets, nebulas, etc. They are by far, in my opinion, the best stream on YouTube in that capacity for lunar observation, planetary, and so much more. So it's P&K Space Imaging, and I'm sure everybody that's listening, because we always speak about it, and Keith's been on, and we're like family here, and it is extraordinary how they're able to get so close up and get the great video imagery of the craters on the moon. And you can only imagine that in the near future, with all the planned activity that's going to happen on lunar missions, that these guys aren't going to be able to pick that up. And if there is, and again, is any type of extraterrestrial activity in near our planet, who knows if they'll engage or try to disrupt or whatever agenda there is. And maybe these guys are going to get this on video. I mean, it's going to come to that. It may just come to that. And it makes me wonder, too, when we're doing these observations where it's a simple sky watch like what I do, or what Paul and Keith are doing, or some of the other people that do great work as far as live streaming, sky watching, if they're going to be able to get something, and then who knows what kind of, let's just say, retribution or consequential after effect that it may have on us personally. So I think that if we capture something, we're gonna put it on a bunch of DVDs and send it to everybody on YouTube. So if something happens to us, you guys have copies. That's all. That's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to send it to all of you, and you guys take it, because it can get that way. I mean, if you heard the show, you can see that there are these agencies and groups and individuals that are looking to take down getting the information getting out there. You could see what he went through, just getting this book together and getting it out there. I can only imagine and again, I'm speculating on the intimidation and threats or any other kind of innuendos in a negative manner that Ben must have undergone in the past few decades. I can only imagine, as a person that has gone through what he's gone through. And you have to get the book. You have to get the book, because there's so much information there, and he does get a little bit on the personal side. I can't even speak about it. You just got to read it. And I am definitely going to read this, and I'm probably going to play this show when my company comes, because it's one of those shows that's so interesting. So the skies seem to be clearing up now. Excuse me. My voice is a little shot after that. The skies seem to be clearing up now. So if anybody wants to join me on Skype, Keith, anyone else, let me know. I'll bring you on Skype. We're going to continue this. There is remnants of the Lyrid meteor shower. I've got to get out there and find Vega and zone in on Vega so we can get to the radiant point of the meteor shower activity. So I'm hoping that some people will come on and take control of the stream a little bit, so I can go outside and take care of some other issues with the camera. But it's going to be a great time when Keith and Paul come down, or actually come up for the Pine Bush thing. We're going to all go to Mark D'Antonio's house to check out his workshop. And we got a bunch of other stuff planned. And all of you are going to see the stream. Hopefully the weather cooperates. You'll be seeing the moon stream live here. And I'll do the behind the scenes with another camera, my camera, of what's going on outside. Keith and I have been discussing how we're going to set it up out front. He's talking about bringing a massive tent. I mean, we're talking fire pit, the whole deal we're going to do. It's going to be amazing. So the plan is hopefully that Keith and Paul will get here sometime during the week before Pine Bush. And when the weather cooperates, we'll stream at night. And definitely when Mark D'Antonio's here, we'll definitely be streaming again if the weather cooperates. There goes my phone. I'm not going to take a call yet from anyone because I'm still getting organized here. So I see that someone tried to call me. I just saw it pop up on the screen. I think it was Empire. Empire, hold off a second because I got to run outside, take care of the camera, get that situated for Vega. I got to get my phone so I can use Google Sky Maps to get it organized. So again, Ben is in chat. No, I don't see any questions for Ben. What's going on? I would have thought that people had a million questions because I tell you, I could have kept going. I mean, he did cover quite a bit. So, again, I'm glad that everybody enjoyed the show, both areas in KGRA and here on the YouTube chat and channel, watching, listening. And hopefully we'll get Ben on again. I'm sure, like Michael was saying, that he's going to be on top of this and he's going to have more information to release as it develops. And remember, he did kind of tease us about something in September, which he cannot get into detail now. So maybe in the fall, we get Ben back on the show and maybe he can get into more things. So Ben is available. So Ben is coming. I'm going to call Ben. All right, we're connecting with Ben now. Hey, Ben. I wasn't sure if you had the energy to keep going, and I know your wife is like sleeping. So we are on Skype, and we're on the live YouTube thing now.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, I like I said, I was like I'm a very passionate, hyper person. So when I hear someone of your caliber speaking, and I get that, that fire going, it's very hard for me to restrain myself from keep asking questions. I mean, I could have kept going, but I didn't want to, be overwhelming to Michael and Julia.
Oh, of course not. Yeah.
Out of respect, of course. And again, I think you covered quite a bit. I'm really interested to see some of the things that you could not speak about, the September thing, and maybe in the fall, you can come back to the show with Michael and Julia. And I'm also, I really, like I mentioned to you earlier, I really want to introduce you to Commander Cobra, the host of Task Force Griffin, because he's former military pilot, and I think it'd be an interesting show. The only thing is, I don't want you to be on the network so close together, so maybe we wait like maybe a month to space it out.
Yeah, I want to see how this book takes off because
that too.
The book one was so prevented from being produced. I tried to do the self-publishing thing because when I had like 120,000 words of what happened to me at the incident at Fort Polk, and I scrubbed like 85% of it just to put into the first book because I realized after education that I need to trickle this because I wasn't convinced of the 50-year timeline that I believed is still in existence. Now, that could have been misconstrued to the point of it could have been at 50 years old, could have been 50 years later, because of the exact times and timelines that I do remember conflicted, with each other.
Now, I got to get the first book, which I was gonna order it now, but I'm multitasking to the hilt. I'm definitely gonna get that first book, the Polk book. I have to get that. I mean, that's the only way I can get a full understanding, because they partner with each other. I think it's necessary, like Michael said, to have book 1 and 2. This one, the TI versus AI, because it puts the whole thing in perspective. You know how it all began, how it built up to the point where you're at now. Because again, I don't know if a lot of people realize you were targeted for over 40 years.
Yes, 41. Mm-hmm.
And that's overwhelming, and how it affects personally, your family members, friends, your peers, other people that you're involved with, just because they will use other people as a form of intimidation to get through to you, to try to prevent you from getting stuff out there.
Yeah. In the first book, it explains more about my youth, what I went through, at what age I became aware the possibility of being taken when I was 3, for half a day, and injected back then. It also explains my family background, where politically speaking, the Davis family name goes way back to the Civil War era, Brothers of the Confederacy, all that stuff. And not being racial about it, I'm being truthful about it, because who my father was, invited into a special elite group of secret weapon Navy frogmen, and his father was the only doctor in 3 counties in northern Florida, rural. Like I said, I was born in the White House. I didn't have a chip put in my brain, and on top of that, his my grandfather's brother was president of the Florida Senate in 1955, the year I was born, whose father, Charles E. Davis, was president of the Florida Senate in 1914.
Wow.
And I chose to leave that part out of this book because it was already talked about in the first book. And how, I guess you would say, my great-great-uncle brother, I don't know how you would put that genealogically, but he was the Chief Justice for the Supreme Court in the state of Florida for 8 years. He died in, on the seat, and he voted against the Flagler and the, what do you call it? The DuPont family names. Those are the rich. Flagler survived Titanic. And Diesel, the inventor of the diesel engine, went missing before he got on the Titanic, or he missed for some reason. I think it was his courier didn't get there when they shoved off dock. And was it really an iceberg? I mean, of course it could be. It could have also been a U-boat.
That's true. This is the thing, Ben. Everything that we hear about, and I think about disclosure specifically, but everything is a Pandora's box. Everything from assassinations to, I mean, some people will label it as conspiratorial, but I'll give you an example. When Flight TWA 800 crashed off of Long Island, and hundreds of people seen a projectile going toward that plane. Meanwhile, they said it was something with the fuel lines and it exploded. Or 9/11 or JFK. I mean, the list goes on. Even with this, like I said, with disclosure, there's so much out there. And once the box opens, I think everything will become unraveled, and they will do everything in their power to prevent that from occurring?
Well, just imagine 300 million Americans pissed off at Congress for lying to it for 70 damn years. They're going to hang them right on the spot. And the military has got their hands tied because they're told by Congress, actually the Constitution, that I swore an oath to protect foreign and domestic enemies. And so when I was offered the two choices, it was either I'm going to die as a gung-ho soldier, or you can do something about it. And I do believe that my memories have been suppressed for a purpose, and that purpose came out today.
See, you said something a few minutes ago that kind of struck me because I hear so much, and like I said, I've interviewed a lot of people, engaged with a lot of people, and I hear about these individuals who say they've had some type of an encounter, an experience at a very early age, and it seems to be more common than people realize. And I'm thinking it's due to maybe one, it's a lineage thing that it runs in the family or the bloodline. That's one. Number two, that because it's an infant or a young child, that since they have no manipulation yet, they're clear of mind, so to speak. They haven't had outer influences, that it's a great way to introduce themselves to an individual. Also, I hear a lot about people's perception, their awareness being raised in a telepathic manner when they engage with extraterrestrials, and maybe it's because of these circumstances that people like yourself are targeted individuals because of this type of activity.
I'm a stern believer in research, and I'm also a stern believer in education. If you don't educate yourself, well, shame on you.
Agreed.
And what I know, I mean, gosh, I started at age 6, where I was singled out as almost crippled, and I had to wear a leg brace like Forrest Gump, and that was in book 1. And my mother had to hire tutors to keep me up with the age group. Back in the day, it was what you did. And then when I finally grew out of it, I had read all 26 volumes of the Encyclopedia Britannica. I read the entire Webster's Dictionary. I read the entire medical dictionary of the time. Wow. Those things don't even exist anymore. And for example, Wikipedia, and I gave you an example of what compartmentalization means. And that in itself is it's vast when it comes to what it actually says.
Interesting. You see, again, I can't even imagine. What you went through. And did anybody else? And there is a question from Weird Guy. He wanted to know. I'm trying to find the question right now. But was anybody else part of the encounter that you had, and did they have a similar targeted experience like yourself as an individual?
Actually, the first book, Incident at Fort Polk, I was with another soldier in the back of a pickup truck. I had a leg cast on. I had broken my leg 3-4 weeks earlier in combat football, which is kind of, playing around neighborhood football with no pads on. And I was a great athlete. I really was. Even after 5.5 years of being crippled, I just like, run, Forrest, run. Just kept on going. And I thought when that movie came out, they were talking about me. But there was 5 other soldiers that participated in reacquiring the weapon from the military R&D, and they're all dead. And they never made it to 50. And we all had promised to meet, and when I wrote that in the book, at Mexico City, in the highest downtown Mexico City hotel. Of course, at the time it wasn't built, because I had predicted the 1985 big earthquake that crumbled most of the city in Mexico City. And since that time, the highest, most exclusive downtown hotel was the Cristo Rosa Hotel. That's my daughter's name in Spanish.
Cool.
Now, talk about cool. Whew. That was, let's see, 18 years in the making that I knew I was going to be given a daughter. They told me that.
Wow.
And I already knew that I was sterile because of the massive amount of x-rays that I got in the groin area. Leg apertus is where the hip bone is in the socket.
Wow.
And I had to walk on the ball of my feet to keep from the heel, which is the bone, impacting the socket, which breaks the skin of the bone, and then amputation. They don't have hip surgery back in them days. And I had to, everybody thought I had polio. That was a big scare. And what you said earlier about injections, sure. I don't trust any doctor at all. Now, when my wife had breast cancer, and she just suddenly, all that honeymoon effect and all that just died. In the research I did while going back to college, it kind of climaxed about the time she got the breast cancer. But she had it since before I even met her. This was like many, many years later. I was age 50-something, 10 years ago, 52. And it's sad what I read, because being newly 57-year-old in college, and I had a 3.88, GPA, and I got an A in math, which thank God we had a 5-week class instead of a 4-week class, because the online program was very difficult. They would have you do a test, 5 slices of the pie, and I was on the 4th slice, and oh shit, they snuck in a question in there, and man, that was back in the 2-slice pie test. Oh, I got to go back all the way back to 2, start over again. That's how it works.
Now
you can't cheat.
Now, the 5 guys that are now passed, sadly, did they have any type of suspicious kind of passing, or?
Well, one of them I can't find. He's from West by God, Virginia, with the accent. It don't matter to me, It's wheelbar instead of wheelbarrow. But Timothy Harden, JJ, I never knew his real name. Ophel, I never knew his real name. And I contemplate a lot on were they really part of this abduction, or were they part of the team to brainwash me and get me adjusted to the secret space program, or the secret Earth defense, which is now coming out. Something that I talked about earlier, down here in Florida, we got brush fires in the same spot for a month. Well, if you knew about Patty Broussard and her ET underground bases and domes were attacked simultaneously worldwide on March 8th. And they opened up a gate, like a portal, deep in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of, Washington. And all them people got flooded for how long, right? That's the weather modification program. They took water from the East Coast and took it over there to the West Coast. And what's the song from Vietnam? Who'll stop the rain? Remember that? They've been telling us secrets all along that, yeah, we know something, we just can't tell you all, or they will take you out. And so the thing about the deep underground military bases is the transit tunnels. There's 3 levels of them. That's been out for some time. I studied that with the Matrix documents. These are maps of were hand drawn because that was so secret. Some of this information got out. And in fact, the Matrix documents, I had 327 pages of 765 that were officially declassified. Wow. So that tells you a third of what you see is truth. But what about the other 2/3? You know, how truthful can it be?
Now, before I get to my next question, Weird Guy just had a question for you. He said, "Have you ever read Ocean Full of Bowling Balls?"
No, I saw that earlier.
Okay.
I only stick to facts, and fiction is fun. I've read a lot of fiction in my life. You know, it's kind of funny how Stephen King knew about the flu virus. You know, they made a series out of it. You know, The Stand, and they're going to remake
Stephen King. Yeah.
Yeah, Stephen King, and he knew that in the 70s. In fact, the AIDS virus, I got personal information on that. Right after the Army, I got out. My sister, Sarah, the oldest, she and her husband lived right across from Godby High School in Tallahassee. It was, and they had a neighbor who got real sick. He was an airline pilot. He's the one that first brought.
Yes, I remember that. States. Yep, I remember that.
Yep. And so it was a big scare. I mean, heck, I was in a rock and roll band after the Army and spent 2 years, and they're still around, EliRocks.com. And, you know, they're older than me a couple of years, and blood, sweat, tears, and the whole 9 yards about being a roadie. And to be in that kind of position, I also met a lot of good people, you know, like Gene Simmons and Kiss. We were opening act for them. I've been around. I've been up and down.
I'm a metalhead, so but I do love classic rock and all, you know, Southern rock, Leonard Skinner and
you know how the metalheads had the big shaggy hair, and then they go round and round, you know, and they swing their head and all that hair,
head banging.
Right. Well, guess who invented that? I had really, really long, straight angel hair down to my, belly button, so to speak. and I, you know, I was still young, 26, and then we came home for Christmas break. We had like 3 days off. And this was 250 shows a year kind of band. I mean, we were pretty well known in the South. And so I come home. I had like 3 hours of sleep between driving 16 hours of, you know, rock and roll show, and we get home, and I go to my mom's house. Mom says, "Oh, you're here for Christmas. Oh, why don't you take my hair appointment?" You know, moms always want you to cut your hair, right? Well, I said, "Sure." So I went around back, pulled out my little one hair, and damn, I got blitzed. And I went in, and the guy says, "Well, you really want this?" I said, "Yeah, just take a little off the top." That's all I said. And he said, "You mind if I shut my eyes? I need some sleep." He said, "Sure." I woke up underneath a hairdryer with I mean, really, really curly afro. I mean, I couldn't put a pick in my hair. It was Mod Squad. I'm not being funny here. I was kind of asked, "So what'd you do to my head?" It says here on the appointment, really, really curly perm. I said, "What's a perm?"
You know, it's funny because I was in a Rush video in the early 90s, and I did something to my hair, and I ended up with a fro.
Well, you know, here's the funny thing. I was embarrassed because, I mean, I had really long, shaggy hair, you know, straight. And here I had Mod Squad. And so I tried to hide it. I put a knit cap on and had to go back to the band. And 5 o'clock in the morning, we had to go all the way up to Tennessee or something in cold weather. And he said, "What'd you do to your hair, Wild Ben?" That was my nickname. I said, "Oh, well, I'll just pull it off and show you." "God, what'd you do? Stick your finger in a light socket?" And that's how I got the nickname Wild Ben.
There you go.
We got a name for him, right?
There you go.
It took 6 months for the perm to fall.
Yep.
And there came the really, really long. And I'm standing on the side of the stage running the stage monitors. You know, I was the sound engineer for the stage. And then I get into the music. You know, people, you know, bounce their head around, and my hair was just going round and round. And that's about the time the metalheads came out and they saw this shit.
Yeah, I believe me, I grew up in the early 80s. That was my time. And
Yeah, that was 79 for me.
yeah, I was big into like Iron Maiden and Judas Priest and of course Zeppelin and all those other classic rock bands, of course. But going back on a serious note, we hear a lot about these underground facilities in the United States, how they're all interconnected, and
They were.
and it seems like they're planning for the event that something cataclysmic happens above ground where those that are privy are able to seek shelter, and probably the top 1%, however you want to classify them, or those that are considered to be relevant. And do you think that they know of something that's coming down the pipeline, and that's why they're doing all this preparation? Because it's happening in Russia, it's happening in a lot of places. They're building these vast, enormous facilities underground.
Well, it's taken about 41 years for me to come out with this book and disclose some things, and I'm sure there's other secret forces that are behind things that they can't stop because the military has been split and divided a long time ago, and the bases that were attacked March 8th are still ongoing. We have until September 23rd to stop this timeline from collapsing.
Now, when you say that, is there something? Do you believe that there is multiverse or parallel universes interacting? And you spoke of time travel. I mean, can it be? I mean, obviously, can it be changed?
Well, let me say this: the technology's there. It's secret. They will never disclose that, or it'll collapse. Multiverse. It's because when the Anunnaki, so to speak, created us to be your gold miners back in the pyramid days, the Dracos were already here, and they came through a portal. And actually, humanity started in China area, Asia, and we have had cataclysmic changes, whether it was sparked by God or the creator or a little technological assistance, or did it actually, what do you call it? Our galaxy spins around one clock, round turn in 300,000 years. I mean, what are you going to really believe if we got so advanced that the Dracos were just copiers? They weren't creators. They didn't have the ability to, let's just say they would rather steal a ship than go make one because they wouldn't know how to do it. And it took all this time for our military to finally, the human gene, overcome that. And they had to do it in such a densely, vastly, clandestinely way that they're trying to stop that timeline from happening because the Dracos started the wrong.
You just broke up a little bit. You still there? Uh-oh. Did I lose him? I think I lost him. Ben, I can't hear you.
I can't. Oh, yeah. We got stopped, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We did. And when I'm talking to you, that really made the flag go up. I was like, but I do have your...
Oh, man.
But we won't go there to the cell. But, and again, I don't want to keep you too late.
Wow.
Do you... Now, your encounter, where the book is based, the first book is based on, those were with benevolent forces, correct?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, we're back.
Yeah, we're back.
I think I'm being attacked right now.
I wouldn't doubt it. I really wouldn't. Because, this, you know that Skype, you said it yourself, all the social media platforms, anything you use, obviously it's being monitored. There's, they have the tagged words. It's happened to me before. I've had instances where we heard other conversations or some weird sounds coming over Skype. There was like 10 of us when that happened. We were like, "What is that? What is going on?"
Yeah.
And
You can hear me. You can hear me now, right?
yes, I can.
That could have been my that could have been my end. I've
Yep.
got too many web pages open. I need to shut them down.
Oh, there you go. But you had before we had that little incident just now. You had your encounter with benevolent forces, correct?
That's what I believe. Yes.
Now, do you think that there are also malevolent forces who could be engaging with governments on our planet, to try to counteract the benevolent forces?
They've been here all along
Yep.
for thousands of years, and they mix DNA with the powers that be to control us. And I don't understand the whole physiology part of it better than Patty Broussard does. Everybody thinks she's a nut. Oh, he's a nut. Androgynous is the word, But I have personally seen live satellite feeds that nobody in the planet even knows exist. I do know that.
Mm.
And since we are still live and active, I'll just say this. If you don't want to believe in anything that I say or anybody on my level of knowledge of actual things, then you're just as mind controlled as anybody else.
Well, you know what it is too. I think people have to have the ability to have an open mind.
Yep.
And because I think a lot of people today are so concerned with the self and their daily livelihoods, and they're so overwhelmed by the daily routine of their life. A lot of people, due to economics, they're working two jobs, whatever. There's a lot of stress involved, and I think sometimes it could be ignorance or denial about what's going on in their surroundings. They just ignore it to recognize what's going on around them, unless it affects them directly in their lives. Until it happens to them, then everything changes. All bets are off. But I think it's really important to definitely see things in an open mind perspective, where you have to ask questions. Everything that is everything, question everything. That's my motto. I question everything, because you have to have that. You have to have that ability to be able to try to get to the truth, because as you know, it's really difficult to get through the lies and deceit to get to the facts.
I'm looking at a chat. Somebody says I EMP'd myself. It's possible.
So we're living in that day and age, and it's really hard to filter out what everything that's going on around us. Now, do you have any sites that you could recommend to those that are listening and watching that can get information that's not mainstream? What are some of the things that you look for when you're looking for anything that you might, because you said you're all about facts. So what do you go to try to ascertain and try to get to factual news that comes out, or any other type of information like that?
Well, science fiction, they call it fiction because the science is fact. And I search what most people would think is just science fiction, and then I find the facts, and then I'll do the research on that. For example, the keywords or the clues that are spoken. And for example, let me see, I got it right here. It's Dr. Robert Duncan in the Basis lecture of August of last year. He speaks for 30 minutes, and then he has a Q&A session, and it's not highly watched. Only people that can understand that are going to even look at it. And same thing goes with my books. There was so hard to get published, except the Pink Mile. That was a quickie. Mm-hmm. And this one, whew, Man, you have no idea what target it is when you have to redo, say, 2 podcasts in one day, save it in 2 different areas, just because I got attacked the first time and the second time. And the third time, wow, man, they really don't want me to have this out.
Daryl said that. He said that in the
Yeah.
KGRA
Oh, yeah.
chat room. He said he
Oh,
had.
yeah.
He said hell. He went through hell
I know.
because he was. It was like sabotage.
Yep.
They were trying to undermine everything. He said it was really hard to get this out there, and I'm
Yep.
glad that you're out there. And I hope that people will get you on these shows, like I was mentioning to you off the air earlier. Some of the people in mind. You definitely got to make the circuit. You've got to get this out. You got to get this out there. Now I don't know how you feel about really going public, maybe appearing at conferences and speaking about this, because
I haven't been invited. And here's the reason, because whatever force that is with me is preventing too early of disclosure, and so it's all about the timing. And now that I know that we have until like September, I had to get this out, and I had to put it together precisely the way it is.
I know you can't go into any specifics about September, but you got me really curious about September now. I got to tell you. I mean, I can't even
It has
imagine.
a lot to do with the star alignments and bringing a timeline back to where it's supposed to be. Our entire lives have been off time. All the wars ever since the pyramid days.
So is this going to cause any type of physical, geographical, environmental
We
displacement?
probably won't even know it'll happen.
Okay. All right.
And I'm not a person to say, I'm not a fatalist, put it that way. Because I believe that I still have a life to live, and I got 2 grandchildren to watch grow up in a world not to be cyborg.
Are you one, in your opinion, after your experience, to believe that the ETs are here to prevent ourselves from destroying ourselves?
Say it again.
From your own personal experience with your ET encounter, do you think that they're here to serve a purpose to prevent humanity from self-destructing, from destroying ourselves?
My opinion is it's kind of like the Star Trek Prime Directive. They're not allowed to do things because there's probably higher beings above them. And there is a war in the galaxy, in the universe, going on for millions of years, the way I see it. And they're going to give us the time to straighten it out ourselves. And if we don't, well, I can't say what's going to happen because I don't know. All I know is I've seen 9 more years coming. And if it takes that long to straighten it out, so be it. People are impatient. And being restrained for 5.5 years of my life as a child, getting a PhD level education by 11 years old, I used to proofread term papers and theses for, say, the doctor that created homeopathy. And that's what me was, coral calcium, by the way, is 50 years later still illegal to have, possess, or bring into this country. And the paper written on it was denied to be published by the AMA. So
I'm going to just try to ask this question that weird guy just said. I'm just going to rephrase it.
Okay.
He wants to know what's the contingency in the event that is there others involved in your research, and God forbid something nefarious would happen to you. Is there other people involved to keep the torch going, so to speak, with your research? And
I think there's hundreds, if not thousands, of people like me. They just haven't figured it out yet, and it's taken me this long to get it together. And I feel confident that the good guys are going to win.
Well, something, I hope so, because the way things are looking right now,
hope is a rope attached to a dream.
I mean, it's kind of scary. I mean, there's a lot of rhetoric out there and a lot of negativity, but
It's in the book. Disinformation,
Yep.
misinformation, deception, sleight of hand, or it's all about the magic, the magician. They are showing you this hand where they're actually doing something with the other hand. It's called, sleight of hand. I call it sleight of mind, and that's what this ex-professor, who was targeted, by the way. And when you get to the 8th podcast, you'll wonder why he disappeared for a year, and he'll tell you all about it. And then my next book after this, you're going to see everything about me and how it relates to being a targeted individual, and we are all in the same boat, rowing against the stream without a paddle.
Do you think that the people will eventually overcome and rise? And
We're going to have to, or the higher up, in my opinion, is just going to let it happen. If we don't help ourselves, why would they help us?
But do you think what would be the defining, unifying point that brings humanity together? Do you think?
We all have to be together. We all have to be one. I mean, you hear it everywhere, ascension, and I hate to say names, but people claim to be all these metallurgists and healers and psychics, and I can read your palms, and they could do everything they want to do, but they can't tell me what I'm going to do tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't tell me what I'm going to do 9 years from now, because I've seen that. And if you want to believe that, that's fine. If not, that's fine too.
What do you, and Empire asks, did they tell you about religion as being factual or not? And I'll clear that up. Do you think that, and this is a really delicate issue, I know, because people are sensitive when it comes to religion. Do you think that some of the religious groups or institutions are part of this whole cycle of control and manipulation to control the masses?
Yeah, they've lied. All the history books are wrong. I mean, it is what it is, and religion is part of that. And they use religion the opposite way. It's kind of like you have to reverse engineer everything that we've been told and figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I do best. And I think that's one of the reasons why the military let me in to begin with when I failed the physical the first time. They sent me home and said, you need to get a letter from your doctor, have him notarize it, and we'll let you back in. Well, why did I fail the first time? It was because of the bone disorder.
I hear something.
Did you? That was something else. Just automatically popped up.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it happens when I guess we're talking to Ben Davis.
hey, I had Siri ask me a question while we were on the other show. I mean, and we were talking about it. Yeah. I mean, it happens to me all the time. It really does.
Now, because I had to, when we were live, I remember I spoke about it off the air. I went to the publishing site and audio came out and I couldn't stop it. So I just closed it out. What is?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's Neely Worldwide Publishing, my author page, where you can order the books or pre-order the books. And he embeds a player. I mean, it's really hard to find, but I use a Mac, and they have these little sound things on top of your tab. You just click it and shut it off. It's a lot easier than Windows, I've had people ask me. That's kind of disturbing that you got to listen to all this junk and it catches them by surprise. Now, my website, targetedindividualforce.com, is I put that together for a grade. I got an A for it, A+ actually. And it's kind of funny how when I put that together, I knew when it was going to come out. And it's out. It just shows you what I can do with the education I got and where I'm at now is to get this book told. Yep. Who knows? Hollywood may come to me and say, "Hey, man, we want to sign a deal with you." I say, "Yeah, but that means I gotta join them you know.
Put it this way, it'll put the Matrix to dust.
It might. It just might.
If people, I mean, you know what? And I remember when Julie was doing the meditation after the first break, after the first hour?
All right.
I think, this is stuff that is really important to get out there. But at the same time, if people really take it in and get the understanding about how we're being spied on and all these invasive procedures that are being done to the citizens, and we're supposed to have privacy, our freedoms, and they are in jeopardy. You know what? It is chilling. It's something that if you're really taking it and absorbing it, it's really something that you have to be majorly, deeply concerned about. And I'm going to tell you, I always wondered, just looking around in my surroundings, I'm one that I'm always watching to see what the heck is going on, even when I'm driving. And this is not to be like over paranoid or I'm always watching to see if there goes my battery, if I'm being observed or if something is going on, because in the field that that I'm in, and I know a lot of my friends are, you get that vibe that you're doing stuff that they may not necessarily want you to be doing.
Well, now that Trump's got into office, and he has secretly signed memorandums and stuff like that to get out there in the people that are on his side, even though he's got a lot of opposition. Like I said in the show earlier, it's all the money in the world against him, and that's what we're up against.
Well,
because it's a money-based system.
I'm gonna take a 30-second break. I got to change the battery on my camera. So in that few seconds, you can just give them again a quick summary about TI versus AI, and you just give them a quick rundown on it. And I know you spoke about it earlier, but just to give them understanding about what they can find in your new book. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see. TI versus AI. It's me against the machine. You want to join me? Go to targetedanindividual.com, send me an email, and it'll get to me, and I'll listen to anything you got to say. I only accept positive. I don't want money. It's a site in the process of further building, and I do believe that humanity has to save itself. We all have to join together. We all have to stop the doubting. We all have to become very positive. Anything negative, and you're not with us. Any doubts, and you're going to fall in the trap of the mind control. That's what it does. It's kind of like if you look at Terminator. It has no remorse. It has no feelings. Well, the artificial intelligence has no ethics. It has no normalcy of a human mind. It has no reason to question a human because it's not human.
Okay, I'm back.
Yep, just in time.
Yep. Yeah, I have these batteries I got to put in the camera. I got to get eventually a cord for it, but I'm afraid to blow my camera up, and it's not the kind of camera I want to take a chance on putting power cord to it and blowing my camera up, because it's a little on the expensive side, and I'm not about to experiment on something that I'm not sure it's going to work. Because the first time I did it, I blew the circuit inside the camera, and I was like, oh my God. It's a good camera. Let's just say that. But again, I want to thank you so much, because I found, like I said, it's fascinating, and I appreciate you sending me the PDF, and I am definitely going to read it more thoroughly, because I got a quick glimpse of it. I was able to take what I could to write up some questions, so when you came on the air, I was somewhat prepared. But again, this is something I'm going to not just read once, but twice, because it's so much into detail and there's so much information there. And, the terminology, it's complex. And in order to really get a full understanding about what's in there, I think you really have to take your time and read carefully through it if not once, twice. I mean, because there's so much there, and like I said, I found it fascinating. I couldn't stop. I was writing questions as I was reading, and I didn't even get like that. I had to skip because there was so much there. I was like summarizing. I was trying to proofread, like go really quick to it, and it was impossible. It was impossible because there was just so much. It was like every line had such importance. You didn't want to skip it. So
Yeah.
it was really great, and hopefully we'll get you on, and you're always welcome to come on the Skywatch and hang out and participate. It was an absolute pleasure having you on, and looking forward to seeing what you're doing in the future. And we need to stay in touch. I'm going to reach out to some other hosts to see if they can bring you on the air. But I think like I said, we'll wait to get the book out there, get the feedback, do what you need to do on your end. And I'm really interested also in that September date to see.
Okay. I'm going to give you my last statement in my introduction.
There you go.
Okay. I want to know how much money was spent on these mind control patents that we pay for. I want to know how much was spent on the secret space program. I want to know how much was spent on every little dirty secret the U.S. government has spent, period, all in the name of freedom and national security. Mm-hmm. So we will never get that answer to any of those questions because you, the reader, and everyone else on the planet are mind controlled. Now go read the rest of my book before you get killed knowing what I know. Be the hero that nobody else seems to care about. Yep. Spread this information far and wide until you no longer wonder where you just misplaced this book or why you did to begin with. This is nothing but mind-controlled humans being forced to engage other humans by the AI. Now let's do some reverse engineering and target the AI. Oh yeah, I forgot. You, the reader, left this book on the coffee table.
And I also wonder about that $6 trillion, where all that went.
Yep, it's all in there. And this time, it's not fudged up. It's not, when you submit to Kindle or any of the other online things to turn it into an ebook, you have to send it as a Word document. Mm-hmm. And then they review it, they send back in a PDF, for Christ's sake. Mm-hmm. And it really messes everything up because I'm on a Mac. And if I don't save it as 1997 to 2011 or whatever, you can't read it on a Windows. Yep. And that's all they got. Mm-hmm. And we've gone through all that. So this book is there. It's all perfect. It's taken, God, too long to put together in the short amount of time that I have left to get this done. But it's out there.
Yep. And like I said, I definitely will read it, the whole thing. I'm going to probably do that tomorrow because I you know how I felt.
Yeah.
I was reading it because the questions I asked definitely were pertaining to what was the contents of what you sent me. That's how fascinating I thought it was, and I would highly recommend it to those that are watching and listening to go out there and get TI versus AI. And definitely the other book, It's About Time, Incident at Fort Polk, yeah. Because that is pretty much the prequel. That's how it all begins.
It is. Mm-hmm.
It's your journey. It's what started it all. And that's something I'm going to jump on tomorrow when I wake up because it has to be. It's a companion. It goes with it. It's necessary, to me, at least. So, Ben, get a good night's sleep. I know you're down south, probably in a nice warm weather and
hot weather.
Yeah, well, I could use a little of that up here up north. Bring it this way. It's freaking freezing over here at night.
Let me give you a prime example of what these brush fires are.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
These are the domes that were flooded, and now they're burning. They're coming up through the ground. and they're uh, manually starting backfires to cover it all up.
Wow.
Yeah, heavy.
Yep. And then there's always what happened with Hurricane Matthew.
Yeah, that too. I mean, it's a never-ending saga of entertainment. That's what I learned in college.
It's interesting because, and I know I said a few minutes more, but when we had that polar vortex and it kept hitting us over and over, and I was like, what is going on with the weather pattern? Why is it changing? But then I was thinking more about, and this is just my own opinion when I'm saying, it created a buffer. When that jet stream came down, it was almost like the jet stream was cleaning out the southeast, and it was almost a buffer to prevent the development of hurricanes coming in, especially after Katrina.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it seemed like there was some type of manipulation going on, and when they did that, it also created the drought in California because now the jet stream was coming over the top, coming down to the center of the country, coming down. So there was a bubble. It was looping over. All that moisture that usually came into the west was now going up into Canada and then looping its way back downward.
Well, then they had all the floods.
Yes, and so did Texas.
Today at the market at Walmart, they had strawberries bigger than I've ever seen them before, and they came from California because Florida ain't got that yet. Yep. We had the floods earlier, and then you had South Carolina, and you had West Virginia, and then you had all these sectional. And if you look at the matrix document, I'll have to send you that map where these domes are at, and the access that I've seen from above on other weather satellites that show heat signatures, and all simultaneously at the same time worldwide. It's believable and it's doable. But how long did it take us to get there, to get that part? That's what the secret's all about. Mm-hmm. They're just going to steal a ship and try to get. They don't know how to fix it.
Yeah. Also Texas had a drought a few years ago, and then they were inundated with floods.
Oh, of course, yeah. And they took out one of the Area 51, and they also took out a base in Texas, and down here in Florida, it's just a matter of time before it burns itself out. But they had a news story today, Channel 6 News, showing the Forestry Commission going in there and scraping the muck. I mean, how can muck burn? It was so hot it would melt your shoes.
Wow.
I mean, there is no fire.
And where was this in Florida? Where was this again?
Between where I live and like southwest of Tampa, Central Florida.
Wow.
Right where the Kennedy Space Center is, the escape tunnels.
Oh, Cocoa Beach, all that. Daytona.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you open up the Weather Underground app and go to and zoom in to that, you'll see an overlay right on top of the 55 seniors plus mobile home park, or what do you call it, pre-manufactured place, and they'll show the homes there. Are they still there?
Interesting. Google doesn't update like they should. You know that.
Yeah, well, Google's part of the AI too.
Yeah, definitely. You know how many people tell me that?
They're doing it for money. That's a whole different aspect of some of these patents. All I can say is, get into what I have, put in the book. It's all believable. I mean, you could doubt all you want, but it's fact. It's not fiction. It's really, really there.
Well, like you said, a lot of the things that you mentioned came to fruition.
Yep, they did. Everything that happened in my life's already written, and the next book's going to be after September, and I'll have all the time I want to put it together. I want it.
you know I'm going to bug you when it comes to the fall. I'm going to bug you because if Michael and Julia don't get you on, you definitely got to come on a Skywatch because I just got, after it happens, because I want to see, first of all, if I recognize, because you said it may be like something that you won't notice.
Significant.
Yeah. And I want to see if I do identify it.
Yep. That's where it's at.
There you go. Ben.
All right.
Thank you so much for coming on, and get a great night's sleep. Enjoy the weather in Florida. Don't stay in that air conditioner. I know I used to suffer staying indoors sometimes because it was so brutally hot outside. You couldn't go out after 1 o'clock.
I'm going to go play golf tomorrow. I hadn't done that in a while.
There you go.
My
Listen,
brain's fried. I got to give it some break.
be blessed, be safe, be well. Hope everything is going great
All
with
right.
the family, and we'll talk soon.
Bye-bye.
Good night. So that was Ben Davis. Incredible. I had a great time speaking with him. And again, the book is TI versus AI, Nearly Worldwide Publishing. Also, It's About Time Incident at Fort Polk, which Bill's going to jump on probably right about now to get, because I have to get it. It's a must thing, which I'm doing right now. Because he was nice enough to send me the PDF of this book. In order, usually guests will do that. They'll send you a book. This way you can do the research to properly be prepared to get them on it. And I think that's great when they do that, because then you know what their relevant work is, updated, and you can do the homework and ask away. And I love doing that. I love doing the research. I did it with Jamie for 2 years. It's something I really, because I have a passion for this. I really enjoy this stuff. It's not like I do it for ego or for any other means. It's because I really do love doing this stuff. So, like I said, when I started reading it, I couldn't leave him alone. I kept asking him stuff. I mean, I didn't mean to be too hyper and overactive and asking him this and that and this, but it just, one question led to another, and it was amazing. And I hope everybody enjoyed it. So let me just finish my order here, because I'm ordering this book like right now, because I before I forget. Let's get it to my mail here. And let's place this order. Ding. Order has been placed. Awesome. All right, so definitely going to read that book when I get it. So again, I want to thank Ben Davis for joining us, and hope everybody enjoyed it. So now we've got this cloud that doesn't seem to want to move, and it's just like lingering there. Now, I do have the file. I will replay it again. Ben, I forgot to mention it to Ben. Ben, if you're listening still, I will air it on kgraradio.com on Monday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Eastern Time. This way you can tell your friends or family, peers, whatever, that I'll be broadcasting it, because I am in charge of the network for the next few days. So I will make sure, and I will remember, because it's embedded in my brain now. It's the mind control. I will definitely air that show at 1 o'clock approximately on Monday. So you can look forward to that. Yes, so I'm hoping that this spiraling cloud that doesn't want to move could get out of the way, because I've got to go outside and try to focus in on where Vega is, because I have no idea where it is on my screen right now. So I need to get out there with my phone and Google Sky and just get a rough idea of where Vega is, so we can see if we see any meteor shower activity. It does look like this one cloud is finally getting the heck out of the way. And I want to thank everybody in YouTube chat and say hello to everybody in YouTube chat, and of course everybody that's watching and been listening. But I just want to say hello to Tana, Anna, Bibi. What's up, Bibi? KGRA friend. Arnie, Carmen and Mauricio, Sherry, Chris in the UK, CND Boy in Canada. My dear friend Lorraine, I hope you're feeling better. I know what you're going through. I know it's tough. Hang in there. You'll get over the hump and you'll be feeling better in no time. I know it's not easy, but you're a fighter. I know you're a fighter. So you will definitely overcome this, and you'll be back on your feet in no time. Empire in Iran. Hello to Empire. Get Off My Cloud. James Brock. Mark the Shark. Of course, our friend Jello. Nancy. Ron in Canada, and Zombie. And if I missed anybody, I apologize, but I'm going on the participant list. It's the quickest way to get everybody to shout out instead of scrolling up. So it looks like the sky might be clearing up a bit. So I'm crossing my fingers. I'm going to stay on because I am curious to see if we do see any meteor activity, remnants of the Lyrids. So I am going to play one of my songs. Chat is quiet tonight. I'm not seeing much activity on my Skype. A little quiet, but it was great having Ben on. I got to say that. And I have a lot of people in mind. I just haven't had the time to skywatch, and the weather's been poor the majority of the times. But I have a lot of interesting people to bring on Skype guests that I have to really get in touch with. I'm so many. I mean, they've all wanted to come on, and I've been delaying. But hopefully, I'll get back on track. Except for the week of Pine Bush, it's going to be chaos and mayhem at Bill's. All starting with Heidi's arrival on a Saturday, May 13th. I have to go all the way down to JFK Airport, which is a disaster, to pick her up. And then hopefully Paul and Keith will be here Tuesday or Wednesday. And then Travis Walton on Thursday. And then I got Jade coming on Friday, and my best friend from high school. And then Mark D'Antonio, Annie, and her husband on Saturday. So it's going to be insane here. It's going to be a great event. And I'm going to, one day during my Skywatch, I'm going to replay the interview with Ben that when he was on the show. But you can always come back here and check out this archive show. It says guest Ben Davis. So you can always go back and listen to it again, because a lot of what he was saying, like I said, it's something you got to maybe listen once or twice just to ascertain and get all the information that he was relaying out there. And again, I'm looking at this PDF. It's, oh my God. And I definitely won't read off of it, because that's the whole point of get the book. Like, I just ordered his book. Literally, I just ordered his book. Now, our friend Empire wants to come on. It's it's going to take me two and a half hours to get to JFK if I'm lucky. If I'm lucky with traffic. 2.5 hours minimum from my house. But I've got a game plan. She doesn't come in till 8 o'clock at night. I'm going to wait in the cell phone parking lot. She'll call me, drive right up, pick her up, and get back home. So it's going to be a long day of traveling. So that's the plan, at least. And hopefully the plan goes through. But we have a lot of things in store. So it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be really cool to have everybody come on. So before I bring Empire on and anybody else who wants to join, I know I'm not going to ask Lorraine because Lorraine's not feeling well. Jello's probably eating. If I had to guess, Jello's eating. Chris, heck no. There is no way. It takes me an hour and a half just to get from my house to the Bronx. And you still have to go into Queens and then into, say, borderline Brooklyn, Queens, just to get to JFK. And the Van Wyck, if anybody knows New York City, the Van Wyck Expressway is a nightmare. It is disastrous. Because not only is it leading to JFK, it also leads to Citi Field. It also leads to LaGuardia. It's a nightmare to drive to JFK. And another thing is you have to consider when you're driving in New York City are the drivers themselves. It's crazy. They New York City is a different animal. It's a different beast. And I'm sure people in LA can relate or in a major city. You can forget about signs. Nobody uses their directional signals. They just cross over lanes, zigzagging for the heck of it, and speeding and insanity. No respect. There is just, it's all, every driver for themselves. Forget about driver's safety. All bets are off in New York. Why do you think there's so much accidents there? Fender benders. Because they drive insane. Do you know I've been living up here for 10 years? I've heard someone blow the horn once. Once, maybe? I can't even remember somebody blowing the horn. People are so patient up here and respectful and courteous. The city, as soon as I drive into the boroughs, craziness, insanity. It's like it's just chaos. I hate driving in New York City. And if you ever drive into New York City, stay away from Cross Bronx Expressway, the West Side Highway, or the FDR. The three worst places to drive in New York City. Oh my. Oh my God. Nancy knows. She knows. It's insane. Oh man. I am not looking forward to it. And I miss the Bronx, but I don't miss it. I don't miss. It's weird because growing up in a big city in New York City, and I grew up in a really nice area in the Bronx. You're surrounded by so many people. It's wall to wall. I actually had a nightmare the other night that we sold this house and moved back to New York City, and I was crying, literally crying. Why did we sell the house and move back down here? I love it up here. It's so peaceful. It's the space, the fresh air, the trees, the serenity of it all, tranquility, the people. Not saying that the people are not nice in New York, but get on a subway train. Just get on a crowded subway train in New York City at rush hour. It is the most uncomfortable, awkward feeling you can have. That's all I can tell you. And I did that for many years. Oh, it's horrific. Horrific. Especially if a subway train in the summer doesn't have the air conditioner working. Oh, you're done. You're toast. And some of the stations underground, if their systems aren't working, it's an oven. You're dying. You can't breathe. If you suffer from claustrophobia, you're finished. You're done. It's like that. I really try. And again, I grew up there all my life. I won't give away my age, but I've spent the majority of my life in New York City. And I have great memories of New York City. I also have the sad memory of 9/11, losing friends in the towers. I lost a friend that was a Port Authority officer that movie that Nicolas Cage did. He was one of the characters in that movie. He lived right across the street from me. I grew up with him. He had been on the force for 2 weeks. Only 2 weeks. And he had young children. He was the quietest, nicest guy. And he went into the towers, came back out. And like in the movie, they told him, okay, let's go back in. And they went in the elevator, and that's when the tower collapsed. And they were trapped underneath. I did not like the way they portrayed his character in 9/11. I can tell you that in the movie with Nicolas Cage, because that was not him. I was very upset on how they portrayed his character, and I know his family was too. And I lost a couple of other friends in the tower as well, high school friends. And then, of course, my mom was working in the post office in Manhattan. And I was so worried on how I was going to get home because it was chaos. People were walking over the bridges. They didn't know how they were going to get out of the city because the Manhattan is an island, obviously. So if the subways ain't running, how are you going to get out? They closed everything. Everything was shut down. They had no choice. People were crossing over the bridges to get out of Manhattan, walking. Then they turned the subways on at, I believe it was 4:30 that afternoon, and Mom was able to get home to the Bronx. Mom used to, she was friends with a bunch of firemen that she knew for years. My mother was a letter carrier in Manhattan on 86th Street in Manhattan. And there's a firehouse on 86th Street. I believe it's between 2nd and 3rd. And she knew all the guys. Most of them died. Most of them died in the towers. My mom was devastated. I was devastated. You know, if you ask anybody in New York, I think someone that they knew, they were touched by, they were affected by 9/11. I can't think of anyone that I knew that didn't know someone or was downtown. My stepmother's husband came back full of the dust. He worked in a parking garage right next to the towers. He was covered in ash when he got home. To know what that ash consisted of, just that alone is traumatic. And it was insane. Let me just say something. Anyway, I just got thrown off a little bit. But, you know, it happened. And I'll say one thing, though. I never seen a city get together and be united and everyone was on the same page, regardless of race, religion, gender preference, whatever it was. Everybody was working together. And that was the irony and the beautiful mosaic that makes up New York City. That I have to say. I was never so much more proud to be a New Yorker than after how many people wanted to help. They had to turn people away. So many volunteers. I wanted to volunteer. It was incredible. And then there were the concerns about the hazardous material. So they only could use people that, you know, were suitable to do that, trained firefighters and other emergency service personnel. And you know how they suffered now with medical issues, cancer, all kinds of diseases related to what happened. So, yeah, it was something I'll never forget. That's no doubt about that. But again, it's kind of a weird, ironic twist that out of such a negative, traumatic time, that the beautifulness in people came out. That's what I saw. And I get a little emotional when I talk about it because I can remember like if it was yesterday. I remember going to run outside to see the tower when it got hit by the first plane. And I'm thinking, oh, it's just a plane accident. I can't believe it because planes go over that tower all the time to go to LaGuardia. That's the flight path. But then when the other one, wow, then it hit. Then everybody knew. That was it. I mean, we're getting attacked, and that's as simple as it gets. Anyway, enough of that. I'm going to go outside. I think Tana wanted to come on, so I'll bring Tana on. I'll do that now. And I don't want to be rude to him. To Empire. Empire's been messaging me. So let's see if he's still around. I think Tana's trying to come on. Tana, are you there?
Hello?
Yep, I hear you. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. So what's up? What's happening in Seattle?
Huh?
What's going on in Seattle?
Well, I don't know if I told you. I've got a third cat now.
Oh boy. A kitten
Yeah.
or a cat? Full grown.
Kitten.
Okay.
I named her Hash.
Why does that not surprise me? Oh, is any activity going on at Mount St. Helens?
You know, it's funny you ask. I have a friend of mine that lives right in the valley between Rainier and St. Helens. And she was talking the other day of something about living in the danger zone. But I didn't quite catch the full because I was multitasking.
You know why? Because I recently read that there's been more seismic activity there.
Yeah, I know that there's been smoke off and on once in a while. And not a lot of smoke.
Wow,
But that's what I've heard. I don't get out of the house much. So, and I don't have TV anymore, so I rely pretty much on what my friends tell me.
Ron said that that his mom loves Seattle. She went to Seattle, then Portland.
Oh, wow. I know the other night, it was where I was in a Skype conversation, I think with Chris. And I felt my bed shake. It felt like...
oh, God.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that.
I've been feeling those a lot lately.
I can't... I don't know. You see, as a New Yorker, as an East Coaster, I can't even imagine what it's like to live in an area that has... earthquakes, even if they're small ones, it would unnerve me. It would drive me to the brink of insanity.
Oh, I'll tell you what. It's extremely true, especially when you're on a bed, because you feel every fucking thing. And I'm kind of sensitive anyway. So when I feel them, the hairs on my neck stand up.
Because they're predicting, they keep saying it, and they keep saying it, and I'm seeing articles posted everywhere that California is really, really due for a big one, and they say there was something about slipping. That it's just not the earthquake itself.
No, it's the whole. I think it's going to be the whole San Andreas fault that goes. I don't know. I know that the first earthquake I ever experienced was here in Seattle, and that was in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I was sound asleep. I woke up swinging. Literally, I woke up swinging. I thought somebody was fucking with me. I thought it was my boyfriend at the time. And so I woke up swinging. And, imagine my surprise and realize, A, there's nobody there. And I look up at the ceiling, and I see the fucking ceiling crack right in front of my fucking window. Oh, sorry.
Yep, that's three.
So
That's three.
Damn it. I was so good all night. Damn it. I'm sorry.
I can't even imagine laying in a bed and seeing your room fall apart around you.
Yeah.
Cracks.
Yeah.
I can't even.
Oh, it freaked me out. It freaked me out bad. And the next thing I knew, my phone was ringing. You were just in an earthquake. Did you know that? Yeah, I kind of have a clue. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But you
that
know,
was.
up
Go ahead.
up here, um, we worry about more, like hurricanes, but not even where I am, because I'm. But I can't even say that because when Superstorm Sandy happened, I had a big freaking willow tree fall on my house, so I can't even say that. But the real concern here is like hurricanes, or even now that tornadoes are becoming more widespread. Of having a tornado come through because it's more common than uncommon now. We have had tornadoes up here, so that's our concern, really, pretty much. And they're closing down finally Indian Point, the nuclear plant on the Hudson River, which isn't far from my location. So that's a good thing we always worried about too, is the freaking nuclear plant. So that's
Yeah.
our concerns. Like, say if I lived out in near Yellowstone, I would be freaking out. I know it. I'll be freaking out. When is it gonna blow? When is this super volcano gonna explode? It's the end of days. That's what's gonna be. Even here in the East Coast, we're toast. We're done. All that ash is coming our way. I mean, it's done. We are so done. So anything.
I know what you're thinking on that because I grew up in New Mexico and we had similar drills with the tornado drills.
Yep. Yep.
So yeah, I remember those.
Yep.
I'm not sure which is worse.
They had a drill over here yesterday. They had the sirens going off. I'm wondering, okay, what are they preparing for? Because this is rare. And you heard what I mentioned on the show about Gotham Shield. They're having that nuclear drill in Jersey
Right.
on the 24th, I think it is, which is Monday. They're gonna like a mock drill that it got hit by a nuclear bomb, and I didn't even know about this till somebody sent me. I think it was Heidi that sent me the link to it. So, I mean, all this stuff is going on. I'm like, oh boy, is this more fear stuff to go passing around to make people go really nuts?
I think so because I had a friend of mine that posted something to me on Facebook about they're doing a mock war drill in Colorado.
Really?
Yeah.
What's going on
Yeah.
with all these drills?
Something's up.
Something's up. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to speculate, and I'm not going to be one of these people to put out stuff out there that is not validated and factual because there's so much stuff out there that people are running around with.
No, but how could something not be up with all the frickin' BS going on?
But there is I mean, they you don't hear much more about Fukushima. You know that stuff is still leaking into the oceans. I don't care what they say. They stop the gap. BS. That is BS. That thing has been leaking. It's still leaking, and it's affecting the Pacific. Who knows how it's affecting the sea life? I wouldn't eat anything out of the Pacific Ocean. That's for sure.
I'm terrified to eat seafood, and I love it.
I love it. I do too. But even here, we have bans. We can't even fish out the Hudson because of the what is it? The sea? I forget what it is. PCBs, whatever it is, PCPs, whatever it is, the contaminants.
Yeah.
You can't even eat the fish. I mean,
No.
you got to go deep into the ocean to get decent fish. Even if it's there's so much going on and that we don't even know about, that they're not telling us. Oh, and then when Fukushima happened, they released a thing about the radiation levels being acceptable at one level. Then they raised it to say, okay, you can still eat the fish. It's still safe. But meanwhile, they raised the level up to meet
Right.
and that was like a flag. I said, whoa. So they raised the radiation acceptance levels on the fish out of the Pacific so they're able to still sell it and put it out there. But meanwhile, it was not safe before they raised the level, but now it's safe because of, I was like, no way. No way. The starfish melting and all this kind of crazy stuff. I was like, no. Okay, I
Well,
can't.
have you seen all the videos on how they produce fake food now?
I mean, I'm terrified. Everything. Do you know that we're right now, and I don't know why, and I got to get outside to find out where Vega is.
Yeah.
But right now we're paying $3 for a pound of all our produce, our lettuce, romaine, and somebody told me something happened, but I don't know where. They weren't. I don't remember them giving me details. But our produce skyrocketed.
Yeah.
Is it happening by you too?
Yeah. It is. And what kills me is the stuff that's quote unquote organic costs even more than the stuff that's GMO.
I mean, yeah, that's again, it's all about these corporations and the control that they have. I mean, I'm not gonna. I hate getting into politics because I know it's something that a lot of people are passionate about either side, whether you're a liberal or conservative. So I will just say this: when the EPA regulations were knocked down to allow coal, gas, the fracking, oil production. I mean, it's all about the money. It's all about feeding the big corps. And I am one to believe that we should be going to cleaner energy as a
Yeah.
resource. Even though other countries aren't doing it, like you see how China. Do we want to live in a China where you look on a live feed from China where there's smog 24/7, it seems, and
No.
these people are walking around wearing masks, and 3 million people die a year in China from pollution, though their population is over a billion, but that's besides the point. Birth defects, everything else. I don't want to live like that. That's why I'm glad I live in the mountains with these surrounded by trees and fresh oxygen being given off,
Exactly.
rather than living off these. We're living in the big cities, and that's another thing. What Get Off My Cloud just said. The honeybees are disappearing.
Right.
I don't see them no more. I used to
Yep.
see them everywhere here. I don't see them in the last 3 years.
No, they're on the endangered list now.
I mean, it's insane. The ecosystem is being thrown off. There's no doubt about it. I mean,
And the thing about it, though, is once the bees are gone, guess what's next?
well,
You know?
it's alarming. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Look what Mark just said. He watched the whale autopsy and it had 30 plastic bags in its stomach. That is disgusting. That is sad. And then there's that big floating island in the Pacific. Who's cleaning up that mess? They're just ignoring it. You don't even hear about it. There's a big, I got to look it up because I haven't looked it up in a while. But there's that plastic garbage, disgusting floating island. Even the debris off of the Fukushima is floating out there. Nobody's cleaning it up. Let me see. Garbage. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up right now. Island Pacific. Let's see what comes up. Great Pacific Garbage Patch, Wikipedia.
Damn.
Oh my God. I'm trying to find the size. I'm trying to find a more. How big is it? Let's see. NOAA. This is NOAA. So let's see what NOAA says about it.
All right.
This is old. Oh, they say there is no garbage patch. Eastern
Yeah.
Bull. That's BS.
That's the thing that gets me is they censor so much now. You know, we don't hear about half the shit going on.
No, we don't. I wish I could. You see, even Google would not even show it. Even if you went to Google and tried to find it, I bet you they wouldn't even show it.
No. You really got to be on top of shit. I don't know. I think that's part of the reason that like NASA cut their live feed, and all the fucking news media corporations, they're owned by the same people, and they keep spitting out the same shit, almost verbatim, and a lot of times actually verbatim. There's so much disinformation being put out there.
All right,
I don't see any of it.
this is what it says. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch is not only the marine trash vortex, it's just the biggest. The Atlantic and Indian Oceans both have trash vortexes. Even shipping routes in smaller bodies of water, such as the North Sea, are developing garbage patches. I'm trying to see if they show a size. 7 point. Okay. I'm trying to. They're not being specific about size. Probably not to alarm anyone. Maybe somebody in chat can find out, because I'm just trying to skim through this. So that's what made me think about is when he mentioned about the whale autopsy. Okay, now they're saying the team also discovered more permanent plastic features or islands, some over 15 meters in length. It's a lot larger than that. It is a lot larger than that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's something that is, nobody wants to clean it.
We're going to have to clean it.
Okay, here's off the Huffington Post. It says here, in just 2.5 hours, he said the crew observed more than 1,000 large floating objects. You can really walk on the water. It's
that big.
It's big.
Yeah. It's frightening.
Okay. The project says that during which 30 vessels covering a 1.4 mile square area mile between Hawaii and the U.S. Coast Guard tracking plastic debris. They've never seen any area as polluted as the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. A solution. This is what it says. A report in January found that if we continue our current ways, the world's oceans would contain more plastic than fish by 2050. Now think of that.
That's a disgusting number.
That is disgusting. I don't know. That is horrible. Look. Mark the Shark just posted. Look. Okay, Oofy. Perfect. How big is the Pacific Garbage Patch? Here's the basic facts about the Pacific Ocean Garbage Patch. 7 million tons of weight, twice the size of Texas, up to 9 feet deep. Oh my God. The North Atlantic Patch, this is what Mark put up, is an area of alien man-made marine debris is estimated to be hundreds of kilometers across in size with a density of over 200,000 pieces of debris per square kilometer. Oh my, see, that's what I mean. It's madness. It's madness. And that's just that. And can you imagine how much of endangering of species that would do? I know the wolves were endangered, the polar bears, and the list goes on.
You know what? It occurs to me. What's the biggest problem behind all of these problems? It's the mental health issue we have going on in our fucking government. Pardon my French. It's the people that have got more power than they do compassion. They don't give a shit that they're destroying the planet or sending our people to die. You don't see any of their kids going to war. You don't see them recycling anything.
Yep. They claim that they recycle the plastic, but so why is there millions of tons of plastic floating in the oceans? Is this because people are dumping, or we have cargo vessels that are losing cargo overside and it's floating in the oceans? I mean, the garbage is coming from somewhere. They're dumping. I mean, I remember living in New York City. They used to bring the barges out of Staten Island out to the ocean and dump all the garbage in the ocean. That's what they did. Barges going to the ocean to dump the garbage. We've been doing it for decades. There's no excuse for that. There
It's-
there
yeah.
has to be, and they say, oh, we can't burn it, put it back into the atmosphere. Also, now you're worried about that, but you don't seem too concerned about other materials that you can burn that can affect the environment. I mean, it's such a hypocritical thing that it's all about money. That's the bottom line. It comes down to money. What's in it for us? And what's the easiest solution that is the least cost effective thing that it's going to affect them. Whatever's the cheapest way to get rid of it, that's what they'll do. That's what it comes down to. So it's a responsibility, really. Now, I wish I can get somebody. I don't know who. Let's see who's in chat. I need to try to get somebody on with you, so I don't want to leave you alone. I got to get out there and try to find out where Vega is. I've got to focus in on Vega, but it's a little clouds out there. But I still got to get out there and fix this camera.
Yeah.
I don't. Skype is really quiet tonight.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the few times I haven't had an issue with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe everybody's just like chilling out, relaxing, spending a nice, quiet evening or early night. But I'm looking. There's not much activity on my Skype, and I have a lot of individuals on my Skype, and a lot of it's showing yellow.
Yeah.
A lot.
Oh, Star's around. Starseed.
All right, Star, if you want to go on with Tanner, this way I can go outside and play with the camera. Yeah, Star's usually working. All right, so I'll bring Star on.
Okay.
This way you ladies can chat away, and I'm going to go outside and focus on the camera.
All right.
Hey, Star, how have you been?
I'm doing good.
All right, your mic is a little low.
I'll fix that. Sorry.
That's okay.
Hey, Star.
I think she's working on her mic.
Okay.
Yep, you still sound low. Your sound is breaking up.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at Jello.
I've seen that. I've got to get out there. Because this is the prime time for if we're going to see any activity for meteorites. This is the time from now to say 5. I've got to get out there. I just don't want to leave you hanging. Star, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you raise your volume a little bit?
Yeah, I'm working on it. I don't want to blow out the whole thing.
No, believe me. Tanner and I are louder than you are right now.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Well, anyway, I'm going to leave you two ladies to sort this out. Tanner, help her out. I'll be back.
All right. Help her out? Oh, shit. Oh. I'm like, I know less about computers than you do.
Yeah, I usually work on it.
Yeah, I'm going to put my headphones on. Hold on. Because I can barely hear you.
That's strange. Everything
Yeah.
else up.
I'm, hold on. Plugging in. All right. Say something.
Still here. Yeah, I guess my things have been really funny today.
Oh, how so?
What? I get it going good and everything's up high. That's funny.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, you're cut now.
yeah, fortunately my thing's up high too. Weird. Okay, that's funny.
Oh, damn. Chris, what's wrong with you?
Yeah. So what's going on, Tana?
Not much. Oh, there's Bill. I'm hanging in there. I'm pretty much just kind of staying out of trouble.
Oh, that's good.
Um, Trying to get a little bit better at making my videos. Um, yeah, I need help. Um, that and just contending with the three cats now. Which it's funny because for a minute there, all three of them were in heat. So that was kind of interesting for a minute.
Oh, so and
Well,
I got one cat left now.
huh?
I only got one cat left.
Only one?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I don't personally just ask, and fortunately, I was like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
So, other than that, things are just like start warming up here. About time.
Yeah. Hey, Duplicate. No, I think Bill's got Vega.
Ah,
Oh, it's right in the center.
Yep. That's Vega.
Yeah.
So we're right where we need to be. The radiant point is just to the right, the upper right of Vega. Now we just
Right
gotta hope
on.
these. Now we just need these clouds to say goodbye. Really.
Oh, shit.
I
Let me
mean,
help.
it was so nice before. I mean, it was beautiful before with no lack of clouds. Now these clouds are rolling in, but to my west, it looks clear. So like I'm right on the line. I need to look at the radar.
Okay.
So how you been, Star?
I'm doing good.
Feeling better?
Yeah, doing
Good.
a lot better.
Good. Been busy here. I know you're working and doing your thing that you always do.
Yeah, a lot of fun stuff.
Let's see what this radar looks like now. Okay, it's 2:00 in the morning here now, Eastern time. So we still have time if this... Yep, I've got this one batch of clouds right over me now. After that, it's clear. Completely clear. Oh, man, get out of the way.
Yeah, I know, right?
I got one dense band of clouds, literally, like right over me now. But behind it, there is nothing. So now I'm trying, and it developed. It's the oddest thing. It developed right over me. It's in my luck, I swear. It's my luck. It's.
Well, don't you let it go away.
It'll clear up.
Oh,
I have faith. It'll clear up.
let me see if I could take a snapshot of this, just to show.
All
you.
right.
Watch this. It's literally like I'm on the final, but I just hope that band doesn't come up from the southwest up to my direction. It should clear up though. Here, I'll show you guys in Skype and then I'll put it in chat.
All right.
Look at that. Look at where I am and look at the cloud. It's like right over me. It's like right over me. But look to the west and north. There's no clouds. It's completely clear.
Damn.
Right where I am is one band of clouds. But it looks like it's going to move through, so that's a good thing. All right, so let me show a few shooters earlier. And what's up, Duplicate? I'll show you guys the radar. Yeah, you see how it's clearing up on my screen right now? Literally, as I said it, the band, because the radar is a few minutes outdated. So the band is actually moving away, and you can see the clear skies filtering in behind it. It's amazing. That's the line that's right over me moving away, and the clear skies are behind it.
Wow.
And literally, as we were looking it up on the radar, and I put the snapshot in chat, that's that line that's right over my location moving east, and now all that clear sky is behind it. So I may get lucky. We should see some activity. That's why I never depend on weather forecasts. I always depend on radar, because the radar is more accurate than a person telling me on the Weather Channel or the news about what my weather's going to be.
Well, basically,
What?
weather changes, It doesn't stay the same all the time.
Yeah, I've been really busy. I mean, insanity. I'm getting my house prepared for the mayhem that's going to come for Billfest. So I really am. You have no idea. I am going all out on getting my house ready. I even put grass seed in spots that were in need of grass seed. I'm like, forget manicuring my house, my property, everything. I just got in Walmart 5 pillows, all kinds of stuff for the people that are gonna be crashing out, like literally all over the house, couches, floors, beds, and mattresses though. But there's gonna be people like laying everywhere. It's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be
You're
nuts.
gonna have a. Oh shit! I just scared the hell out of myself. What
And
the
yes,
hell?
Vega is to the left center. That is Vega. That brightest star right there. And the radiant point is almost dead center of the screen right now. Look at these clouds. First they were moving one direction. Now they're moving the other direction.
It's like they know.
This cloud is moving from the upper right, going down to the bottom left. The clouds are moving in like 2 directions. First they were going down toward the right, now they're going down to the left. It's bizarre. And we will be live streaming.
Oh, right on.
I will be live streaming everything.
It's always bizarre.
When you're on this channel, everything's on the table. It's bizarre is the key word.
That's the norm.
Yeah, it's the norm. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, once these clouds get out, I'm going to try to raise the gain a little bit.
Bill, you're cutting out.
I am?
Yeah, or you were. Something. It was weird.
This is the Ben Davis After Effects.
What is that?
It goes to the conversation we had before.
Oh, you guys talked about a lot of things you shouldn't, huh?
You never know. Oh, I better check KGRA. All right, everything's running good on KGRA. Right now, I'm playing Richard Dolan, New Thoughts and Ideas. Replay.
Not bad.
Nah, it's one of the higher demanded archive shows. That's why I air the ones that people want to hear.
That's good.
What is up with these clouds? All right, so everybody's saying it looks good on their end, the stars. So now we just need to see some activity. And this is the time. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen from now to just before dawn. So I'm going to rough it out. I don't have to do a live show till 9 o'clock tomorrow night, so I can sleep the majority of the day, even though tomorrow's supposed to be beautiful. But I'm one of those people that can sleep 5 hours and I'm fine.
That's good.
Even though it's always nice to get 8.
True.
Oh, there goes one. There was a shooter right now.
Yep.
You saw it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I was doing a couple experiments and it blew up basically. I put a starfield seeds and I end up with 18 dragon fruit.
Look at
growing.
that. Now the cloud, it was going one direction. The top piece is going down to the left, but the bottom is staying still. I'm serious. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
And what's up to Jamie? Yeah, there was a shooter in zone 2. So the center to upper portion of the screen seems to be where the activity is going to be, because that's where the radiant point is.
Yeah.
So what do you guys want to talk about?
Man, I've been talking for the last 3.5 hours. So if you guys want to run with it, go for it. My voice, I'm losing my voice just talking for the last 4 hours.
Yeah.
Maybe a hot coffee will help.
Yeah, Ron, do your thing. Do that dance for us. The cloud dance.
I want to see that.
Jamie, you want to come on Skype? It's only 2. It's Tanner and Star.
Yeah.
If you want to come on. And if anybody else wants to join on Skype, let me know. Oh! And I haven't tested it. And Jamie, I need your help. I added a Skype public number to my Skype account.
Uh-oh.
So people could call in during shows.
Oh, nice.
All they got to do is dial the number, but it's not tested yet. And I tried to test it with my phone, and I couldn't hear myself.
You were probably too close.
So we need to have that. I got to test that. All right, let me add Jamie. Okay. So the number, because it's going to be made public anyway, because I'm going to use it. It's 845 391 311. I hear an echo.
Oh, yeah.
I hear an echo.
Yeah, let me fix that. Go ahead.
Okay. I need your help with that too. The number is 845 391 3111.
391-3111.
I still hear the echo.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me fix that real quick.
By the way, hi, Jamie. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
I hope you guys are having a good night.
Yes,
All right,
yeah.
let me try one more thing, and then we'll make sure the echo is totally gone. All right, so you added a, call in to talk number or something?
I added on my Skype account a phone number.
Okay.
So now I'm wondering, because I tried to call it through my phone to call myself on Skype, and I didn't hear myself. Now, Race was telling me I have to use a secondary device, like a laptop, in order to tie it in.
All right, so you got a Skype number, so when people call that number, it rings your Skype, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so if I call it from my
From your cell
phone, it should ring right in.
Yeah.
You want me to try it?
Try it, because I wasn't hearing myself talk to myself. You have the
I have
number?
an echo.
Yeah, I still hear the echo too a little bit.
All right. I got everything turned down pretty far. Oh, it might be my radio. Hold on. I got it.
Is YouTube muted?
Turn that radio down for me. All right, go ahead and give me the area code and number.
845 391 3111.
Okay, call him.
Let's see what happens. Here it comes. Okay, now it says answering this call will put your active call on hold. Why is that?
Oh, because you're talking to us right now.
Yeah, usually what I used to do is when someone would call me, then I would hit the plus button and add the number they called from in.
All right,
You know what I mean?
Let's try that.
All right, so go ahead and add that number that I called you from, and I'll answer it.
Add to group call. Let's see what happens. Is it ringing on your end?
Hello?
Oh,
I
it's
think it
working.
Tonight?
It's
worked.
working.
Is this Bill's hotline?
This is the Bill
It
hotline, the Bill Skywatcher hotline.
All right. Sounds very good.
Awesome.
How am I sounding? All right, I'm going to hang up now. You guys are laughing at me.
All right,
Really
bye.
funny.
That was
Yeah,
awesome.
that's good.
Good.
How are you, Jamie?
Excellent. So it works.
What's up?
How are you, Jamie?
I'm good. I'm
That's
good,
Star.
good. Been doing a lot of work with Bill Freeze, helping him switch over from Shoutcast to Icecast, which is a little pain, but we're getting it done.
Cool.
Hey, you guys are doing good.
Got the broadcaster going really good. A lot of people are checking it out. We put a free 10-day trial out there. We got introductory prices real low, so that's going good. I'm doing my own show. I did a show with Al Pachenko last month, and this month I'm doing one with Reverend Carter.
Oh, you read my mind. I was just going to mention him to you.
Yeah, I mean, like today I was like, man, he would be a great guest for me, so I just went ahead and
he's got the new series out.
Yep, he sure does. So it's going to make for a good interview. Just I'm only doing an hour show, and
I spoke with him today. Matter of fact, you wouldn't believe it. If I told you, you would not believe what happened to me. The History Channel called me.
Oh wow!
And they wanted to interview me.
Nice.
But
it's nice.
I declined.
Why is that?
Because they're looking for people not that just had sightings, but that had like close up sightings. So I recommended 3 individuals that I know. Michael J. Carter, because remember, Jamie, he had an experience in his apartment in Manhattan?
Yep.
This guy, remember Bill Wyan that we interviewed?
Mm-hmm.
From Pine Bush? He said he had a claim that with the lobster claw hands, remember?
Yep.
And then Al Santoriga of the Bronxville Paranormal Society, because ever since he was a kid, he was seeing triangles. He's seen a UFO the size of the Roman Colosseum, etc. So I'm trying to give him a list of names because they're looking for people from New York. So I'm working on it. But Michael Carter was the first person I thought of. So, yeah. And then that's how I'm getting emails from the History Channel. It's crazy. And maybe I'll invite them to see how I do sky watches and the video that I captured from 2000. What was it? 14, something like that. It's amazing. I've been streaming for years now doing this. Doesn't seem like that.
You have that in shot. Will work.
Yeah, I still hear an echo. These clouds really need to get the heck out of the way.
Here, let me fix that real quick. I'll back out and come back. Hold on.
All right. Yeah, so they're looking for people that had more. Go ahead.
It should be gone now.
It is gone.
Yay!
My doctor's giving me the medical. I haven't smoked weed in like 10 years, and he's giving me some medical next month. So,
how was your back?
It's been doing okay. I kind of threw it out tonight. If you know what I'm saying. Threw it out a little bit.
Oh God, I'm not saying nothing. I know nothing. Oh my God. Yeah. So, it's the same old thing. Another duplicate said another shooter, Zone 4. I didn't see it. Yeah, I've been busy getting ready for the Pine Bush thing, and I got people.
Yeah, that's cool. Didn't you just go to a conference, or is that Pine Bush you've just been getting ready for?
Yeah, I'm getting ready for it. This place is going to be insane, Jamie. I got like 10 people staying over.
Nice. How did Ozarks go? Did Race? I know Race had a blast, but like,
well, he had a great time. But you know where he is now? He's in Vegas.
Yeah, I know.
For a week. So guess who's got KGRA for 10 days in a row?
Yep.
Oh boy, I told you need help. Let me know, man. I'm here. So
yeah,
he knows that too.
Yeah, he told me that.
Like you need somebody to edit some shows, throw them my way, anything like that.
Yep, he told me. He mentioned it. Well, right now, like tonight with Starborn, I actually put the audio here on the Skywatch. Tomorrow, Task Force Griffin he's away, he's doing something. So tomorrow's only Vance. I got to do Dolan and Micah on Monday, but then it's replays Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then I'm back to my normal bullshit that I do on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I don't say bullshit, but the normal routine. So it shouldn't be that. Yeah. It shouldn't be that bad. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I really, really, really got the hang of producing. Let's just say that.
Oh yeah, I know you would. There's not, once you get into the rhythm, it's not that crazy.
Yep. But the only thing is, like, they have a morning show now So I got to get up at 8:30 just to make sure I shut the stream off at 9 and then fade it out into replays. But I got to be up because the show ends at 9 and I got to...
Oh, yeah. Never mind. They're not using that no more. I was going to say if they were still using... They're using IceCast now, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm using IceCast as well with some Shoutcast,
So
but I was going to say, like, Voscast used to have a link where you could just give somebody the link, they can click on it, it would shut the server down, or...
Well, yeah, Jimmy's show works that way.
You could actually code it in there.
Yeah, Jimmy's show works like that. I just put the code in, and then once his show ends, it drops, and then the queue goes. So that's good, at least. I don't have to stay up to freaking 1 o'clock in the morning to shut him down. You know how that is. That's the producer talk stuff going on.
Yeah, it's a pain. I mean, I used to stay up and listen to the whole show, but then I just started setting my alarm for 1 o'clock.
That's what I mean. Thank God I don't have to do that and stay up to 1. So that's a good thing. So I'm just waiting. Tonight's I could say it's remnants, but there should still be quite a bit of activity of the Lyrids meteor shower. So that's why I'm staying up and seeing if we see anything. But the clouds are bothering me. It looked like it was going to clear. They said it's going to clear, and I keep seeing these clouds like developing like right over my house. It's odd, Jamie. I always go to this. Maybe because I'm in the mountains and the atmospherics. It has to be. It has to be. It has to do something with the mountains. Got it. It just drives me nuts. Mark D'Antonio's staying over too for Pine Bush for here at my house.
Nice.
So the guys from P&K, they're doing a live stream here, and then I'm gonna have my camera live outside showing all the activity that's going on outside with an open mic. So
check out my player. I got one of these players. Can you see it on Skype there?
Let me see. Yep. So you're just comfortable with doing? There's a nice shooter just now. You're just comfortable for once a month right now?
Yeah. Plus, I'm running my own 24/7 music station.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah. So that I got that going. I'm pushing the PRT broadcaster, and then I'm doing my show. Plus, I'm doing podcasts. He does daily podcasts. Every once in a while, I'll pop in there and help him with that. And now that I have how many different stations are listed on TalkStream Live, I have to go through and redo all them from Shoutcast to IceCast.
Wow. Oh, do me a favor. I know this is going to be a pain in the you-know-what. I lost all the archive shows that we did.
Right here.
When you have time, and whenever, send them to me in Skype.
Would you rather download them one by one here, or give you the FileZilla information? So you can just drag and drop them.
Yeah. What do you think is easier, FileZilla?
FileZilla is easier, yeah.
All right. Let me get your. We'll do that. You know what? Let's not do that now because we got to talk about stuff.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll just put the information into your personal Skype so you can do it in the future.
Yeah, do that. This way we don't broadcast that. So yeah, because you know what? Because I need some of the shows because like for the History Channel, I can give them the shows of Michael J. Carter, Bill Wyan, when Al was on. Someone asked for a show that they wanted to hear that we did. So you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then I can always put it, like if I'm here on the Skywatch, I could always play it, like if I'm doing something, and then they could hear a replay of the show, and I don't have to be on top of the computer. I could just be doing what I need to do, and they could be listening to one of the archive shows. So that'd be cool. So that would be really helpful. Because I couldn't believe it. I cleaned out my computer and I accidentally deleted the whole folder that I had with all the Jamie Havoc show.
Yeah,
Oh.
I've done that before too.
Oh, I was let's just say I was upset. Without getting too explicit. I had a really good guy on. Well, not I. Michael, Melton, and Julia had a really good guest tonight. Ben Davis with mind control and nanotechnology. Wow, Jamie. He was
Nice.
he was on the Skywatch for about an hour after the show. Really interesting.
I want to find a guest to talk about the Mandela effect and CERN and shit like that.
Yeah, that's a good one. I don't think I know anybody that touches that topic.
I was thinking about Carano, but you know.
Oh my.
I called him up once because I have this audio recording I named Antimatter, and it explains how CERN works and all this stuff, and it explains it so it makes so much sense. And I asked him about it, and he kind of shot down the Mandela effect, and you know, I told him to listen to the audio. He never listened to it and got back to me. So
Yep. I got to go outside. I've got to go look at my sky because this is really upsetting me with these clouds. I'm serious. 2:23 already. And I'm not used to staying up this late no more. I'm on a different time zone clock thing. And I'm struggling, to be honest.
So you use this at a certain time?
Yeah, I'm usually in bed by 1 now.
Oh.
Because I get up really
Well, you've
early.
also been sick, too, so.
No, you know what it is? I'm getting up really early so I can do a lot of work in the house and stuff. So I don't want to sleep away the days.
Right.
Because I'm doing a lot of outdoor work now. So it's tough for me to stay up late now because I'm not used to it.
Because changed your sleep schedule. That's probably why, it's affecting you.
Woohoo! I got the game on tape. Rangers eliminate the Canadians. Sorry, people that are listening. Yes, baby!
Too late now. You can't take it back.
3-1. Yes, baby. Let's get to the next round now. We're probably going to lose, though. We'll probably lose to Pittsburgh or Washington. But still, I got to enjoy it while it lasts. So, Rangers win. Eliminate the Montreal Canadiens. Like I said, sorry, Canadian fans. I am not giving up. I am staying up.
That's a nice warm coffee.
Yeah. Good night to Chris in the UK, and good night to Ron.
Good night, Ron. Good night, Chris. Sweet dreams. Take care.
I'll be right back. I'm going outside to look at my sky.
All right.
Oh, man. So how's everybody in chat doing?
Hopefully they're doing all right.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Who's spazzing on me behind? She's behind me spazzing.
I don't know where my cat is.
Why it's doing this.
Still in the house.
Oh, man.
No, it's just acting weird. Like if I go close it, it shows up. Yeah, I need to relaunch it.
I got my allergies so bad. Like, all the spring flowers just flying all over the place in Utah. It's like nerve-wracking.
Doing what?
All the rain we had and the snow. Now the flowers are going like gangbusters and pollen's flying around really thick here.
Oh, okay. So what have you been up to, Ron? Sorry, Ron. Jamie. God. I'm looking at.
I had a lot of family down. Was doing that. Besides that, just working and gaming. Streaming a lot on my YouTube channel, Beaver Mods. Shameless plug.
Actually, I think.
Yeah, my grandpa's really sick and just a lot going on, but moving forward. Man, that looks like crap, doesn't it? That didn't come out right.
I'm sorry. I was looking at chat on YouTube when I was trying to talk to you. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to call you by the wrong name.
No, you're okay. My grandma, for her whole life, used to say, "Rich Jamie, get math, Rich Jamie."
I used to remember those days when my grandparents said something like, "Who you asking?" I was like, I don't know. I have like multiple names now.
Oh man, it does not feel like Saturday, does it?
No, it doesn't. But I wish I was Sunday off. But yeah, right.
What exactly do you do again?
I usually work on medical and dental stuff.
Oh, okay.
Well, I make all sorts of products and things.
Oh, that's cool. It's a very technical job.
Yeah, I can't talk a lot of stuff I usually do because it's, mostly private and secured.
Right, right.
So I just keep it this way minimum.
Here's what I do. Here's my 3 certificates I've gotten completed
Oh, cool.
That's cool.
past year and a half.
Hmm.
School's free to go to. You just pay $10 for the certification test.
So basically, you do a little bit of online stuff.
Yeah, it's a site called Cyberry.
Yeah, I wish I had a lot more time, but yeah, right. How things are going here.
I'm just watching the sky.
See that print screen I put in there, Bill? Click on it. A little screen capture.
I just did.
See the little UFO I found on the screen?
I wish the sky looked like that right now. Oh my God.
You ever use that Jackbox.tv for the trivia stuff? You ever check that out?
No.
All right, there's this girl that streams, and she links her stream through Jackbox and Streamlab, and questions will pop up on her stream, and it'll show who's playing, and you go to Jackbox and you answer the questions, and you win. It's pretty cool.
I gotta check that out.
I don't know how the hell I did it, but I managed to kick myself out of the
See, like, and when somebody's streaming, it'll give you their room code. So you put their room code in there, and then your username, and you hit play, and it'll bring you into their little
into their live stream.
Their trivia. Yeah, it'll bring you into their trivia. Like,
I'll be right back.
All right. I like that idea.
Like this is one where I played, and I ended up dying on one of them. A lot of people cheat because they can just Google it. It's questions like, which of these people wrote a song for the Beach Boys? And before they even started naming names, it was like Charles Manson. But a lot of people could just Google the questions.
Oh wow! So you do a lot of trivia games?
No, I just seen it one time, and I thought it would be good to incorporate in the stream the Skywatches. Do trivia while you guys are. And it's really cool how it works because it comes right into the stream.
I think I was there for that.
Yeah, we did it once, but like, let me see if I could show you what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can find her channel and show you what I'm talking about.
All right.
I think I got to switch to my other YouTube channel, one of the 20.
Okay.
Right there. Okay.
What?
Oh, here's her channel right here.
All right.
All right, so I'll show you what she does. Like videos, 4 days ago. Okay, so you see how it says like let me go to round one. What percentage of people you see that question? But watch, I'll show you. They have like those are just like polling the audience. They have regular questions too. Here we go. Right in March, Polish border guards, Frenchmen after the search of a suitcase uncovered what? And then people go ahead and they answer, and then it'll tell you like who got it right, who got it wrong. Let me see. See, it'll show like these are the last two people remaining, or the last two people that are lowest on the list have to do a test. And then one dies, and you play until there's only one person left standing. It's pretty cool.
Huh. Interesting. Have you ever played that, was it Slither.io?
No. Need a voiceover intro or 3? Yo, Jello, just message me on Skype and I'll get you. But the station I'm at now, I don't want to be, but
What was that?
Sorry. That was Hash attacking.
Oh, I got your fight. Kittens love to play with feet.
No, that was her attacking my butt.
You probably told the kitty no claws.
I'm just
Yeah,
hoping these clouds.
the sirens are probably coming from my end.
Are those sirens by your location, Tana?
Yeah. I hear them all the time.
Must be got a lot of call-ins or something going on
Thus
over
the
there.
term "sleepless in Seattle."
Exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of quiet, but I get like heavy trains go by once in a while.
Well, see, that's why I play meditational shit.
Don't like the
When I
blues.
go to sleep, it's the only way I'm able to sleep.
So you listen to that stuff before you just sleep, right?
Yeah, actually, it helps. It helps a lot.
I had to get used to sleeping. Trains go by, farmer, or like other types of carrier trains come by. So I had to lock them out.
Well, for a while there, I was listening to waterfalls, but I found myself getting up to go to the bathroom like 20 times a night. So,
well, I do that anyway.
so I switched over to where now I hear like nature sounds, like crickets and yeah, white noise. I also have one of Tibetan singing bowls that I listen to.
I don't think I gotta go this way. Hold on.
Yeah, but fortunately, me sleep during the day. I had to because we got a lot of people activity at home. Heavy walkers, so I had to turn certain frequencies for me
I
to
gotta
zone out.
center the start. I'll be back. I gotta put that in center.
Okay.
All right.
I love your meme collection.
Thank you. Look at this. I shared this from what was this? 6 years ago. Look at this picture. 6 years ago.
Wow.
Number 1. Look at that.
Nice.
You're good.
Holy crap! I didn't even have a Facebook account 6 years ago.
A lot of people probably have it longer than that.
I got my first PC when I was in 2008, and I think that's when I got Facebook, somewhere around there.
I didn't even get my first laptop till about 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, today I found a bunch of signs. I took a picture in communication class. It says "You're here," and people put a whole bunch of them up there, laying layers after layers. It's like a big wall. I put it as a joke for a while.
I used to listen to the TV set 24/7, and then I quit doing that shit altogether about 4 or 5 years ago.
So basically, got tired of reruns or dumb ads.
Yeah, I got tired of all of it. That and I got tired of spending $150 a month for basic cable.
Oh.
I was like, screw that. So
what do you guys think about old Trumpito and his North Korea, Syria, Russia bullshit?
It's like a lot of messes going on. That's why I stay out of it.
Yeah.
Because whenever you ask a few questions, is like, well, then why you're doing that? For one, are you sure you know what you're doing? And basically, is it going to really defend on what your standards are, whoever, those kind of things. But just other people have their own fun, knock themselves out.
Personally, I think if two countries want to fight, the two presidents that want to declare war should have to fight each other till the death and solve it that way.
Yeah, but it's the history. It's been going on, like, repeating history all over, It's like,
yeah, but if they had to fight it directly, one-on-one, just them, I'd be willing to bet they'd think a lot quicker about whether they want to do it or not.
Yeah, true. Fortunately, but other people, classification, and others like that, I'm looking, you guys live on Earth. Stop calling each other their name. It's like you guys are all look alike, same skin. What's the problem? So, and that's why I stay out all that, BS stuff, because it's like I feel like I'm gonna pull my hair out if I listen to all that.
Did you guys hear about the Sarasota, Florida tennis match that got interrupted?
No. I didn't get into the chance on that.
Let me see if I can find it. All right, let's see.
What the?
I'll put the link in the chat there, and you guys can check it out. This is right where I live. I promise it wasn't me.
You promise it wasn't you? Oh, God.
Yeah, go ahead and check that video out.
Oh, God. Okay, I gotta see this.
And you get to see the action now.
Just say someone stole the show. You gotta listen kind of closely.
Why won't it let me click on it? Oh, there it goes. Hold on.
A lot of people want their fame for a while and it's short-lived.
Hold on, I'm trying to... My laptop's being retarded. Hi, Nala. What the hell?
So you get stuff like that, Jamie? Once in a while?
Say what?
You get that once in a while?
What, in Sarasota? That video? Did you hear it?
What the hell was that?
You gotta listen real closely.
Okay, I'm rewinding it.
What's the matter, Snake? Come up here. My cat has been raised.
Here, let me turn my audio back on. I'll try to let you hear from this side.
Yeah, because I can't hear. It's not very loud on my end.
All right, listen.
All right.
15. Kruger has Tampa in a deficit situation. Well, that is the most bizarre situation. I don't know how to put this, folks, but somebody's phone going off in the stand.
That's not a phone. Hold on. You need to hear it again here.
And it was an adult video.
Oh, damn.
It's not a phone, no. It's real life. Listen. Hold on. Let me go back to the beginning.
Yeah.
15. Kruger has Tampa in a deficit situation.
The look on his face.
There's a better one. There's a better one here. Hold on. After we get through the old brew coffee. Yeah, there's like a lake right out next to this tennis court, and then there were some apartment buildings across from the lake. Somebody had their windows open.
Oh, damn.
Oh, sorry. Did it.
Do you question whether it is really this good? We go out to the Sarasota Open. Do you know this story here? This is pretty good. Let's see if you recognize some of what's happening here, Bomani.
Sarasota. Once again,
Law 15.
Kruger has Tampa in a deficit situation.
You had to hear that one.
Wow. Oh, wow. That explains the look on his face. Holy shit.
Yeah, he was all happy watching on video. You could see the rest of his luck. He's like, oh my God, I'm at the wrong show.
And he's like, can't hold it.
Like, damn.
Oh, basically.
This is crazy. My tiny little town has made the news.
Can you imagine that couple when they realized, oh, look, honey, we made the news?
Shit, I'd be proud of that one.
Oh, that's funny. No, the guy's like, oh, wow.
They thought it was a phone at first, and one guy's like, no, that's an apartment across the lake.
Serious fun someone's doing.
Jello, just type in Sarasota tennis game, and you'll find it. You'll hear it. Put some headphones on.
That's hilarious. Oh, damn.
Yeah. Crazy stories, don't we? We don't get much up here. It's like kind of dead here lately, so.
Damn, you search skywatching, UFO skywatching, and Bill's banner I made him comes up like number 10.
That's cool.
He's getting up there.
Yeah, he is.
Bill's the man.
I don't know how people don't ask me a lot of questions usually all the time. Like, especially like a new person, like, it's, oh, your name's like on overtime on the board, and I said to him, it's like, really? I don't see it. Are you wishing for it? And I looked at him, I was like, you know, that means if they do that, they have to give me the time to get home and rest, what I need. So basically later on, he got his name on board, so I told you, don't play games like that. He's gonna get you. So you're getting a new one?
Huh?
Looks like Jamie's giving build a new poster.
Yeah, I just mess around.
It looks nice.
Oh man.
Looks like the cat's making my door. Moving door.
Bella. Quit it.
What, bud?
Quit it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the camera right.
What'd you miss? You missed a couple of people being really, really loud on a tennis match.
Oh, Bill, you missed that. It was hilarious.
I'm trying to get the camera set right. This cloud, this one cloud doesn't want to leave. It's like just lingering.
I don't know. Maybe something like you and other people are talking about, and weather control weapon. Bingo. That couldn't possibly happen, but that's a fair thing.
The good thing is the cloud is in the area where the meteor shower activity would be the least. So
right.
That's at least a good part.
So what else, like, besides you guys want to talk about?
More sirens.
Yeah, right behind me.
You know what they say?
Hello,
Sounds
Amanda.
like people are restless.
No, I hear that 24/7.
We want to get a few.
Well, I live 2 blocks from the fire station on one side, and then 2 blocks from the police department on the other.
Oh,
Yeah, my neighbor caught the woods across the street on fire. Like the whole lot was on fire, and we had to call the fire department. Luckily, they're only a block away, but he didn't want to call. He's over there running across the street with 5-gallon buckets of water, trying to put it out like an idiot.
Oh, damn. We had a lady lose it. I mean, lost her ever-loving freaking mind and started throwing shit out of her apartment window right above a Subway sandwich shop. And it's on YouTube.
Well, someone just filmed it and put it up online. There you go.
It's disgusting how much. I know 9 times out of 10 when I hear a siren, it's either going to stop in front of my building, or go. They all go at least past it, but a lot of them actually stop in front of my building.
Yeah. A long time ago, we have like a couple fire trucks by here. Someone had their bed got set on fire.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Amanda.
Yeah, it was a crazy night one time. I was like, I was like leaving for work, and I saw it. I was like, well, it looks like someone's going to find another place to sleep.
Oh, man. No, Seattle's a trip. This whole planet's a trip right now. I remember seeing the meteor showers back home. This guy's.
I remember
really
seeing
clear.
that Atlas rocket launched from the Cape that everybody thought was going to end the world. The thing looked freaky as hell.
Yeah.
Oh, it looked like nothing I've ever seen before in my life.
Well, fortunately, a lot of people are gullible in bigger percentage than certain people. It happens. Like a certain TV show like Outer Limits. How at the beginning, a lot of people were trying to control their TVs and they fell for it. Or freaked
Here
out.
it is right here. Check this. Imagine seeing this, waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Let me go forward a little bit. Look at this thing. Just shooting across the sky.
And see, that would be a trip.
I mean, it doesn't look like a missile. You don't know what it is.
No.
Some of the viewpoints look like it was coming right at people.
Yeah.
And I'm never outside, and for me to be outside when that thing,
is that
went
when
by,
you actually videotaped?
No, I didn't videotape it. I was just outside and seen it.
Oh wow! No, that would freak me the hell out.
Here's some pictures over here. Let me see.
I'd get a telescope, but I figure what the hell for it? There's so much cloud cover where I'm at. I wouldn't see shit anyway. But I'd love to get a telescope. But I want to move the hell out of the city, which I may be doing soon.
So you're planning to move somewhere nicer?
Yeah.
I want to move to Alaska.
Oh,
I've got a friend that lives in Alaska, and she loves it out there. I can't stand being cold.
Yeah, but I hear some areas in Alaska, they pay their people who live there every year. Unless they start doing it. Who knows?
I don't know. I figure I've got about a year to plan it, so I'm gonna start looking soon to see what looks good, what area.
Damn, look at that. That looks crazy.
See, I remember when I was living back in New Mexico, I saw a lot of things that were really bizarre in the sky. I don't see shit like that here at all. Then again, I rarely see the sky.
There we go. There's a good one of it.
Yeah, like a lot of people freak out smaller stuff, but yeah.
That looks bizarre.
Mm-hmm. Imagine seeing it live. You don't know what the hell's going on.
No.
Oh, this is the one over Russia.
That looks like an asteroid.
What the?
Burnout.
Yeah, it's just another missile launch. I think it was a Russian missile launch.
Not bad.
Oh man. And there is so much controversy surrounding that one too.
I gotta go run to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Oh man, Amanda's saying she got snow again. Are you freaking kidding me?
Oh, like a couple days ago, we got snow up in the mountains.
What the hell? Somebody shoot that damn hedgehog or whatever the hell a groundhog or whatever the hell thing that said the summer was coming soon or something.
Yeah, I look at it like our past cycles and seasons, and basically the weather has its own mind.
Uh-oh, his battery just died.
Whoops. There it goes.
Uh-oh. Bill? Artie. Groundhog, thank you.
Oh, I wish it was like 92 here instead of like a higher 60s.
See, I don't even know what day of the month it is half the time, much less the day of the week.
I had to do that a lot because I used to make a bunch of labels and stuff, and someone had to my thing and put French. I'm like, oh shit.
Huh?
My label, someone hacked it and it was put in different language than English, and it's all in French. So it's like I had to reprogram and get back online as English because I can't put French, like social label or something like that. And the parts I'm supposed to send to is not in France, that kind of thing. Or partially in Canada. Ah, snake. Things put a ball in my mouth.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh. Well, the sky looks good. It's nice and clear.
Yeah. The cloud has gone away.
Finally.
So, what got your entrance, Bill?
What's that?
So, when you want to talk about your main entrance? Man, I couldn't even say that right today.
I've been speaking for the last 4 hours, so I'm like losing
Yeah.
my voice.
That's good.
Did you try a nice warm coffee?
No, actually, I'm sipping a little soda and just thinking about.
Ah.
I'm gonna see how this clear skies hold out. I'll probably go for another hour.
All right, sounds good.
'Cause I'm beat.
Yeah, I bet. You did a phenomenal job tonight. You killed it.
Well,
I was supposed to be, and I've dozed off for some reason.
I didn't.
Ben was really interesting. It makes it easier when you have someone speaking like he was and able to ask the questions to him. He made it really easy. Then again, Jamie knows research.
Yes, it's always does you wonders.
Wow, the sky, I can't believe it. And all of a sudden, it just cleared up. I don't see no clouds now.
Well, that's a good thing.
For now. For now.
Yourself now.
Oh, man, for now. I mean, we should be seeing some activity. Something.
Maybe the first few days it slowed and.
No, last night was the peak. You're still supposed to see some remnant activity the night after. It goes for a couple of weeks, but this morning was the peak. Well, actually, yesterday morning now. So we should still see some activity. I lowered the gain a little bit so we could see it clearer. Less pixelation.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Penny.
Thank you.
I was battling with the camera. Amanda, I'm planning to go till 4. Another hour.
Yeah.
I waited.
One of my cats so they stop meowing.
I waited this long for the clouds to go away. Now, might as well hang. It looks good now.
Huh?
I'm trying.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, okay. There you are.
Hello. I'm right. How you doing? You're right. Mama gave me my magic shoes. I got a boat.
I'm just trying to patiently wait to see if I see anything on that screen.
Right.
Let me see something. Wow, she was found dead.
Wow.
Who's that?
Erin Moran, Happy Days.
Oh, wow.
Like, how old is she?
56.
I can't believe Charlie Murphy died, Charlie Murphy. Darkness, everybody.
It says here, authorities in Indiana found her body for an unresponsive female. I hear an echo.
Yeah, I do too. Where's it coming from?
All it says is that upon the arrival of
Our first guest
Oh
on the
my
program
God.
tonight is Erin Moran, who is
You still getting it? Hold on.
Upon the arrival, it was determined the female was Erin Marie Moran Fleischman. First responders determined that she was deceased, and an autopsy is pending.
Oh, wow.
They'll probably figure what killed her. So they're gonna have to do they're gonna take her blood samples and other stuff and see what happened.
Usually, when it's something like that, it's
suspicious.
Yeah, it could be drugs. It could be, natural causes. And did she have any health issues?
Yeah, because autopsies they mostly they pull blood and they do other tests, and the blood test goes really large variety.
Like Tony said, sounds like maybe an overdose. And they say that she was. The tabloids reporting they were living in a trailer. They were down and out. They were running out of money. So who knows?
Yeah, but most of the tabloids are mostly fake because they got themselves kind of in trouble. So it's like 50-50.
Yes.
They rarely post real stories.
Yeah, it's always about trying to make money on other people's grievances.
Right, tragedy.
Yeah.
And it's not in kind of good way. So you might have to look up and do something about it.
Well, she was a celebrity, so you know they're going to try to milk it for what they can.
I know. It happens, and...
You know the Enquirer is writing stories right now all about it.
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, like I said, if I had to guess, it's probably drug-related.
Yeah, probably.
Mostly Hollywood, it does involve that because Hollywood has a darker side. I used to live close by LA, and years ago down, I see a lot of stuff. It's like, wow.
You know what, too? A lot of people, and I've had friends, I've unfortunately had friends. Growing up, you had your time to party. They don't go to the doctor, and then they continue doing the abusive behavior, and before they know it, it's too late. They have a heart condition or some other illness, and they continue to use the drugs or whatever it is, and they die.
Yeah.
Because basically, if it's a high blood pressure, if it's the heart gets big, and you get aneurysm or something, or your aorta rips, you're screwed.
That's exactly. And like I said, I had a friend, he continued to use cocaine. And he actually was partying. He passed out while he was driving and drove right into a tree and died instantly.
Because basically, the aneurysm in his brain, it probably knocked him out, and you put two together.
Now, liver damage is more conducive. That could be multiple. That could be prescription drugs. It could be alcohol. The liver is affected by many things we put in our bodies. So.
Well, that is true, but some cases there is genetics in the liver that you're born with that affect your life, and I'm one of them. So yeah.
Oh wow, Bill.
I had to live with it. It's my body is iodine, so I don't get enough oxygen through my body. So basically, whatever my body strikes out, my bone shoots up, and that's it.
Yep.
And so,
Tyler, you're gonna.
Yeah, I just found a link that was posted an hour ago, claiming she was murdered.
Wow.
Do you want me to post it for you?
Is it? What's the site? Is it a
Zachary K. Hubbard?
You know why? Because they're gonna come out with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Well. It's saying actress Erin Moran murdered 187 days after her 56th birthday, plus NBA Finals on NFL ritual.
They're trying to blame it on something else. Doesn't make sense, though.
See, that's what I read, Amanda. Combination of drinking and bizarre behavior that eventually landed her in a trailer park in Indiana. She had run out of money and was reportedly kicked out of the mobile home. So maybe she just couldn't take life no more, down and out. And I mean, of course, I'm speculating. And maybe she decided to just, commit suicide.
Well, most of the people get depressed. Something depresses them. They do things, and
And the thing is, until the autopsy comes back, you never really.
Nobody's gonna know.
Yeah.
It's just probably best for them to wait for results if it's aired out or not. They can't make assumptions. Till you have facts on the table.
That's why you gotta wait. You gotta wait for the autopsy. You gotta see. Anybody's gonna come out with anything to say, and it's almost like when this is typical. You hear hearsay. You hear from one. By the time the story gets to the 10th person, it's been totally exaggerated.
Yeah.
It spins out of control.
Yeah, I had a couple people in my work did that, and I basically asked them a few questions. As like, "Are you really sure?" I just basically told them to just put that evidence on my table, look through it.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's all speculation until more information is available. You're going to hear the tabloids, or like I said, the tabloids are going to run nuts with this.
It's going to be interesting to see what her family has to say.
Exactly.
Yeah, it just right now in the media probably run free with it, so it's like another distraction. That's why I just look beyond that.
And again, they will wait. The family too will wait for the
autopsy
before they come out with anything definitive. They're gonna say, we're saddened, it's tragic, we mourn her loss, all that. They're not gonna say anything specific about the case because they don't know.
And that's true, Bill. But not a lot of people are doing the kind of stuff like that. It's only a good amount of few, but right now at this age, people are running with everything now.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. Where was her family when she got kicked out of the trailer park?
I don't know. People in Hollywood, oh my God.
That's why I don't hang down there anymore. It's like, okay.
They're your best friends when they're famous. When they're not.
When the money runs out,
yep.
So are their friends.
Yep. That's how it is.
Or something to do something and you don't want to get caught involved with.
Because I can't imagine being so rich that you have to literally worry about whether your friends like you because of you or because of what you have.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Or what you can give them.
But that's how you know how you can discern your true friends from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yep. And also, and sometimes they could get anything they want, and and there's nothing else to do. It's a bad side of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, a lot of people don't look at it at different kind of points people's lifestyles is and how they live, what they do.
Well, here's one for you. You ready for this? Frozen hash brown recall due to possible extraneous golf ball materials.
What the?
McCain Foods USA's recall notice on the U.S. Food and Drug Commission says that the hash browns could be contaminated with extraneous golf ball materials that may have been inadvertently harvested with potatoes used to make the product.
Yeah, how the fuck does that happen? Sorry.
They're recalling the 2-pound bags of Roundy's brand frozen style hash browns from Mariano's, Metro Market, and Pick and Save supermarkets in Illinois and Wisconsin. It's also recalling 2 pounds of Harris Teeter brand frozen Southern style hash browns sold in North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, District of Columbia, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, and Maryland. Oh my.
Damn.
Looks like somebody put the wrong kind of ingredient into the hash browns and oh whoops.
Slicing golf balls instead of potatoes. Oh my God.
Yeah, how does
This is
that
what's
happen?
scary.
Like that gone too far right there. I'm like, maybe someone's high, golf balls, potatoes.
I've never been that high. Come on.
Oh
You
man.
never know.
No, I do know.
Certain chemicals affect the body, different people. Unfortunately, my a lot of person we have living with us, I have seen few things what happen.
Yeah. I call bullshit on that. I think it was purposely done.
Now that someone probably got ticked off, it's like, oh, this person didn't pay me enough, so I'm going to do something like this, and
That gives a whole new meaning to processed food.
Oh, definite.
big time.
Diet sodas may be tied to stroke and dementia risk. So, time to stop the diet soda.
Well, basically, everything will kill you. So whatever you eat is always something. So it's like,
And for those in Canada, our friends in Canada,
Uh-oh.
Canada's Iceberg Alley is living up to its name this spring. And
Uh-oh.
tourists are flocking to Ferryland to see this iceberg. It's a behemoth, they're calling it. It's grounded just offshore. The iceberg towers over the picturesque town, which is about an hour south of St. John's on the east coast of Newfoundland and Labrador. They classify it as large, which means it has a height of 150 to 240 feet, and is between 401 and 670 feet long. Wow. So they got an
Bless you.
iceberg right
Thanks.
offshore. That's bizarre too. We got the big chunks of the ice sheet breaking off. Oh man. And people just say it's normal. I'm sure it is because they say that's Iceberg Alley.
well, the current, just takes the good chunks, and there you go.
That's funny because Amanda just sent me what I just said. Let me read what she wrote, what she sent me. That was sent to her by someone. Newfoundland sunk after collision with iceberg. 4 hours after striking a massive iceberg, the province of Newfoundland has sunk off the coast of Labrador, leaving an unknown number of survivors. All contact was lost with Canada's most easterly province early this morning. I wonder if this is true.
Damn.
Wow.
Being
The skipper
up live TV there.
Skipper Dwight Ball, who was reportedly at the helm in St. John's, tried to steer Newfoundland hard to starboard when they came too close to a mountain of ice, but it was too late. The 520,000 residents on board the large landmass were woken by a large crash, and the land quickly took on water. What is this? A distress signal was sent to neighboring PEI, but everyone was in bed by that time.
Wow.
Wow. That is, if that's true, that's horrific. That's what Amanda's, oh, that's all a joke. I knew it. But you know what? It is something that we have to be concerned about because they say that the ocean levels are rising. And you could see that there's islands and areas that are slowly being taken over by water. Like Miami, they say 50, 100 years. Miami's going to be unlivable. It's going to be underwater.
Well, Earth has its cycles, and it's like water lowers or higher. Like a bunch of old pyramids and other old cities. So like we're underwater right now because a long time ago it was shore side. It's like a different kind of changes so people don't expect. How this it is in the bottom of the ocean. And there's once dry land there a long time ago.
I'm just seeing if there's anything else interesting in the news.
You might find it a lot.
Which I really don't like looking at the news, but right now. Oh, what did I say about Game of Thrones? I cannot wait for the Game of Thrones. It's one of my favorite shows. Oh, and the X-Files is returning. If anybody's interested in that.
Nice.
Yep. I think it's 10 episodes. Yep, 10 more episodes. Let's see what it says. Wow, 16 million people tuned in last year when Fox rebooted the series. Production on new X-Files episodes begins this summer, with the show returning during the 2017-2018 TV season. So that means by fall, late fall, that we'll be seeing the X-Files on TV.
They only allow so many seasons, and then they'll probably put it into the end.
To me, we need more shows like that. We need shows that are on the precipice to show people, the things that we talk about here. It needs an outlet. And
people that are in the throes of their addiction while they're in it.
Even if it's in a fictional, based and setting, it's still good to put this out there for people to look at. So they can get an understanding about the paranormal, UFOs. It gets them interested. They may want to dig in more about seeing what's this all about. Is there any credibility to this? And, more and more people are becoming more open-minded to the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligent life and, all the other paranormal areas. So I think it is important.
Yeah, it depends on the person.
Of course. That's like saying, even if you put facts in front of somebody, if they're really stringent about sticking to whatever they're trying to back up, they're gonna deny the facts. They're gonna ignore the truth. They're gonna stick to their guns and they're gonna believe what they want to believe.
It happens a lot, and it's way how people are raised too. And it's like family, teaches the next generation what and what. And some families throughout the world usually have someone that controls from the family, their kids, like, this is what I want you to do. And they don't have the mind on their own. And once they get out, it's, they have to follow the policy what they've been taught.
Well, something? When I was young, we used to go out, activities, play sports, do our thing. Now it seems that there's a dysfunction because more and more are inside on the computers, playing video games, and not doing the social aspect, doing things with peers. And it's creating, it's definitely creating some type of dysfunction, antisocial behavior, it's all kinds of things due to that. I mean, it's good for people to socialize, even at early ages. You don't want them to be hermits. You don't want to be inside 24/7 on a computer. You know what I mean? And then you wonder why, they're bullied for it because they're on the outside. They don't adapt well to social groups, and it's unfortunate. So
yeah, unfortunately, that some people take it, different routes and their choices. And when people, don't become, talkative, social, whatever, guess what, people will do. And the government will have a heyday over that because that'll be easy picking whoever to do what he want with somebody, or or basically a person's official way to saying, oh, with some other people just grab who, whatever, and put them somewhere far and trying to enslave. You know, there's two ways of that.
It's sad that we live in an environment that people like to see, like see other people miserable. It's
Yeah, and
it's and
this one
I'm not
look
saying
at.
everyone. That's a very generalized. What I'm saying is very generalized, but it's almost like with the age of social media and selfies and everything on phones, but it's come to the point where we worry about privacy, but that's an issue when people are so invasive and showing things on these social media platforms of others, and you may not even be aware of being filmed or captured and put in a demoralizing
Yeah,
status.
that's
It's cruel.
yeah. People do that. Oh, I'm gonna have to show there to make someone feel like and that's why a lot of wars broke out, a lot of anger and depression sets in. I'm just looking at it, I'm like, why you want to do that?
Hmm.
And just why other worlds or other part of the country, people pull that. It's cause conflicts. People start wars, and one side doesn't like the other, and there you go.
Hmm. Well, like I said, hopefully optimism, peace, and everything else, all the positive attributes will prevail. Because, like I said, right now we're lit. I got to tell you, I'll give you. I'm not gonna get specific, but I'll give you an example. Someone sent me a birthday card, and it was late, so it was a belated happy birthday card, and in it was a political card, and um, I was totally. I thought it was totally distasteful to send me a card on political satire.
Oh.
Like I said, I was shocked almost by looking at the card, and I was like, "Who in their right mind would send somebody a birthday card like this?" I mean, is that what we're dealing with now? I mean, I was I was shocked. I've never experienced that, and like I said, I found it distasteful. I was upset. Um, it was nothing I expected. Uh,
Wow.
yeah, like I said, I don't try to get into it because people are so strongly passionate, but this is where the passion to me crosses boundaries, where you get offensive on other individuals, or you see these people at rallies fighting with each other. I mean, we're all in this together. When people,
We're supposed to be anyway.
when
True.
when we, I mean, if you're gonna stoop to those levels where communication is not possible, where it gets testy and violent, well, that to me is a real big time red flag that we're heading in the wrong direction.
It is. And fortunately, like I caught a few people here. They're looking for offensive stuff. I'm like, I ask them, it's like, why are you looking for offensive stuff when to start something? You're not gonna get anywhere over it. I was like, why that defend you? Explain in full detail. Don't just go off and butt in.
Hmm.
And basically, I did say that to some few people and put it straight to them, and they shut up.
Again, I like I said, and like I'm not going to get into too much detail because I don't want to get into this too in depth. But when you have people, I mean, I even have family members family members that, I mean, I have to say they were joking, but the jokes were distasteful and
Hurtful.
hurtful. Yeah, and you know, it's one thing. I like when people come up with Thanksgiving. If they start talking about certain topics, and I know it's just going to get spin out of control, I can see the writing on the wall. This is not going to go well in the end because there's going to be an argument or confrontation or raised voices. I will simply just walk away from it and not say a word and just go somewhere else because I don't want to even get there. I don't want to go there. You
Don't
know?
want to deal with it.
Yeah, I just don't want to deal with that stuff. You know, yeah, it's not my nature. I don't like that. I don't like to argue. I don't like to get all excited and huff and puff and my point is the right point, yours is wrong. You know, I'm right, you're wrong, kind of a thing. Yeah, I just, you know, we all are entitled to our opinions, and
Yeah.
you know, no, I am one person that will always admit when I make a mistake. But some people just seem that they can't do that.
No, they're hell bent to be right.
And they're always right, you know, and it's an impossible it's an impossible scenario, you know, that you have to also come to grips that yeah, you can be wrong too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And there's a way to correct it. You know, it's like if they say, yeah, I'm right, whatever, this and that, and it's okay. Here you go. Let's see you can deal with it.
That's like saying, regardless of your political views, I mean, you may disagree with. I'll just use him as an example. President Trump. You may have been one that loved him. You might have been one that hated him. But the bottom line is this, and this is why the way I think. He is our president. We need to support our president. So, now you may disagree with the policies, and you know you can speak your mind and do it in a way, in a manner that's respectful, that's peaceful. But to me, it comes down to, you know, everyone coming together. We're all in this together. If he succeeds, we succeed. It's that kind of a thing. I don't want to. If I was a Trump hater, I don't want to see him fail because that only hurts all of us. You know, it's one of those things. I mean, like I said, in generalizing, for any president, you may not agree with everything, but he is our president. You know, and I'm not saying that you got to take a sword or follow him to the end of the line and jump off a bridge, but of course you can agree to disagree on a lot of the things that that person may represent, but to me, I'm a patriot and I love my country, and that, to me, that's the bottom line, and I just wish more people would come together instead of all this divisiveness and this fighting and this bickering, and talk like adults instead of like these childish, nonsensical, argumentative, confrontational, which could result in violent tendencies. That's my only gripe on it all. Because I can't,
Right.
when you watch the news and you see them argue, it's like, this is why nothing is getting done in this country. Because you're stuck on stupid on this side, and then you're on the other aisle, you're on the other side, you're stuck on stupid too because you're so stubborn, and there's no sense of compromise no more. There's no middle ground. What is this? I'm going to go stand in my corner, and with my rally cry, and you're going to go stand in your corner in this rally cry. Nothing gets done. I mean, there used to be a time where, yes, there was compromise. Now, it's like, I mean, I'm going to spite you because we can. I'm going to do everything in my possible role as a party member to do everything I can to make sure that whatever you want, you ain't going to get. What is that? And this goes for both parties. And it doesn't matter who's in power. It's the opposing party always does it. Maybe some to a lesser degree, but it always happens. It's politics.
Bullying politics.
But they're only hurting the people.
Yeah.
That's who gets hurt through this. When nothing gets done, it hurts all of us. You know, that's what gets me. And then, you know, you'll have those that say, well, CNN is fake. Or you'll have Fox News is BS. Only because they attribute to the other side's political view. And it's really hard to filter out the truth because of all the stuff that's going on today. With the fake news and the leaks and the propaganda and this one said this one said that, you know. To me, I am so sick of it because it's disheartening. It makes me feel sad about the state of this country.
Depressing.
It really, really is. It's got me to the point where I can't even stomach it anymore, and that's sad. It just says we're, you know, as a nation, and then you know what's going to happen? God forbid. It's going to take a tragedy on a large scale to change everyone's focus. And this is why I worry about false flags. And this is why I worry about some type of an event that can be used in a way to bring the masses together for that purpose.
Right.
You know, because like at 9/11, what happened? The whole country united and changed the focus of the conversation. That's almost like if we have a confrontation with an adversary right now, you know, it's going to change the whole conversation. You know? And that's what worries me. You know, that really, it concerns me a lot because all the proverbial, you know what's going to hit the fan. So that's just my little take on it.
Yeah, true. It has something big event to shake up the people who are rocked the boat. It's like, hey, you know.
Well, you know what? It also starts with this. Since Congress, because everybody says and this is for any president. A president can say anything he wants before he goes into office. We've heard it a million times from every president. And I don't care, like I said, what party it is. But people need to realize that the real power is what happens in Congress, because they're the ones that are going to pass the laws, the Senate, the House. This is where it comes down to. So the best way to really resolve this is to have, there was something on the screen, but I don't know what that was, is to simply have term limits, to clean house. You've got people in there for decades. The same old cronies that are built, that are also built on old views, old political views, not up to the times, not up to what the people are experiencing and what they can relate to. They're still living.
Well, they're all millionaires too.
That too.
I have a better idea.
That too. The lobbyists.
See,
and the
thing
corporations.
is, if, you know, since there are big paychecks month to month and get big bonuses, why don't we just basically have something past that minimum wage or something normal person works for a living? Give them that for a salary. That won't change the tune.
People need a livable wage, period.
Another thing, too, is this is another sad part. And I'm just stating what I believe, in my opinion, is to be the facts. Say you are, and I'm just using this as an example, and I'm going to use Democrat because, to me, the Republicans have more angst when you speak about them as an example. So I'm going to use Democrats. Thank God House of Cards used a Democrat in their show instead of a Republican, because they would get all kinds of crazy feedback. I hear echo.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, let's say you're a Democrat and you have someone that's running as a Democrat in your local community, your county, your state. But meanwhile, their views don't necessarily represent what your interests are, what your needs are as an individual. But meanwhile, say the Republican has a lot more to offer for you on what he or she is saying in their platform. But because of party lines, that person will still vote for the Democrat just because they're Democrat and the person is a Democrat. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Because that happens a lot. You will have a constituency that will vote based on party line rather than on their own individual need of what the person represents and what their policies and their platform is representing as far as how they will represent you. Because that's what it's all about. Representation of you, the citizen. And that's another thing that makes me shake my head. I mean, hey, it's just the way it is. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's a lot more complicated. But those are the things that I look at, and I just shake my head. I just don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Like, say there's somebody that's running here. I'm going to lower your property taxes. I'm going to lower your school taxes. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this for your health care. Or, well, tell me more about. I would vote for the person that represents me more than, even if I have to cross party lines, I will vote for the person who I think best fit is describing my needs. But a lot of the time, that's not the case. They'll do it to despite or because they have hatred of the other candidate. So we're at that state. We're at that point right now. And I hope it improves. And that's why I think we need to just wipe the slate clean. Because to be honest, the choices of Trump and Clinton, you're telling me as a country we couldn't do better? There wasn't another candidate that could have been done better? But the thing is, people know that the system is all broken and dysfunctional. They don't want to vote for these politicians because they're the same old BS, status quo, never get anything done thing. That's why a lot of people are enamored by Trump as the outsider, or Bernie Sanders coming out with a different platform, even though they label him as a socialist. But still, he was coming out with some outsider-type views. People are tired of the status quo. They're tired of the typical politician saying what he wants to say or she says to please what they want to hear. It's just one of those things. And again, it's not just simply the president. It's Congress that holds the key. Look at everything that Trump wants to do. A lot of it's not getting done. Why? Congress. Because you have the typical BS partisan politics. Nothing gets done. Because I'm going to spite my nose. I mean, really. If I'm a Democrat, now that's a Republican control, I'm going to do everything I can to stop you. Same thing when Obama was in. Republicans said from day one, I'm not going to help this guy in any way. So how does things get done? There's no compromise. Either way. It looks like Trump is being undermined right now within people within the government. The CIA, the FBI, whatever, with these leaks. They're trying to undermine him. They're totally throwing a wrench in everything. Just to make him look bad. And again, I am not, I'm being neutral here. I'm not saying I'm supportive of either. All I'm saying is you got to go with what you see and what looks to be the case. So that again, I'm a little bit of the ranting right now because I'm tired and I'm ready to say hit the bed.
It happens.
I mean, it's just it's a conundrum. It really is. And you know, hopefully, like I said, things will get better and not worse. And all this di- diversity, I mean, actually, lack of. It seems like there's so much angst and divisiveness. This has to stop. It just needs to stop. I mean, it's ugly. And not for nothing, America. It's making America really look bad right now.
Yeah, it is.
It really is. I mean, if you were looking at it from, and this is not something this has been going on for quite a while. I mean, this is not something new. It just seems to be more under the microscope now. It just seems because of social media and everything else. I mean, again, it's got to end because the country, if you could put a line in the middle of the country, it's 50-50. It's almost 50-50 split. Almost. It's that close. So you could be talking to your neighbor and your neighbor's going to disagree with you. It's one out of every two if you think about it. I mean, they're going to disagree with you. So,
right.
I mean, wow. I mean, I like I said, this is why I love doing what I do, the sky watching and the shows and everything. Keeps my mind off all this other nonsense.
Right.
And it's something I really love. This is something I've been involved with for many years, and I've had a couple of sightings, and I really do believe that there is the possibility that we're being visited by extraterrestrials. I do believe that.
Bill, the ones that are open get to see crafts, and and the more understandable people than those who are close-minded, and there's the reasons for that. And fortunately, people don't understand. And like, for example, like say someone saw a nice orb in the sky, very colorful. One person said to a friend, "Hey, take a look up there. Do you see a nice orb?" And another person says, "No, I don't see nothing. Clear sky." But other person see nice orb.
I've heard that. You could be in a car, in a vehicle, one person sees it, the other person doesn't.
Yeah, and because basically their mind is set in a different frequency, and way that a close mind, and it's not time for them to show. And like other means, basically, they do know who the person is more open, more susceptible.
Mm-hmm.
And
no, I definitely
don't get that.
Yep, I definitely do see that. If you're more open-minded and your awareness, you just have that raised awareness of your perception of the surroundings. And some people are ignorant of their surroundings.
And that's why they don't have any, experiences at all.
Well,
that's the case of that. Because a lot of others like me, we don't do well in negative environments. It's like it pushes away. I'm like, no. And when you could think of a person, possibly think of something, for a gain or who knows what.
Mm-hmm. You know what? You know something? I think this is how I think, and I totally agree with everything you just said, Star. As far as having the open mind and being more conscious of, if you're open to it, the chances are you will perceive or have the ability to see or to use the senses to see things that maybe others or don't. I do get that. But see, this is another thing. I think that we here in the United States, we have to really, really, really appreciate our freedoms to the sense that we can go to the movie theater, we can go walk in the park, we can do so many things that a lot of people in a lot of other countries don't have the luxury of doing. And I say that because that makes us vulnerable too.
Right.
Because we're open to being attacked in so many different ways that is absolutely downright scary. I mean, if you think about it, we live in a very open society, freedom of movement, being able to go to a ball game or go to the mall, jump on the just the things that I think sometimes we may really take for granted. It, you know, I don't want to say that we're spoiled, but I
Kind of.
I think we need to appreciate more the value of our freedoms and how others in other countries would die to just get the chance to have the lives that we experience here as citizens.
Well, here's a like couple movie series. You know, what you're kind of talking about. If I got it on a DVD set, it's something to do. If I could remember the top of it, it's something to do. The Bird, The Hunger Games. You know, the series. If they watch it, you can make it clear to somebody. Do you want this to you? Have someone control your life to die? Or to control you, force you to work and get much nothing? Or you do want something, you can do things in your enjoyment, not force, something you don't want to do.
Yeah, well,
So
just
just
think.
like example, you can put it right there. It probably put people in their mind. Do you rather have this, or you want other life?
Well, let's put it this way. You see how we had the guest on earlier on the show, Ben Davis?
Yeah.
Imagine a Ben Davis type speaking the way he was in another country where he might have been in his house, a knock on the door, or his door broken down and taken away, and during the show he's whisked away.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
that's our freedom of speech. But to an extent, when it turns, there's boundaries, of course, when it's used for hate or disparaging, total disrespect of using that right. But I'm saying is right now this YouTube feed that we're watching the sky, which I'm gonna wrap it up soon because the clouds are overtaking. The stars are diminishing, meaning that the clouds are there, but we're just not seeing them. These red flashes are freaking me out too. This YouTube stream may not be available for a lot of people in a lot of countries because their countries do not permit it to be accessible.
Well, because they say it's raw or
no,
not listed.
Because
it's kind of blockage they put there for their people.
Because they're afraid of the content of what we're talking about. They don't want us to be to have any kind of influence on their society. In other words, we're taboo, we're evil, whatever word they want to use. Yeah, we're a bad influence.
The funny thing, if it's like that, by the way, they still there's a couple of weeks, and basically those who get hold of it, and voila.
Exactly what Amanda just said. In another country, I'd be on by myself because the both of you would not be on with me right now because they don't allow women. Think of that.
Yeah. I've been looking at it like, oh wow, that's it's like okay, and I look at it, it's like lame.
I mean, that says everything. When people are deprived of being able to speak, to voice their opinions, their thoughts, or to get educated in the same manner as the opposite sex. This is why I say I go to bed every night knowing that I'm somewhat safe, because you never know. You just don't know that if somebody's going to come along and try to break into your home. I mean, it does happen. But it breaks my heart when I see on TV images like, say, from the Philippines when they get these typhoons, and you see people living in wood shacks or aluminum roofs, like siding, and no water, no food, unsanitary conditions, disease, and we bitch and complain, and we complain about the most silliest, stupidest things. These are people that are suffering and dying, and this is why I said I think we really need to take a better look at ourselves and to appreciate what we have.
Right.
And don't let it slip away, because there are so many people out there that are dying from disease, famine, poverty, etc., and oppression, obviously.
Right.
And I'm blessed. I feel very blessed, and I think our Canadian friends and can relate to that. And unfortunately, there are those in Latin American countries that some do, but some don't. Have that as well. We see what's going on in Venezuela right now with Maduro, and before that Chavez. Um, it's a very, very saddening thing to see people suffer like that. You know, so I don't want to babble on and on and on about it, but it just, like I said, you know, it's a wake up thing for me when I see that. That's what touches my heart. It touches my heart when I see things like that. And I'm complaining about my cell phone, or I lost the internet yesterday.
It happens. Did you restart the modem and stuff?
You know what I mean? I mean, oh my God. These are material. It's very materialistic. I've got to get the latest iPhone. Or, do you understand? I mean, what the priorities are. To me, I'm happy. So first of all, I feel blessed to know all the people that I speak to on Skype. All of you. I've grown to know a lot of you. I have the utmost respect. I consider you like family. And those that are in YouTube chat too, even though we're at a distance. But you know what? Sometimes it's more comfortable to speak to people that you have no idea, you never met them, to get more of an honest response than maybe your own family member or friend that you know in person. I feel, we feel that connection here. We have a really good thing here, and Paul and Keith have it too. We have some really cool people in the chat, and of course those that join us on Skype. And yeah, the conversation gets crazy sometimes, but that's all part of it. I mean, what can you do when you stream for 8 hours? The topic is going to go all over the place. You know that. It goes, this is a little deep right now to end it, but I got to say, I love it. I feel so blessed to have that, to have all of you really in my life. It's something that that makes me think too. I'm lucky to be in this position. There's some people that have no one, no friends, nothing, zero. There's like my neighbor right now. I just found out he has stage 4 cancer.
Damn.
And I always help them, when I can. They're not very friendly, I'll be honest. They're the type that it's all about family. They don't like outsiders, or even neighbors or anybody else get too close to them. But it's breaking my heart to see him outside with the walker, and I love them. They're my neighbors, and I would do anything for them. And it's hurting me to know that in a few months he's not going to be there no more. Because I would talk to him, and I would help him to shovel the snow, or if he ever needed to mow the lawn, I would be there for them. But again, they were they were not the friendliest because for them it was about it's it's all about family. We don't like people from like I said, the
They didn't
outside.
like outsiders.
Yeah, that's just the way they are. But that never stopped me from being the person I am, friendly, sociable, trying to help. I can't change. That's my nature.
Well, no, nor should you. You know,
Just be
you
yourself.
are who you are for a reason.
And yeah, we got to get D-Man on. We definitely got to get Dion to come on with Skype with us and do what he does. He's got the show on KCOR radio. I believe I saw he posted the day. Maybe he can do it again before we get off. We'll get D-Man to come on, do some readings. Maybe by then Lorraine can do some tarot card readings because she did one for me last year and it was right on, spot on. So we'll have fun with that. I'm gonna get ready to wrap. I actually got emotional talking about that just now.
Just don't worry,
So I
Just
want
go-
to thank you, Tanner and Star, for coming on. I definitely want to thank Ben Davis being on early, and of course my friend Jamie Havocan, and everybody in YouTube chat, and those that have been watching. The clouds took over. I hope you enjoyed the show earlier. We'll do it again sometime soon. Maybe I'll stream if I'll ask Richard Dolan and Micah. Maybe I'll stream their shows if the sky's a nice Monday night when I'm producing for the network. I will stream then, but sometime next week I'll be streaming again. I'm just so busy right now with the network and taking care of the stuff here at home, getting ready for Bill Fest in May. And again, I like what Corey just wrote. He treats everyone equally. I treat them like gold, like I am through faith. And that's the way to be, Treat everybody fairly. Treat everybody with respect. Have compassion. Have forgiveness in your heart. Because I don't care who anybody is. We all have skeletons. We all made mistakes.
Yeah.
There's no one out there that's perfect. Some time or another, we made a mistake. And that's another thing. Forgiveness, compassion, etc. And it's how you learn from your mistakes and make yourself a better individual. And moving on with your life in a positive manner and in a positive way. You know something? If us right here or anybody in YouTube chat, when they talk and they say something positive and it helps one person, that's gold. That means so much to that one person. You've touched a person. You made that person a better person in a positive manner. That's what it's about. Spreading the positiveness, having fun. Having a good time, and that to me. That I am an optimist. I'm not a pessimist, and I always think the best of people, and that has been my weakness in the past, to be honest. And people have used it against me, to their advantage. But I always look for the best in people. So, that's just me. Anyway, let's wrap this. It's 4:00 in the morning. And I want to thank you guys for being on with me. And we'll do it again soon. Star, don't be such a stranger. You got to come on more.
I know. Just let me know.
All right, Tyler and Star, you both have a great night.
You too.
Thank you. You too. Much love to everyone.
There you go. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
And to YouTube, you all are just incredible people. I've never, ever seen anyone be disrespectful, distasteful. You're always involved. You always interact with each other well and with respect again, and agree to disagree when the occasion arises, which is a great thing. And of course, we have our mod army in there just in case we do get the eventual, which seldomly happens, troller to come and try to stir things up here in a very negative way. But you all are just incredible people. That's all I have to say. And very supportive, and I thank you for that. And I really wouldn't enjoy doing this without all of you. And I mean that. That's why I started this YouTube thing, because I used to DVR it and record everything and check out the footage afterwards. But this has made it so much more an incredible experience. I mean, and meeting the people along the way. And there are some here I've known now for years and got to know. They've been to my home. And they're great people in person. Putting a face and meeting them in person. It's just, again, it's a blessing. It's an absolute blessing. And I love all of you. And I hope that you all be blessed, be safe, be well. Take a little time to hug your family members, your friends, show them some love. Show them that you love them. I know I'm preaching a little bit here, but it's a lot better than being a cold-hearted person. That's just my way, though. I'm a lover, not a fighter. That's just me. I hate to see people argue. I hate to see when things are not going right between individuals, or I'm always the peacemaker. So again, I want to just say this quickly. I'll do it now to everybody that's in chat. I want to say goodnight to, of course, Tanner and Star, Ben that was on earlier, and Jamie Havigan, Arnie, Corey, and God bless Corey for doing what he does. Be safe when you're working as in the taxi, doing what you do, because I know that cannot be easy, especially in the area that you're working in at night. My dear friend Amanda, who I hope comes for the Pine Bush thing, but if not, she'll definitely be coming down some other time. Duplicat, who's been here for ages and has always been on point for everything. Hello, and Holly, and a new person, Just Mar, I think in Costa Rica. You're welcome to the Skywatch, and hopefully we'll see more of your participation here. Our good friend Jello in Texas and Mrs. Jello. Hopefully I'll be seeing Jello when he comes back up northeast. Ron in Canada for doing his rain dance, cloud clearing work, and being the good person that he is. And God bless him and his family. And Star, who also good friend that I've known for years. Lorraine, hope she's feeling better. Another dear friend, and I've known her for a long time. And just so many other people that aren't here right now, but are regulars. And again, great friends. Paul and Keith doing what they do. And great friends. And looking forward to meeting them in May. Just everyone. You know who you are. And for you to stick by this so long, and Bill needs sleep. Bill's like getting ready to keep talking and just pass out right here, and you'll hear a big boom on the keyboard and it's over. So I'm going to bed. Well, so the next time, everybody, you all have a great night. Be blessed, be well, be safe. And we'll do it again sometime soon. So till then, have a great night, great morning, everyone. Good night.